Mo, come on.
With some TV providers, you have to make tough decisions when choosing what to record. But with a new Hopper from Dish, you can store up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows and watch and record 16 shows at once, which means no more tough choices.
And you are it. And so are you and you.
The Walking Dead returns Sunday, October 23rd on AMC.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking. So you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
Are you single?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
You know, not just a first date and gone, maybe a second date.
Match leads to more second dates than any other app.
I'll have to join Match, I guess.
Match. Start for free today.
This is CNN.
All right, take a look at this. What a sight. This is Manhattan. You see the Empire State Building right there. This is the CNN helicopter that's flying over Manhattan right now. History is being made in New York City. For the first time in our history, in U.S. history, both candidates are on this election night in the same city. In fact, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are only about a mile and a half, their campaign headquarters, they're only about a mile and a half apart in Manhattan right now. You see our CNN helicopter flying over. You see the Empire State Building, red, white, and blue right there. We have a lot more shots of that, but right now let's get a key race alert. All right, in Indiana right now, more votes are coming in. Donald Trump maintains a significant lead. He's got a lead of almost 13,000 over Hillary Clinton, 70% to 26%. Once again, though, only 1% of the vote is in. 11 electoral votes in Indiana. His vice presidential running mate is the governor there. Kentucky, Donald Trump maintains a significant lead there as well. 8,500 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. Still early. 1% of the vote is in, 68% to 28%. 8 electoral votes at stake in Kentucky. Let's go back to Jake and Dana. What are you looking for? Because polls are about to close in 30 minutes in some important states.
What an exciting night. I guess there are a few things. Obviously, first, the 10 states, the battleground states that we're all looking at. I could go through them right now, but we'll spend the night doing that. But especially North Carolina, Florida, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, et cetera. But in addition, I'm really interested in, first of all, there's been a lot of anecdotal reporting about early vote and Latino votes surging in places like Nevada, in places like Florida and Virginia, states that really are crucial for either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. Is that real? Are those Latino votes surging? And also, are African-American votes going down, as a lot of Democrats feared after 2012 and 2008 with the first African-American president? Second of all, the gender gap. Is there going to be a gender gap? We've seen it in the polls. Women voters, even white college-educated women voters who normally break Republican, going for Hillary Clinton in the polls, are they going to turn out? Is there going to be a sizable gender gap with men favoring Donald Trump, women favoring Hillary Clinton?
At the top of the hour, Dana, Georgia and Virginia. Who would have thought Georgia all of a sudden is a battleground state? But apparently the polls show it's pretty close.
Right. Republicans have been saying privately that they thought that was going to be a tight one for some time. The Clinton campaign didn't go in and take advantage of it, so it didn't really become that much of a race. But I just want to talk about one thing that you touched on, which is the Latino vote. My question is, looking ahead to the end of the night, whether or not this will be kind of a bookend with regard to Latinos, in that ever since Donald Trump came down that escalator and made the remarks that he did about Latinos, that has been an issue for that demographic. And now, like you said, the question is whether or not there is a Latino surge. And if that happens, if it turns out that perhaps Donald Trump sort of awoke a sleeping giant, that would be come full circle tonight. The end of the night, the end of the campaign versus the beginning.
Democrats have been trying for years to get Latinos to vote in the high numbers as they can get, and it hasn't worked. One of the reasons why Arizona has been a contentious state is because, in the words of Democrats in Arizona, Donald Trump has been a one-man get-out-the-vote operation to rally Latinos to the polls. I don't know that Arizona, at the end of the day, is going to end up being that competitive, but the Latino vote, as you say, awaking a sleeping giant, if they turn out in numbers in Florida, in Virginia, in Colorado, and Nevada, boy, that could really...
And even North Carolina.
And North Carolina, that could really be something. We remember, and the panel's been discussing this, in 2012, after Mitt Romney lost, the Republican National Committee doing this autopsy, looking at the fact that they need to win over Latino voters. They didn't take the lesson, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Let's get to the panel and Anderson right now.
Yeah, Wolf, thanks very much. Bakari, you've been watching North Carolina very closely tonight.
Well, I think North Carolina is probably going to be one of the closer races we have, and I'm very interested in this court case. I think you have two dynamics. You have a relatively frivolous lawsuit that was filed in Nevada by the Trump campaign because individuals were staying in line and voting as they should be allowed to in Clark County. But here you have a GOP party in North Carolina. You have a governor in Pat McCrory who the court said they discriminated with such precision in the way that they cut back on the number of early voting locations, especially here in Durham. And what happened today, you have two Republicans and one Democrat on the Durham County Board of Elections who agree that these polls should be open a little bit longer. It's an historically black college and a university there in North Carolina Central where the lines are apparently just out of the roof. And so you see these things happening in pockets, but North Carolina has become synonymous with voter suppression.
There's a court hearing taking place right now as we speak.
It's going on right now, and it's very
to allow some of the polls to remain open.
Well, to allow this county to stay open for another hour and a half, which is important because Corey and I, we sit on this panel and we talk a lot, and we don't agree on everything politically, but we do agree on the fact that everybody should come out and vote, and everybody should have an opportunity to play in the process. And so if you're in line, stay in line. But what the North Carolina Republican Party did under the cowardice leadership of Pat McCrory is a disgrace.
Well, and it's a big, that's the home county to Deborah Ross, who's running for U.S. Senate. That's a very big Democrat stronghold. So if I were them, I'd be fighting for it, too. I want to see the Republicans do well.
Right. We'll find out the results of the hearing, whether or not they're going to be able to keep that open.
Yeah, it's my home state. I grew up there, and I can just tell you it's been an agony seeing what's been happening in our politics over the last few years. It's gotten very rough, very nasty. And this is a big showdown night in North Carolina because the force of McCrory's up in a very tight election for governor, be reelected to governor. And there's also a Senate race that could actually change the leadership of the Senate to Democratic if Burr loses a Republican governor. So there is a Republican senator. So this is what you're talking about is really pretty central to the way this whole election, the sense of democracy works.
We also saw President Obama making numerous trips to North Carolina to try to raise as
did Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to get out the African-American vote because there was a sense that it wasn't turning out, as Bakari knows, in the numbers that they needed it to turn out. And I think, what we're going to be watching tonight is whether there is a real demographic shift in this country. The last election, 72% of the people who voted across the country were white. We're going to have to see if that number decreases this time. And so demographics is destiny, as we always say. So the question is, in North Carolina and in other places, will minority vote make a difference for the Democrats? We're also going to be looking at the shifting in the country versus in college versus non-college educated voters. I mean, this is something that really interests me because for the last 60 years, Republicans have won the college-educated vote in this country. Is that going to change? The white college education.
And we've seen
is that going to change?
We've seen some of the demographic. We've seen some of the demographic information, the racial information, in some of the early exit polls, but those are very early. So we're going to be giving more of those throughout the night. We're just minutes away from getting the first results from two major battlegrounds. Polls are about to close in Georgia and Virginia. This election night just getting started. We'll be back after a quick break.
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport with available all-wheel control and starting at $19,795. It's ready for any adventure you can imagine. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
Billy, what if you don't go?
I have to, Kat. I need a commitment.
It's going down. What?
Show's been hit!
What you did that day no longer belongs to you. It's America's story now.
What really happened over there?
I did what I had to do. Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk. Rated R.
At Farmers, we've seen almost everything, so we know how to cover almost anything, even a rodent ride-along.
All right, buddy. Don't forget anything.
I won't, Dad.
Good morning, Captain.
Captain Rod here. It's pretty hairy out on the interstate. Traffic is literally crawling, but there is some movement on the east side overpass. Getting word of another collision.
It happened December 14th, 2015, and we covered it. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
As I went walking, I saw a sign. And on the sign it said, "No trespassing." But on the other side, it said nothing. That side was made for you and me. I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of our diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. Esta tierra es mía. This land was made for you and me.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-888-909-4332.
People ask me all the time, George, what do I do with my idea for a new product? I tell them, call my friends at InventHelp.
Call for free information.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started.
Oh, man. Where's a beer?
Cheers.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
When everything's included, the kids get a vacation of their own. And so do we. But when we get together, it's the best time of all. Right now, you can get up to 65% off. Call your travel agent or 1-800-BEACHES.
Earth's surface is the shoreline of a new ocean.
You ready for this?
It'll be the greatest adventure ever in human history.
They're looking at a red planet.
Mars, a global event series, Monday at 9 on the National Geographic Channel, Channel 186.
This is Life with Lisa Lang. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Welcome back. Right now, we have another key race alert. In Indiana right now, 2% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump still maintains his significant lead, 22,500 plus over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in Indiana early, but Trump has a significant lead in Indiana. Similarly, in Kentucky, 2% of the vote is in. He's at 68%. She's only at 28%. More than 16,000 vote lead for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. We're watching the presidential race very, very closely. We're also watching the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Dana is taking a closer look at that.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at the battle for control of the Senate. First, Democrats have 46 seats. Republicans have 54. That's the old balance of power. Tonight, 34 seats are at stake, and we're watching 9 key races. Republicans are defending 8 of those races. Democrats are defending 1. Now, if Democrats can pick up 5 Republican seats and hold the rest, they will have a 51-seat majority. Republicans, they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars, dispatched marquee players to all over these races to deprive Democrats of 5 pickups and that 51-seat majority. Well, here's another scenario. A 50-50 Senate. If Hillary Clinton is elected, Democrats would have the majority because Vice President Tim Kaine would cast the tie-breaking vote. If Donald Trump is elected, Republicans would have the majority because Vice President Mike Pence would cast the tie-breaking vote. Now let's get to the first votes coming up with this key race alert. The first votes are coming in from one of the state's Senate races that could determine who gets the balance of power, and that is Indiana. Look at that. Todd Young, the Republican who's hoping to keep this seat in Republican hands is up with a significant margin there, up a little bit more than 13,000 votes, but only 2% of the vote is in. So we're going to keep watching that very, very closely because it's such a big one. Let's look at some votes coming in from Kentucky. Rand Paul, who started out this campaign running for president, dropped out. Now he's trying to keep his Senate seat. He's in his race for re-election. He's a little more than 10,000 votes ahead of his Democratic challenger, Jim Gray. We're going to keep watching that as well because, again, that's only 2%. Now let's look, Jake, at the current balance of power, where we start this evening. If you see up on the big board, Democrats right now have 36, Republicans have 30, and we are looking at 34 seats that we're going to be monitoring and projecting as we get the results in throughout the night.
But really, it's 9 seats that we're really focusing on because the others don't really have competitive races.
Exactly.
One of the things that's so interesting is about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Democrats wished the election had taken place
yes, they did.
in early October when Hillary Clinton was really surging following the release of that Access Hollywood tape, and Democrats were talking about recapturing the Senate by big numbers. Then, of course, FBI Director Comey released that letter, and the race started tightening. And now they're hoping for some pickups, but we'll see how many they get.
Yeah, we'll see. Indeed, the Democrats had an advantage. More Republican seats were up for grabs. We'll see what happens very soon. Art Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. You know, Anna Navarro-Wolf earlier was talking about the historic nature of this race, and it's very easy, I think, in all the vitriol that's been expressed in certainly the waning days of this campaign, all the divisions, to lose sight of just how historic this is. I mean, no matter who wins for different reasons.
You know, I saw something today which frankly just touched me. And I've said before, I never thought that the female factor was going to be something that was so significant to me. And it's definitely not the reason why I voted. But I saw today the line of people lining up in the cemetery where Susan B. Anthony's tombstone is, and the women putting the I voted sticker on her tombstone. Whether you are Republican or Democrat, if you believe in a woman's right to vote, if you believe that we are all equal in this country, that should be something that touches us all, that makes a significant statement for us all.
And obviously, Gloria, I mean, if Donald Trump wins, it is a historic night in a whole other way.
It's an historic night because you would have an outsider, new to politics, a celebrity.
Someone who hasn't been involved even in government or the military.
Not even in government. I mean, Eisenhower was the last one, but he was a general. So you'd have somebody who created a movement out of nothing, who was not aligned with any ideological wing of his particular party, who spoke to voters about their concerns of being disenfranchised from their own party as well as from the opposition party, who felt removed from Washington and said, you know, I've had enough and I don't want to take it anymore and I am looking for something different, somebody to shake up the establishment and the status quo. So either of these results would be historic for this country. I mean, I want to add to what Anna was saying. You know, it's the persistence of these women 96 years ago who got the right to vote for women in this country that those women were thanking today, because when you think it hasn't, you know, 96 years.
In our generations, we sometimes take it for granted.
Of course we do.
We take for granted that less than 100 years ago, women could not vote. Women were not equals in this country in that aspect. And so, look, whether she wins or not tonight, the fact that Hillary Clinton is out there competing for the big title is, I think, very significant to a lot of people in America.
Well, yeah, it's also significant that we talk a lot about the Latino vote, but also that the women's vote may be very historic in a lot of different ways. We don't have enough numbers right now to know for sure, but that she may be winning white college-educated women, that she may even possibly win married women, which would be the first Democrat since her husband barely won them 20 years ago. So the fact that she could be, you know, moving these women. Now, we don't know if this is a realignment, if these are women that are moving away from the Republican Party, or if this is an anti-Trump.
But also just the changing demographics of the United States. I mean, not only how we're seeing it reflected this time around compared to even 4 years ago, to 8 years ago, but what it portends for the future as well.
Well, and we've got two things happening on the Latino front. First of all, the percentage of Latinos voting has been ticking up. It's gone from 8% to 10%, it's been ticking up. But also, the percentage of Latinos voting for the Republican Party has been ticking down. We went from 44% with George W. Bush to 31% with John McCain, which we thought was tragic and we had to address and we had to fix and we had to deal with immigration. And then we went to 27% with Mitt Romney. At that point, our hair was set on fire on the Republican side. We needed to address this. We had a postmortem. Well, now we're worse than postmortem. We're dead even before the beginning. I can assure you that Donald Trump is going to get historic low numbers amongst Latinos. He's going to be probably in the teens. If he breaks 20, it's a good night for him with Latinos. And it would be sweet, sweet justice if after everything he has said, after every attack he has made against Latinos, after he has thrown out Latino anchors from press events, after he hasn't done any outreach, after he has questioned a judge's citizenship, after he has called Mexicans rapists, it would be sweet, sweet justice if tonight it was the Latino vote that defeated Donald Trump. Así que, mi gente, levántense y voten.
Ana Navarro, you're not a Trump supporter.
No, I'm not. You know what I am? I'll tell you what I am. I am a college-educated Latina, and sure as hell not a Trump supporter.
David Gergen.
I'm not sure I can follow that.
Yeah,
we should go to break.
What languages do you speak?
College-educated Latina.
He's college-educated.
But you're a Trump supporter.
We're already seeing this obviously in the early voting in Florida, which is the percentage of Latino voters and the Latino voters who are embracing the Democratic Party, which in Florida has not been the history in decades back.
Absolutely, and look, I think that Donald Trump can still win this tonight, and he will change our history too. I mean, in the court, it's going to make a huge difference to have Donald Trump in there, and we're going to go different directions. But if Hillary wins tonight, what you're going to see is the makings of a coalition, a national coalition that's going to dominate our politics for the foreseeable future. It is as strong a coalition as what Franklin Roosevelt put together back in the 1930s.
When you talking about a coalition, what do you mean?
I'm talking about a coalition a party coalition of people, the forces within. If you can get the Latino vote and Latino vote on your side, if you can get the black vote on your side, if you get the minorities, if you get women, if you get the young, that puts together a coalition of people that has won a majority now. If they win tonight, they will have won a majority of the vote in 6 out of 7 presidential elections. We haven't seen that in our history very often. We saw it in the 30s. We saw it once in the 1930s.
We're standing by for the first big wave of results in the presidential race. Let's go back to Wolf.
Thanks, Anderson. More early votes already are coming in. We have a key race alert. Here are the latest results coming in from Indiana. 3% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump has a nearly 40% lead over Hillary Clinton, almost 70% to 26%. Donald Trump has a significant early lead in Indiana, where there are 11 electoral votes at stake. In Kentucky right now, Trump also has a significant lead, just went up a little bit, 23,100 plus over Hillary Clinton. Once again, only 3% of the vote is in. He's got 66%. She has 29%. 8 electoral votes in Kentucky. Early voting in both of those states. We're about to get our first chance to make projections in this historic presidential race between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 7 p.m. here on the East Coast. That's when polls close in the battleground states of Georgia and Virginia, 2 of the key races we're watching. The last polls are also closing in Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Vermont. A total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs in those states. And remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win this presidential election. Jake, Georgia and Virginia, they will be the first tests, the big tests of the night.
That's right, Wolf, and we'll see whether Donald Trump can hold on to the traditionally Republican red state of Georgia, and if Hillary Clinton can keep her Virginia firewall intact. We're keeping tabs on voting all across the country in these key battleground states. We'll be following throughout the night. Right now, let's check in with our correspondents who are at the presidential candidates' headquarters in New York City. Jeff Zeleny covering Hillary Clinton, Sarah Murray covering Donald Trump. First to you, Jeff, what are you hearing from the Clinton campaign?
Well, Jake, in the Clinton war room right now, they're keeping an eye on Virginia. They believe those 13 electoral votes could be the first battleground state they win in terms of the times of polls closing. They're looking to the suburbs right outside Washington, D.C. They believe that the turnout there was strong throughout the day, particularly in Fairfax County, in Arlington County, a county where President Obama won by some 20 points in 2012. They believe that turnout was exceedingly good. Now, of course, Virginia, home to Tim Kaine, the Democratic vice presidential candidate here. Jake, he's been on the ballot for a couple decades, has never lost a race he's been on. He was back in Virginia yesterday to campaign across the state in Northern Virginia and Richmond. So the Clinton campaign confident of that. They are less confident, of course, of Georgia. It is one of those states that if she had been expanding the map at the end of this campaign, instead of explaining her FBI controversy and development, something they were thinking about going into. They believe those 16 electoral votes are out of reach. They barely advertised there. They did not travel there at all. One senior Democratic advisor said maybe next time Georgia will come into play, but not this time.
Georgia, a state that I believe Barack Obama lost by only 5 points. It's been a state that Republicans have thought to be trending Democratic. We're keeping an eye on it. Sarah Murray is with Trump campaign headquarters just a few blocks away from Jeff. And Sarah, what are the Trump campaign officials telling you?
Well, Jake, the Trump campaign knows that Northern Virginia, the D.C. suburbs, are not turning out today to make America great again. Look, Virginia is not a central part of their electoral college strategy. They've been encouraged to see a tightening in the polls there, and they know that really their only hope is going to be to try to run up the score in areas outside of those D.C. suburbs if they want to have a shot at flipping Virginia to Donald Trump's column. Now, one Trump aide tells me, look, this could turn out to be a Cinderella story for us tonight, but others who are close to the campaign are not so optimistic about a win in Virginia this evening, Jake.
All right, Sarah Murray, thanks so much. Let's go now to our political director, David Chalian, who has the latest from the exit polls. And David, with the polls in Georgia and Virginia about to close, you're taking a look in the exit polls as to who exactly showed up to vote in those key states.
That's right, Jake, and we're going to be talking about these two demographics all night long. The racial makeup of the electorate, as well as how the electorate is made up in terms of education level. So first to Virginia, looking at race, 68% white. That's a touch down, a little less white, a little more Latino from 4 years ago. It was a 5% 4 years ago, ticked up a point here. This is becoming a slightly more diverse state. Look at education level, too. We see a slight tick up there. 57% of voters in Virginia today are college graduates. 4 years ago, that was 54%. That's an increase by 3 points there. That is a significant development. Take a look at Georgia. We see something similar here. 61% of the electorate in Georgia is white. 8 years ago, our last time we had exit polls in Georgia, that was 65%. Again, Georgia becoming a little less white, a little more diverse, an uptick in the Latino vote again from 8 years ago, that was about 4%. It's now 5%. The African-American vote holding the same there. College education in Georgia. This is the big number that we're seeing in Georgia tonight, Jake. 8 years ago, it was only about 43% college graduate. Here, it's 50%. That is an uptick of 7%. That's a huge increase of college graduates in Georgia. These electorates are changing, and as they do so, this is probably welcome news to Democrats looking to the future. Jake?
All right, David, thank you so much. Voters in Georgia and Virginia a little less white as they went to the polls, at least according to these exit polls, and a little bit more educated.
Democrats would be thrilled, Dana, if they won Georgia, although they're not necessarily expecting that. They are expecting Virginia.
They are expecting Virginia. They say that they were heading that way even before Hillary Clinton put the sitting senator, former governor Tim Kaine of Virginia, on the ticket. But Georgia is really fascinating because, sort of looking ahead, the question is, given the changing demographics there, whether or not maybe it was a little bit out of reach for Democrats this time around. But if it continues to trend that way demographically, more educated, perhaps even more diverse, it might be within the Democrats' reach the next time around.
And there, well, I was just going to say, and there might be states that are actually trending in the other direction. The states that Hillary Clinton has been struggling with, Barack Obama won twice before. Iowa and Ohio, will be taking a look at them. If there is a realignment this evening, we'll see if it's a long-lasting
That's why it's such a fascinating night. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. So Georgia, taking a very, very close look at Georgia right now and Virginia.
Georgia and Virginia, Wolf, I want to show you something. You see the darker counties I have filled in here? It's a new trick we're trying tonight in the wall. And it says all election long we've been talking about, will Hillary Clinton win a traditional Republican constituency, white, college-educated voters? These highlighted counties, these are counties that in 2012, the highest percentage demographic group to vote in these counties were college educated. So this is one of the things we're going to watch when the results come in. Let's go back in time and just look at them. You see then President Obama won them up here in the D.C. suburbs area. Mitt Romney won them when you got more out into the rural areas. So we're going to look at these counties tonight. This was a key constituency. Nationally, Mitt Romney won this constituency by about 6 points. We know it's going to be a key battleground within the battleground, absolutely critical to Hillary Clinton's chances in places like Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, out in the Philadelphia suburbs. So it's one of the things we're going to watch. Let's turn this off now and come back and just look at the map as we go. 2016, we'll come up here, turn the key off. Now we're going to wait. In Virginia, what are we going to look for? Let me turn this. It doesn't want to go off. Let's go back and look at, 2012 and come back in here and bring it in. These, again, this is the county we look at here. I want to turn this key off. There we go. So what are we going to look for here? Number one, the key for Donald Trump tonight, and this will be a good clue. We expect, if you believe the late polls, the Democrats are favored in Virginia. If it's a very close race, that tells us a lot. Number one, is Trump actually in play to win Virginia? That would be a big deal. Number two, even if he's not, how competitive is it? What we learn from Virginia in the 7 o'clock hour is going to help us really understand the night ahead, especially when it comes to North Carolina and we move down. And again, talked about this a little bit earlier. Out here, Donald Trump needs to run it up. Smaller rural communities, not a lot of population, but he needs to run up the vote count out here in places like this, even if he loses Virginia, to offset close-in suburbs.
Georgia?
Close-in suburbs like this. Georgia is one of those states, each party has its state. For Republicans, it's been Pennsylvania. Every cycle they say we're going to finally get Pennsylvania, and they come up short. Georgia is one the Democrats think we're going to get it because their strength has been in the Sun Belt states. We're waiting for this to fill in next hour. Increasingly, in diverse states in the Sun Belt, Democrats are doing better. They keep maybe Arizona. They're going to make a run this time. Most Democrats think they'll come up short. So what are you going to look for in Georgia? Number one, you're going to look here, African-American turnout in the Atlanta area, some other areas. Let's go back in history and look at it. You see, you have the blue areas here. To have any chance, it has to be off the charts turnout in the Atlanta metropolitan area, African Americans, and then in the close-in suburbs. Again, close presidential elections and close swing states are generally won in the suburbs. That is where Secretary Clinton has had an advantage because of suburban women, college-educated women. We'll watch as this one plays out. Again, I think Georgia is something that Democrats, they've seen some polls showing them very close, so they've engaged the operation down there, but it's very hard for them to win that state. We'll watch it. Again, sometimes Virginia and Georgia in the 7 o'clock hour, it's not even so much who's winning. If Georgia's very competitive, Wolf, it tells us something about Secretary Clinton's in play. We're about to get some of our first big clues.
We're about to get our first big clues indeed. Georgia and Virginia, Georgia State, as we've been pointing out, the Democrats have sought for a long time. They think they have a shot. Not all that optimistic. Virginia, they really, really need Virginia right now. The Democratic vice presidential candidate, he is from Virginia. They think they have a very good shot. Let's get ready. And we have our first projections of the night. Take a look at this. Donald Trump, we project, will win in Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins in Kentucky. Donald Trump also wins in Indiana with its 11 electoral votes. His running mate's home state. Both wins, Kentucky and Indiana for Donald Trump. We have more projections right now. We project that Hillary Clinton is the winner in Vermont. 3 electoral votes, Vermont. Hillary Clinton is the winner in Vermont, Bernie Sanders' home state. We have a key race alert right now. Too early to call in Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. We cannot make a projection yet. Too early to call in Virginia with its 13 electoral votes. We cannot make a projection yet. And too early to call in South Carolina right now. 9 electoral votes at stake. Too early to call in that state as well. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count right now. The vote, where it stands right now. You see Donald Trump takes a very early lead with 19 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 3. You need 270. You need 270 to win the presidency. You see the colors there on the map. The red states, those are states that go to Donald Trump. That blue state, Vermont, up in the Northeast, that goes to Hillary Clinton. The yellow states, those are states we cannot yet make a projection. Too early to call right there. Let's go over to Jake. Jake, the action in Virginia and Georgia is going to be intense.
Although I have to say, Virginia, really, of all the states on the map, Virginia is really the one that we're all keeping an eye on because Hillary Clinton and her team have not really factored Georgia in, and nor have they really gone in and made a play for it. Virginia, if they don't win Virginia, that's going to be a real problem for them. That is one of the states they are absolutely relying upon. So we're going to be watching the results out of Virginia all night very closely.
I totally agree. And just to add to that, on the flip side, Republicans have privately thought that Virginia had been gone for some time. They're expecting to lose Virginia going into this, but they also say that in the past couple of election cycles, it has broken late. There's been a late surge for Republicans. Not enough, though.
All right, let's go to David Chalian right now, who is our political editor. He's looking at exit polls. And David, what are you seeing out of Virginia and Georgia?
We're taking a look first in Virginia at the quality in the candidates that voters were looking for. Now that polls have closed, we can look at how they're splitting, Jake. Take a look here. By far and away, the top quality people were looking for were change, the candidate that can bring about change. 40% of Virginia voters wanted a change candidate. And look how they split here. Big Trump category. Trump gets 79% of those voters. Hillary Clinton gets 15% of those Virginia voters. We also looked at right experience. Now, fewer voters in Virginia were looking for the candidate for right experience, but obviously it is an overwhelming Clinton category. 89% to Trump's 8%. Only about 24% of the electorate, though, was looking for a candidate with right experience. In Georgia, we were looking about that anger at the federal government or satisfaction with the federal government. Take a look here. About a quarter of the electorate in Georgia was angry at the federal government, 27%. Obviously a strong Trump category. He wins the angry vote 77% to Clinton's 17% in Georgia. And about a quarter of the electorate is actually satisfied with the federal government. How did the satisfied voters in Georgia vote? Overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. 81% for Clinton, 14% for Trump, among the quarter of the electorate that is satisfied in Georgia tonight, Jake.
All right, David, thanks so much. And Wolf, obviously, if a large enough percentage of voters in any state or commonwealth goes to the polls wanting change and thinking Donald Trump is the instrument of that change, that does not bode well for Hillary Clinton.
Even, Dana, if the Democrats don't win Georgia this time, 4 years from now, 8 years from now, given the demographic trends, they think they have a shot.
It's certainly possible, especially given the numbers that David Chalian was showing us tonight about how it looks a little bit like, as we were talking about before, Virginia looked 1, 2, 3 cycles ago.
This is a moment, though, that once we start getting these first projections, Jake, that everybody is going to be watching so closely to get trends for these other battleground states.
That's right. I mean, and the question is how many Latinos turn out, how many college-educated voters turn out, how big is the gender gap, what is the results in Virginia might be relevant to results we see in North Carolina or even in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, your home state, all of a sudden, by all accounts, it's in play.
Generally speaking, Republicans always seem to hear the siren song of Pennsylvania, and they go there and they try to compete, and ultimately they're not able to. But it does seem as though Donald Trump has been able to really make it competitive outside Philadelphia with the white working class voters that make up so much of his natural base. He has really made that state, or Commonwealth rather, a competitive one.
It's a moment that we're watching very closely. I want to just check in right now with, walk over to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, we're taking a very close look. You've been looking at this one county, Vigo County in Indiana.
Yeah, again, not necessarily instructive, but Vigo County is one of these, it's a quirk county in the sense that they have a great record of picking the winner, voting with the winner. Even when Indiana went red in 2012, if we go back in time, Vigo County voted for President Obama, just barely, but he won the election. So I'm just looking, I've been waiting for the results to come in. We have about 44% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is ahead by a sizable margin. So if that holds up, either Donald Trump's going to be elected the next president or Vigo County's streak is going to end. We won't know that for hours. So strap in and we'll see. But they've been right in 15 straight presidential elections. They've been wrong only twice in the last 100 years in terms of picking the winner at 44%. That tells you something. And that's just one of the streaks we're looking at. And this is a very unorthodox election, so I expect a lot of streaks might be broken tonight, no matter who wins. But one of the other things you do is I'm trying to look in these early states for clues as to performance. Is Donald Trump overperforming Mitt Romney in rural areas where you have white working class voters? So it's one of the things you look at. And so you just look at a county and you look at Donald Trump's getting 67%. Again, it's only 5% of the vote in, so it might not necessarily hold up. But then you go back and look. Mitt Romney got 60% in this county. So there's a county where Donald Trump is running a little stronger. Doesn't necessarily matter in Indiana, but if you're running stronger with those types of voters, what do you learn in other places? That's why, again, we're looking at Kentucky a lot. Let's come back to 2016.
Let's take a look at Florida, because Florida's
getting tonight.
They're going to be closing at the top of the hour.
Florida, look at that. We have some votes in Florida.
Yeah.
Let's see where those are coming from. One, it's always fun when you see the first votes come into the wall and you try to figure out where they're from. Little Citrus County, it's only less than 1% of the population, but there you go, 0% reporting there. But obviously some votes have come in. Some counties, the early votes, they load them up. They've had a lot of early voting, aggressive early voting in Florida. So what are we going to be looking for overall in Florida? That's the early lead right now. And what are you going to look for? Number one, this is your big Democratic strongholds down here. Hillary Clinton, to win Florida, has to run it up. Let's go back in time and look at this state. Florida was the closest state in the 2012 race. President Obama eked out a very narrow victory. The early voting there, when they dumped those numbers in, that is critical. You heard the panel talking earlier about Democrats think they amped up the Latino vote to help them there. We'll see. What happens down here? A little battleground within the battleground. How does Donald Trump do in Palm Beach County? That's his second home. He thinks he's going to do very well in Florida. Is Donald Trump going to win Palm Beach County? I bet not. It is traditionally a big Democratic county, but the margins within these counties matter. In a very close election, if these are friends of Donald Trump and he can make it instead of 60-40, make it a little bit closer, those things matter. That's what we're going to watch as we start to watch the results come in Florida, the key Democratic strongholds across here. I'll tell you, Wolf, this is anecdotal. You call people in these states, you email with people on election days. The Democrats were very happy about their early voting. Hillsborough County, where Tampa is, absolutely critical. Pinellas County, you go to the west out here in St. Petersburg, it's more of a swing county, critical for the Democrats. The Democrats were thrilled with the early voting there. Talking to a friend who knows the organizers down here today, said the Democrats got some jitters today when they saw the long lines of Trump supporters. Right. So we're going to play this out.
Stand by. I want to go to Mark Preston right now. Mark, the polls closed in North Carolina at the bottom of the hour, but there are some important developments you're watching.
Yeah, Wolf, we actually have breaking news right now out of North Carolina. The North Carolina State Board of Elections has agreed to keep the polls open in 8 precincts, anywhere from about 20 minutes to 60 minutes. Now, this has to do, Wolf, with the fact that there was computer glitches. There were computer glitches, Wolf, in some of the precincts earlier today, and those computer glitches caused long lines, and people were being turned away from the polls. Now, the polls right now are scheduled to close at 7:30, so some of them now will close at 8:30. Some of them will close a little bit sooner than that. The Durham County Board of Election had requested actually the polls to be open for 90 minutes, Wolf, but they did not get the 90 minutes they asked. As I said, it was a computer glitch problem. And as we look into this right now, this is former Governor Jim Hunt. Before we had actually heard the ruling from the State Board of Elections, he said that this is not an appropriate way to treat human beings. It is heartbreaking, and it follows a deeply troubling pattern of disenfranchisement in the state of North Carolina. Now, Wolf, I should note, in the state of North Carolina, very important to Hillary Clinton, Durham is 38% African-American. Barack Obama won Durham by 76%. In 2008 and in 2012. Wolf.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting indeed. All right, we're going to get back to you, Mark. You know, John Durham, let's talk a little bit about Durham. They're going to get a little extra. The polls supposed to close there at the bottom of the hour in a few minutes from now, but they're going to stay open maybe as long as another hour.
As Mark just explained, not as long as the Democrats had hoped for, had requested, but they do get the polls open longer. And as Mark noted, we're going to wait to watch this fill in, but let's go back for historical perspective. This is an overwhelmingly Democratic county. The African-American vote, other Democratic constituencies, and you see a state like this, again, North Carolina, like Florida, one of the most tightly contested states in the United States. So each party knows where its voters are, especially in the age of big data politics. The Clinton campaign has a list. They know who they need to vote here in Durham County. And the question is, you check them off as they go and you try to turn people out. So they're desperate to keep these polls open because in a state as close as North Carolina, Mitt Romney took it back from the Democrats. It's been traditionally Republican there. President Obama won it just barely, 50-50, in 2008. So in a state this closely contested, it's pretty obvious, every vote matters. And so you have these arguments, and it's in a key area of the state, not just Durham, but the Raleigh-Durham area. You have the African-American base out of Durham. You have the research triangle of Raleigh-Durham. This is a key battleground within this battleground state. Absolutely critical to Hillary Clinton to run it up in these areas, and absolutely critical for Donald Trump. His competition in the suburbs is very important here, too. So we'll be a little later counting those votes, obviously, in a state we expect to take us deep into the night.
So they'll stay open for as long as an extra hour. Dana, we're getting our first projections in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf, we sure are. And let's start with the state of Vermont. Patrick Leahy, already one of the longest-serving senators in history, CNN can project will go on to win an 8th term, defeating his Republican challenger, Scott Milne. Now let's go to the state of Kentucky. Rand Paul, people remember, he started out this campaign running for president, dropped out, then decided to run for re-election. CNN can project that he has won that seat, defeating his Democratic challenger, Jim Gray. Now let's go to South Carolina. Republican incumbent Tim Scott, CNN can project that he will defeat his Democratic challenger, Thomas Dixon. Tim Scott being the first African-American ever to represent the South. Now let's look at key races where we're watching very, very closely. Indiana, again, this is an open seat, a Republican seat. Todd Young, the Republican, at this hour, just about 10% of the vote in, is pretty far ahead Evan Bayh, who's trying to get his old Senate seat back, turn that blue. We're going to be watching that very, very closely. And now we have some where the polls have not yet closed, but we do see some numbers coming in. Marco Rubio, who is running for re-election, is up pretty significantly, but you see only 2% of the vote there. He's up by more than 60,000 votes. We're going to watch that very, very closely. And then another marquee race. This could determine whether or not Republicans keep the Senate. Incumbent Kelly Ayotte is trying to hold on to that, defeat her Democratic challenger, the governor Maggie Hassan. Only 1% in there. This is the one we're going to be watching incredibly closely all night long. So let's look at the balance of power at this hour. Jake, you see there on the big board, 37 right now for Democrats, 32 for Republicans, and 31 of the races that we're watching still not yet called. So, you know, some of the ones that we just called were not big surprises, but still important for the one Democrat and 2 Republicans to get in their column. Indiana, to me, is absolutely fascinating because the Democrats thought they could make that competitive by running somebody whose name is incredibly popular and well known, Evan Bayh, in the whole Midwest, especially Indiana. But it's unclear if he's going to be able to make it.
In a year where outsiders seem to be popular, especially among Republican voters and in Republican-leaning states like Indiana, Evan Bayh, former governor, former senator, and then has stayed in Washington, D.C., done a lot of lobbying. They recruited him to run, promising him that he would be able to win. We'll see what happens. It looks like it's much tougher than he banked on.
A lot tougher, and they thought he could win because his name has been sort of the political gold standard there, but maybe not in 2016.
Not just his name, of course, his father, Birch Bayh, a popular senator as well.
He's very well known in that state. We have a key race alert right now. All right, here are the results coming in from Florida. 2% of the vote is in so far. 58.5% for Donald Trump, 30.2% for Hillary Clinton. Trump has an early lead of some 63,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. Only 2% of the vote is in Florida. 29 electoral votes are at stake there. And we're getting the first numbers coming in very, very early from the state of Virginia. Hillary Clinton has a very slight lead. Look at how close it is, 49.5%, 45.5%. Hillary Clinton's lead, only 294 votes. Very, very early in Virginia, early in Florida. We're watching both of those key states right now. Let's go over to John King. The early votes in Florida. John, where are they coming in from?
Mostly up here in the northern part of the state, a rural part of the state, a Republican part of the state. Remember, let's just do this so you can get a sense. All of our votes are right up around these lines. We'll go back in time and look. 2012 race, this is a largely Republican area. You got one county there in the middle that's Democratic. So it's a very small percentage of the vote. The major population centers are around here. This is where the big fight is if it gets close. If it's close in Florida, especially Orange County, a growing Latino population here in the Orlando area. This is a big area. The Democrats 60-40. Watch, this is a place where Democrats say their early voting was significant among Latinos. But if we come back to look where we are right now, this doesn't tell us much, except these are conservative areas up here. You're up here, so you're looking here to see if Donald Trump can run up the numbers. Now, again, 0%. So these are just the first votes, 692 to 387. It's very early and preliminary. But one of the things you're going to watch in a state like this, again, the closest state in 2012, is how does it shape up when you go back and look. And right now, remember, Romney at 63, Trump at 62.2. He's running about, again, very early returns where Mitt Romney was. Obviously, he'd like to run a little stronger than that because President Obama just carried the state. But we'll watch that as we go through these small, relatively 0.1% of the population. So you're looking for early clues in rural turnout. That is key to Donald Trump, especially in a state like Florida, this northern part of the state, which is the more southern part of the state, if you will, bordering the southern states. This is the much more conservative part of the state. Where Trump has campaigned on immigration, on Obamacare, on taxes and spending issues. This is much more important here. So we'll watch it. Early results, this doesn't tell us much, except for these early counties are filling in the way Donald Trump would want them to.
Yeah, more Democratic counties down in the southern part of Florida. We're just minutes away from the next round of poll closings, including the battlegrounds of Ohio and North Carolina. North Carolina becoming even more crucial in the closing days of the presidential race. New results coming up right after a quick break.
Election Night in America is brought to you by VoteForEnergy.org, a program of the American Petroleum Institute. Log on to learn more. And by Norfolk Southern. One line, infinite possibilities.
Republican, Democrat, Independent. Shouldn't matter. Energy isn't a partisan issue. Producing more oil and natural gas here means more opportunity, more growth, more security for America. Who can't get behind that? I'm Kim, and I'm an energy voter.
Big day? The usual. Moved some new cars. Hauled a bunch of steel. Kept the supermarket shelves stocked. Made sure everyone got their latest gadgets. What's up for the next shift?
Nothing much. Just keeping the lights on.
Nice.
Doing the big things that move an economy.
See you tomorrow, man.
See you tomorrow, sir.
Just another day at Norfolk Southern. Your Can's thinking playoffs. Your Can's thinking division.
Nobody catches ball.
Your Can's thinking Houston.
Don't jinx it.
Your Can is Houston.
Same hotel, same price? No. There's a bunch of different prices out there all over the internet. Trivago instantly compares them to find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
Before it became a medicine, it was an idea, a wild what if. So scientists went to work. They examined 87 different protein structures and worked for 12 long years. There were thousands of patient volunteers and the hope of millions. And so after it became a medicine, someone who couldn't be cured could be. Me.
Hard to believe, but we're leading the world in oil and natural gas production. That means lower energy costs, more growth, more security for Americans. More energy means more opportunity. We just need the right policies to make it happen. I'm Chris, and I'm an energy voter.
10 everyday heroes doing extraordinary things. Vote now for the CNN Hero of the Year at CNNHeroes.com, on Twitter and Facebook Messenger.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking, so you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
I'd like to send 50 pizzas to France. Oh, hey, I'm just keeping the seat warm, but not for the president. For you! You can be president of whatever you want. Like president of your own salon. I look good. Or your kid's little league team. Foul ball! The president of your own dental office. Or president of whatever this is. Get the domains, websites, and 24/7 personal support to be awesome online. Get your .com domain at GoDaddy.com. Hey, POTUS!
Attention. Do you have breast cancer, use the chemotherapy drug Taxotere, and now have permanent hair loss? If so, you may be entitled to financial compensation. The chemo drug Taxotere may have caused your permanent hair loss. Call now, 1-800-DRUG-HURT.
This is CNN.
You're looking at live pictures of the White House, a beautiful night here in the nation's capital. This is what both candidates want. They want to be living there starting January 20th of next year. We're back here at the CNN Election Center. Once again, we want to welcome our viewers. We're standing by for the next wave of poll closings. Right now, we have a key race alert. Your latest numbers coming in the key battleground state of Florida. More numbers there. 12% of the vote has now been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of 38,726. He's at 50%, 50.4% to Hillary Clinton, 47.1%. This could be at Florida, 29 electoral votes. All of the polls, by the way, to Florida will close at the top of the hour. These are the numbers coming in right now. It's just changed. Trump's lead has gone up to 61,604 over Hillary Clinton. In Virginia, another key battleground state, very early, only 1% of the vote is in. Trump has a 3,500 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. In Georgia, also very, very early right now, only 1% of the vote is in. Trump's lead, 1,800 plus over Hillary Clinton, 73% to 25%. 3 key battleground states. All of America and indeed the world now waiting to learn who will be the next president of the United States. We're counting down to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, just minutes from now. That's when the polls close in the key battleground states of Ohio and North Carolina, two of the key races we're watching tonight. Polls are also closing in West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Jake, both campaigns have invested a lot of time and money in Ohio and North Carolina.
Indeed, although Ohio and North Carolina are generally considered must-wins for Donald Trump. North Carolina is one of the top races to watch. It could be the decider in this election, and from what we're hearing, it could go down to the wire. We're keeping an eye on all the major battlegrounds this evening, including many key races where voters are still casting ballots. Right now, let's check in with our correspondents who are at the major candidates' headquarters in New York City. Jim Acosta is joining us now. He's covering the Trump campaign. And Jim, what are you learning?
Jake, a senior advisor from Donald Trump's inner circle is sizing up the GOP candidates to me this way. His chances this way, quote, "It will take a miracle for us to win." That is the quote from a senior advisor inside Donald Trump's inner circle. This advisor went on to say that Trump was in such a deep hole after the release of that Access Hollywood tape. It was viewed inside the campaign that he was going to lose this race by a wide margin. But the fact that Donald Trump has been able to close that gap in the final weeks of this campaign, that is seen as a major accomplishment inside the campaign, one that might actually save the Senate for the Republican Party. This advisor went on to say, and we did observe this out on the campaign trail, that top advisors were urging to Donald Trump just about every day, every chance that they could get, that he had to stay disciplined. He had to stay on message. And that is also seen, according to this advisor, as a pretty stunning achievement here at the end of this campaign, given this candidate's volatility at times. Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta, who is in Manhattan with the Trump campaign. Let's go a few blocks away to Manhattan and the Clinton campaign, where we find Jeff Zeleny. And Jeff, Clinton campaign feeling confident, but they are not counting their chickens.
They certainly aren't, Jake. And inside the Clinton war room right now, this is what they're looking at. Ohio, Franklin County, Ohio, where The Ohio State University is, the city of Columbus is. I am told by advisors on the ground there that they are seeing greater than expected turnout throughout there. And they attribute it to a rally that Secretary Clinton held after that second debate, right before voter registration and early voting started. It was one of the biggest rallies of her campaign. So that's where the organizing comes in. At the same time, they're also concerned about a lower than expected turnout in Cleveland, despite all the star power she had, from LeBron James to Jay-Z to Beyonce. So they are watching the areas of Cleveland as well. And in North Carolina tonight, Jake, where the polls close at 7:30, they are looking at these college towns and university towns as well. If they are to win in North Carolina, it will be because of a spike in turnout there. We saw Michelle Obama with Hillary Clinton on campus there. We saw President Obama going from campus to campus. That's what they are hoping for tonight, if they are to pull out a win in North Carolina. Jake?
All right, Jeff Zeleny in the Clinton campaign headquarters in Manhattan. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer right now.
We have a key race alert right now. All right, take a look. Hillary Clinton now takes the lead in the state of Florida. 30% of the vote is in, and she's got a significant 50,340 lead over Donald Trump. She's at 49.5%. Donald Trump at 47.7%. Remember, Florida. 29 electoral votes are at stake. All of a sudden, Hillary Clinton has a lead there. 30% of the vote is now in. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, I want to talk about Florida. All of a sudden, a big chunk of votes came in, and she's doing well.
And a big chunk of votes from traditionally and very important Democratic areas. Miami-Dade, look at the results so far, 61% to 36%. That's a small basket of votes from Miami-Dade. We're still at 0% right there. So that's the first dump of early votes coming in from Miami-Dade. Just to compare this is one of the things we're going to do all night, especially in a state like Florida that was so close, right down to the wire 4 years ago. So 61 to 36. If you look at it there, let's just go back and look. 62 to 38. That's running about the same. Very early votes running about the same. Significantly, Wolf, also, you were here a few minutes ago talking about Florida, and just after you left, Palm Beach County came in. Donald Trump has said he'll do well here, right? This is where Mar-a-Lago is, Donald Trump's second home. Well, at the moment, not so much. Again, we're very early. We have a long way to go in the count in Florida. And so when you see these early results, it's early votes being dumped in for the most part. Let's see where we go through the night. But that is exactly what Hillary Clinton needs to do. 61 to 37. When you look at that, you go back in time, 58 to 41. And so she's right now in these very very, very, very early results. Hillary Clinton running up the percentages that she needs in Florida to withstand what will happen up here. When this starts to fill in up across the northern part of the state, it's conservative. Another key area we're going to watch tonight is the Orlando area. This is an area of population growth, especially Latino population growth, 62% or 63% if you round it up to 34% right now. And again, very early. But let's just compare it to go back 4 years ago at 62 or 63. 59, President Obama, so she's overperforming a little bit in the early results. We'll watch it as we get through the night. So if you start to look at a big state like this fill in, one of the things we'll ask, we're at 31%. When you get above halfway, then you start worrying about what are we missing? Because are you missing a big basket of either Democratic or Republican votes? What we are missing so far that will be very significant is the whole Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Tampa-St. Pete. That's very important, and it's a fierce competition. That's a swing area where you have a good fight, so we don't know anything about that yet. The rest of the map, though, filling in as you would expect it to in terms of these are Democratic strongholds, these are Republican areas, and now we're going to wait for the swing area up here.
We haven't got Broward County yet, which is a hugely Democratic area, but take a look at Georgia. I want to quickly go to Georgia. Look what's going on in Georgia right now, because it is all of a sudden still very early. But you can see Donald Trump has a very significant lead in Georgia right now.
Significant lead, but 1% of the vote. And again, we're talking about very tiny rural counties. They're important to Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong, every vote counts. But we're looking at these very small counties where it's 100% in from this Oglethorpe County, 278 votes to 80 votes. So, but don't. It's not a big population center. You're not getting a ton of votes, but that's very important to Donald Trump to run it up. If the Democratic hopes hinge on giant turnout in places like Atlanta, in places like Columbus, the African-American base, other Democrats, we'll see what happens there.
You know what? I want to go back to Florida for a moment, John. Florida, you can see the Miami-Dade is doing well, obviously, for Hillary Clinton. Palm Beach County. Broward, what happened 4 years ago in Broward County? How well does she have to do there?
Well, here you got nothing. We have nothing in so far, so let's go back in time and look at Broward County, 67. So she needs to run up. These are your big Democratic turnout areas, and it's population centers as well. And again, you know it very well because of family history here. The further south you go, the farther north you get, is the way they say it in Florida. And so you watch this right here, and you come back to 2016.
Look at this, 36% of the vote is now in more than a third.
36% now counted. You start to look up here again. This is where the growth has been up in the central part of the state. 63% right here. Go back in time and look, 62%. So she is equal or slightly above President Obama's performance right now when you look through it. And that's the key when you match this back in history. Democrats think, and Republicans too, think turnout is up in Florida. So you're going to watch the key county, see if the percentages match up. I want to look at one other place up here, Tallahassee, Democratic area where the state capital is, 62 or 63% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. 61% for the president 4 years ago. So as you look at the early results in Florida, Wolf, we're up to almost 40% of the vote. Hillary Clinton at the moment performing in a way consistent with what for President Obama was a very narrow victory, but a lot to fill in. Donald Trump still in the hunt.
We're counting down to the bottom of the hour. Two key battleground states, they are getting ready to close. We're talking about North Carolina, a state that Barack Obama lost 4 years ago, carried 8 years ago, and Ohio. Republicans need to win Ohio in order to win the White House. Let's start with a CNN projection. CNN projects Donald Trump is the winner in West Virginia. Donald Trump will carry that state with 5 electoral votes. Trump gets another state, West Virginia. We have a key race alert right now. Too early to call in North Carolina. As you can see right there, 15 electoral votes at stake, a critically important battleground state, and Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio right now. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. We are not able to make projections. Polls are closed in both of those states, cannot make projections yet. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map count, where it stands right now. You can see Donald Trump has a lead. He has 24 electoral votes right now compared to 3 for Hillary Clinton. You need 270 in order to win the White House. The blue state, that's Vermont. That's the state that Hillary Clinton, we've projected, will carry. The red states, those are states that Donald Trump has carried. Those yellow states, too early to call. No projections in those states, at least not yet. Let's go over to Jake. Jake, West Virginia, not a surprise, but we're waiting for Ohio and North Carolina.
And let's take a look at Florida for 1 second. And the only reason I bring this up is because Alex Conan, who is a senior strategist for Marco Rubio, who's running for re-election there, pointed out just a few minutes ago that Marco Rubio was outperforming Donald Trump in absentee ballots in Miami-Dade. The reason I bring it up is because one of the things looking forward for the Republican Party is how do they win Democratic areas?
Take a look at this. 43% of the votes in Florida are now in, and all of a sudden Donald Trump takes the lead. Almost 30,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. He's at 48.9%. Hillary Clinton is at 48.2%. Donald Trump now takes a slight lead over Hillary Clinton.
I suspect this is going to go back and forth all night. If Donald Trump wins, if Hillary Clinton wins, it's going to be by a very small margin. That's how it happened in 2012 and 2008.
And Dana, remind us why Florida is so important right now.
Where do we start? First of all, just the raw numbers, because of the electoral votes, that it's a very, very big prize electorally tonight, but also because of the demographics and because of the fact that it has gone back and forth, less so in the past couple of cycles. It's gone more Democratic, but historically it has gone back and forth between Republican and Democrat. It is a purple state. And it is a place where this year, both of these campaigns played so hard, spent so much money, the most money of any state, for lots of reasons, primarily because it is so big and it is so diverse geographically, and it's expensive when it comes to media markets. So it is by far the one that we are watching. And even Donald Trump has said very publicly that he doesn't think that there is a path for him to the White House without winning Florida.
We've talked about the fact that Donald Trump really needs to run the table when it comes to a whole bunch of these big, important battleground states. Hillary Clinton certainly needs a large chunk of them, but Donald Trump needs to run the table. It's hard to imagine a path to the White House for Donald Trump without the state of Florida.
Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Take a closer look at Florida right now. Once again, John, 43% of the vote is in, and Trump has a slight lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.1%, 48.1%.
And since you were here just a few minutes ago, this is what happened. You had some votes fill in here in the north central part of the state here. You also had votes filling in down here, Sarasota County. Donald Trump had a rally here just the other day in Sarasota County. He's winning 50.5% to 47%. But again, first I want to go back and just look at the presidential history. Mitt Romney won this county a little bit bigger. So we'll see. It's only the early results for Donald Trump. But to the point Jake just made, it's a very important debate because win or lose, the Republican Party is going to have a big debate after this election. And so let's look at what Jake was just talking about. Let's pull up Miami-Dade County, right? You see Donald Trump. Remember the 36.5. So round Donald Trump up to 37% so far in Miami-Dade. Look at the Marco Rubio performance, 47%. So he's running 10 points ahead of Donald Trump in Miami-Dade. Let's come back up here and look at Orange County, where Orlando is. Again, a swing area of the state. This part here is Democratic. You go across the I-4 corridor, it swings back and forth. But there's Rubio just shy of 40%. Let's look at Donald Trump, 34%. So this is the debate that's going to happen within Florida and across the country tonight. People are going to look at how the Senate candidates run, how the governor candidates run, compare Donald Trump to Mitt Romney, compare Donald Trump to Republicans on the ballot, because we'll settle the presidential election tonight, we think, but the Republican Party is going to have this debate about who should lead it and what it should be about for a long time to come. Now, as we watch this, we're up to 45%. It's a pretty quick count so far, but that's mostly the early votes being reported. And so now we're going to wait for today's votes to be counted as well. And we went through this 4 years ago. We went to Jake's point. We went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and Florida ended up here, 50 to 49 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's on track to be in that same ballpark tonight as we get to 46% of the vote so far.
Because in the northern part of the state, pretty much Republican. Southern part of the state, very often Democratic.
In the east. The southwestern part of the state is a Republican area. This eastern part of the state, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach County, this is your Democratic stronghold. Every election, it comes down to, do Democrats run up the vote total in these bottom three southeast counties to offset? You're going to see a lot of red on this side of the state and up here across the top of the state.
We have no results from Broward County yet. That's where Fort Lauderdale is.
Right, nothing yet at all there. And again, if you go back 4 years ago, this is a very important county for the Democrats, 67 to 32. You want to run it up in these counties in the southeast part of the state. Again, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, you want to run it up there to offset some of this as we go forward, as you come forward here. You see we're missing these ones here just to offset all this. If you go back in 2012 and look, it's a whole lot of red. If you come up this way, the Democrats have to offset, mostly here, but also right across in here. And we did get, as we come back, last time you were here, Hillsborough County is Tampa, Pinellas County is St. Pete. This is a swing. This is a swing area where the campaigns have had a fierce fight. This tells you a lot.
Yeah.
This one county tells you a lot about how tough this state is.
You know what I want to do, John? Let's take a look at the United States, the national vote, as it's coming in right now. Let's take a look and see where Donald Trump is as opposed to Hillary Clinton. And take a look at this. among the national vote, these are the votes that have already been counted. Trump is winning nationally, 52.7%, 44% for Hillary Clinton. He has 3,100,000. She has 2,600,000. Take a look at that.
Well, we're going to go through this as we count. Look, we're only in this part of the country, and we all have very preliminary results. But one of the conversations tonight, and one of the conversations some political strategists have had, will we have something like 2000 again, where one candidate wins the popular vote and somebody else wins the electoral vote? If you're looking at the map now, Donald Trump is not winning all these states. He's just leading in these. We have called some of them. We've called Indiana, I believe, and Kentucky. But if you're looking at the map early in the night, just because it's shaded doesn't tell you who won. It tells you who's leading. These are live results. And as I'm talking, sometimes these results will change as we talk because live results are coming in. Let's look up at this state, another traditional battleground state that has been leaning more and more Democratic. But in Virginia at the moment, Donald Trump is leading, 54% to 41%. Most of the vote is coming in from Republican areas, so no surprise there. But here's one of the things we'll look at. We come out here, Fauquier County. This is a ex-urban area. Now it's a suburb. Used to be the exurbs, but outside of D.C. Is Donald Trump running well out here? And then the key issue will be when we get in closer. Loudoun County used to be Republican, has now become a Democratic leading suburb.
28% of the vote is in there.
Is 55% about right for Secretary Clinton? 52% for President Obama when he won the state 4 years ago. One of the things we'll look at as we go through the night. And again, I come back out here. This is one of the counties I always watch. Prince William County, once Republican, now Democratic, in part because of college-educated women and in part because of the growing Latino population. 57% right now. We just got the first votes in Fairfax County. I'll skip over there in a second. 57% there. You go back in time, 57%. So it's running about what it takes for a Democratic victory, even though Donald Trump is ahead at the moment. Fairfax County, 60%. She's running just shy of that at 58%, and the results coming in so far, I suspect when I pull back out, it's a little bit closer now. But Donald Trump's still leading in part because, as we expect, in these more rural areas, Republican anyway, Donald Trump is running up pretty healthy margins when you go into these smaller counties in the southwestern part of the state. You see 71, 73. That's where his early lead is coming from. The challenge for Secretary Clinton, offset it up here when the vote comes in, when more of the vote comes in the D.C. suburbs.
Let's take a look at North Carolina right now. The polls closed there just a few moments ago.
And we have very little so far, just 2%. And you're going to see this. Some of this is going to sound familiar throughout the night. You're in these rural areas out here. Donald Trump has to run it up. So far, 63% to 35%. Remember, the polls are closed except for here in Durham County. Some polling places have been left open for up to an hour, I believe. That was Mark Preston's reporting a bit ago. And this is a critical area for the Democrats. When you look, you pull out, you see where we have the cities marked. One of the clues throughout the night about how close are we getting is where you see these dots, where you see the cities. That's your population centers. Do we have any votes from the population centers? If the answer is no, then not that that's insignificant, but it's nothing to place a bet on because we have to wait for more of the votes to come in.
Very, very early. 2% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has, about a 20,000 vote lead, but it's very, very early in North Carolina. Ohio. Let's take a quick look at Ohio right now.
Well, it's shaded blue at the moment, and Hillary Clinton would love that. That would be game over for Donald Trump, but that's because this is all we have right here, 2.1% out in this part of the state.
All right. And you know what? I want to take a look at the electoral map right now nationally. Show us what's going on right now.
Well, I can show you where we are. This is our map coming into the night, 268 to 204. The question is, can anything change here? Donald Trump has to change something to win the election, and so you just show those early Ohio results. Well, we lean Ohio Republican, so that one we just have very early results there. For Donald Trump, the key challenge here, Hillary Clinton is leading at 268 in our projection, and most Republicans even concede she'll win the state of Nevada out there. So the challenge for Donald Trump, number one, is to run the board among the toss-ups, and then to find something up here, blue wolf, to turn. That's the big challenge for Donald Trump. Can it be Pennsylvania? Can it be Michigan? Or he's leading early in Virginia. Can he pull off a huge surprise in the state of Virginia?
Let's take a look, John. I want to take a look at the Electoral College map right now. The big picture, 270 needed to win. Trump is ahead early, 24. He's got 24 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 3 electoral votes, those 3 in Vermont so far. More polls are about to be closed at the top of the hour, but you can see the red states are the states that Donald Trump, we've projected, has won. The blue state, that's Hillary Clinton's state. The yellow states, those are states where the polls have closed, but it's too early to call right now. Let's go to Dana Bash. She's got a projection in the balance of power of the Senate.
That's right, Wolf. You said it's too early to call for the presidential, but in Ohio, CNN can project that Rob Portman, the incumbent Republican, will go on to win another term, serve another term in the U.S. Senate, defeating his Democratic opponent, the former Governor Ted Strickland. This was supposed to be a nail-biter, but Rob Portman locked it up pretty early with the help of tens of millions of dollars from Republicans there. A big win for Rob Portman. Let's look at another state where polls are closed, but it's just too early to call. North Carolina. This is another one that we will be watching all night long to see whether or not Democrats can take control of the U.S. Senate. Republican incumbent Richard Burr is fighting to keep his seat. He, at this hour, is just a little more than 42,000 votes ahead of his Democratic challenger, Deborah Ross. But as you see, they're very, very early. Now I want to look back at Florida. Polls are not yet closed, but you see we're getting some numbers in. Marco Rubio, the incumbent Republican, is up pretty significantly against his Democratic challenger, Patrick Murphy. About half the vote in, and he is doing quite well there. Democrats pretty much gave up on that seat once Marco Rubio changed his mind and said he was going to run for re-election. Let's look at what all this means for the balance of power at this hour. Jake, look at the big board. Democrats right now have 37. Republicans have 33. There are 30 left that we are watching. Big picture, Democrats are trying to pick up 5 seats in order to have a clean 51-seat majority, and Republicans are obviously trying very hard to prevent that from happening.
Not a strong showing of it, though, I have to say, from Democrats as of now. Rob Portman, as you know, was supposed to be a seat, as you just said, that they were going to be able to pick off. They had the former governor, Ted Strickland, run against, but Democrats weeks ago pulled out there, Rob Portman winning a handily re-election. Interestingly enough, Rob Portman saying after that Access Hollywood tape came out that he would not support Donald Trump. He was going to write in Mike Pence. Which really kind of doesn't make much sense, but nonetheless, the voters there rewarded him with another term.
And it is one of the themes that we've heard from Mitch McConnell, the now Senate Majority Leader, as he's trying to keep the seats in Republican hands. Candidates matter. He learned that lesson the hard way when Republicans didn't take control for 2 cycles where they should have because of Republican candidates who made some pretty big mistakes. Rob Portman has been a very, very good candidate and ran as somebody who understands the state, and it served him well.
Marco Rubio, also a decent candidate. We'll see what happens with that race. Wolf Blitzer.
Yeah, a lot of Republicans who don't like Trump, they're writing in all sorts of names in the course of this day. Let's get a key race alert right now. We got a lot of results coming in right now. Let's update you. First of all, more than half of the vote in Florida is now in 55%. Look at this. Donald Trump has a significant lead of 118,422 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49.7% to 47.4%. Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake. All the polls in Florida will close at the top of the hour. North Carolina, 10% of the vote is now in. Trump has a lead of more than 52,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 54.5% to 43.3%. 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In New Hampshire, all of a sudden we're getting some votes in very, very early, 1%. Only 1% of the vote is in. 337 vote lead for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in the state of New Hampshire with 4 electoral votes. We're counting down to another round of poll closings just moments from now. The mother of all battlegrounds, Florida. That's coming up along with the results from key races in Pennsylvania and New Hampshire. Stay with us.
Election Night in America is brought to you by CA Technologies. Go to CNNPolitics.com for more about this momentous election and download the CNN Politics app from the App Store, built with CA Technologies.
Back in the good old days, things were just better.
Those old rules don't work for me.
We valued hard work.
I don't believe in anyone telling me how I should live my life.
Skinny caramel macchiato.
Back then, technology was a self-cleaning oven.
I like things the way they were, except my apps.
I do, however, believe in a world with really great apps. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dave. See my post?
Yeah, it's funny.
In the application economy, there's one thing everyone agrees on.
future is not mine.
Dear Mr. Danoff, my wife and I are now participating in your mutual fund. We invested in your fund to help us pay for a college education for our son. We've enclosed a picture of our son so that you can get a sense there are real people out here trusting you with their hard-earned money.
At Fidelity, we don't just manage money. We manage people's money.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started.
Man, where's a beer? Cheers.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
From the state of California, guacamole and chips. From Wisconsin, a cheese plate. And from Louisville, Kentucky, pan pizza.
Yeah, this is normal.
Better game days call for better pizza.
Introducing our new pan pizza, loaded with cheese melted all the way to the edges to create a thick golden brown crust. Your choice of 3 toppings for $10.
Better ingredients.
Better pizza.
Papa John's.
Attention. Do you have breast cancer, use the chemotherapy drug Taxotere, and now have permanent hair loss? If so, you may be entitled to financial compensation. The chemo drug Taxotere may have caused your permanent hair loss. Call now, 1-800-DRUG-HURT.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking. So you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
This is Life with Lisa Lang. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
All right, look at this. We got a key race alert. Look at Florida right now. 65% of the vote is in. And all of a sudden, Hillary Clinton has taken the lead in the state of Florida. She's got a lead of 76,430 over Donald Trump. She's at 49.2%. Donald Trump is at 47.9%. Hillary Clinton is now ahead of Donald Trump in Florida with its 29 electoral votes. In North Carolina, 13% of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead with 74,969 votes over Hillary Clinton, 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. We're getting 3% of the vote in Ohio right now. Trump has a lead in Ohio, 96,000 plus to Hillary Clinton's 82,000 plus, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. We're getting more results coming in our key race alert. In Virginia now, 14% of the vote is in, and Trump has a 73,000 plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 54% to 41.2%, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. And in Georgia, only 2% of the vote is in, but Trump has a lead of 31,977. Georgia, Trump has the lead with its 16 electoral votes at stake. Let's go over to John King. John, Florida has been going back and forth. All of a sudden, Hillary Clinton is ahead by, what, a point and a half or so.
And we're up to 65% of the vote, so 2/3 of the vote in. The big question is, how quickly does the rest of it come in? We've spent a lot of long nights in the state of Florida as it gets tight like this, and then sometimes the vote count slows down. What are we looking at? The last time we checked, remember you were here, we had nothing from Broward County. That still says 0%, so it's the early votes dumped in. We'll get more later, but 70% to 28%. Again, you go back in time just to compare it up. That's at 67% for President Obama, almost 70% for Secretary Clinton, so she's running a little ahead percentage-wise so far in Broward County. If you pull it out, I hate to say it, but this map is filling in a lot like 2012. Look at the map. Let's just show Democratic votes here, Democratic votes in the population centers here, a lot of Republican votes across the top here. That's this year. Let's go back in time. Democratic votes here, Democratic votes across here, mostly Republican up here. It was 50 to 49 4 years ago. Get ready. We're at 48.9 to 48.2 as we go through this year. So it's fascinating to watch. And you just start to go through some of the population centers. Orange County is Orlando, 62% for Secretary Clinton. Then you move out to the west here, the Tampa, the Hillsborough County. This one's a bit closer, 53 to 43. 10 points there. Look at this. 7 points there. So she's running a little bit ahead in Hillsborough County of where President Obama was. But then you move out here to Pinellas County, and you got 49.8% to 46% here as you go out and you look at it here. So it's just remarkably tight as we go through. Both of them over 3 million votes, now up to 71%. So the vote count's coming in very quickly in Florida tonight, Wolf. Hillary Clinton now with a bit of a, that's the biggest lead we've seen in the state so far. But, Wolf, I'll put the emphasis on so far. We'll keep counting.
It's a real battle in Florida right now. We're only moments away from the biggest wave of poll closings in the presidential race. We're counting down to the top of the hour. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when the last polling places close in the battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. The polls also will be closing in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, and Tennessee together. Those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Jake, another presidential race where all eyes right now are on Florida.
It's one of the most critical states in this race. Donald Trump himself has said that he doesn't see a path to the presidency for himself without the state of Florida. It has 29 electoral votes. We're following the last-minute mad dash for all these candidates in the battleground states. We're also getting new information from inside the campaigns. First to Sarah Murray, who is with the Trump campaign. And Sarah, the votes are coming in. It is neck and neck in North Carolina, neck and neck in Florida. What are you hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, as you know, Florida is, of course, always a source of heartburn. But for the Trump campaign, their particular angst is not knowing how these independent voters are going to shake out tonight. If they're going to lean in favor of Donald Trump, if they're going to lean in favor of Hillary Clinton. Now, I've talked to multiple sources who say they really don't have any information about these independent voters. It's been a struggle to get the kind of resources they need in Florida, to get the kind of money that they would need to be able to model this independent electorate. And so even though Donald Trump himself has been personally interested in which way these independent voters are leaning, they're saying they just don't have any way to tell him. They're just waiting to see the results, just like we are. So flying a little bit blind tonight on one of their most important states, Jake.
Interesting. Let's go now to Jeff Zeleny, just a few blocks away at campaign headquarters. And Jeff, the Clinton campaign knows that they need Florida. They have been saying for quite some time that they feel better about Florida than they do about states such as North Carolina, states such as Ohio or in Iowa. What are you hearing from the Clinton team?
Jake, the number is 29. That is one of the favorite numbers, the most important numbers inside that Clinton war room here at the Javits Center. And the Clinton campaign is increasingly confident about Florida, the numbers that are coming in and also what they've been seeing on the ground throughout the day. They point to some specific counties across the state, Orange County, Osceola County, Hillsborough County. They believe that they're outperforming Obama numbers. Of course, he won the state narrowly. Also, Duval County. They say Donald Trump is not doing as well as Mitt Romney. This is the view of the Clinton campaign here. But Jake, the reason that Hillary Clinton visited Broward County, a key Democratic area, 3 times in 1 week, was to drive up that Democratic vote. They believe they've done it. But one senior Clinton advisor I just talked to said the Hispanic numbers are rising through the roof. That's why we'll win Florida. Jake?
All right, we'll see what actually happens. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer right now, who has a key race alert.
We do have a key race alert. Hillary Clinton has now taken the lead in Florida and North Carolina. Let's take a look at Florida first. 72% of the vote in. That's a big chunk of the vote. Hillary Clinton is now ahead by an impressive almost 172,000 votes over Donald Trump. 49.9%, 47.3%, 29 electoral votes. All the polling in Florida closes at the top of the hour. But 72% is in. She's got 171,000 lead right now over Donald Trump. And look at this. In North Carolina, 28% of the vote is in. She is ahead by 21, almost 22,000 votes over Donald Trump right now, 49.7% to 48%. Donald Trump slightly behind Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. He's also behind in Florida. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. You're looking at North Carolina and Florida right now.
I think we're going to spend a lot of time on that tonight. North Carolina, Florida, North Carolina. Other states matter too, but especially when you're looking at does Donald Trump have a path, a comeback path to 270 electoral votes? Florida and North Carolina factor huge. It's almost impossible to get in there without Florida. You can have a variation without North Carolina, but it's a little bit pie in the sky. So let's look at Florida. 49.8 to 47.4. Significantly, the votes come in pretty quick, 72%. We'll see how quickly it comes in from here. But when you look at this map, Wolf, not to sound like repetitive, but this looks a lot like the 2012 map so far. And Hillary Clinton has to be very happy with the margin she's running up down here in the big Democratic strongholds. Palm Beach County, move down. Broward County, she's at just shy of 70% there. Miami-Dade County, 64% there. She has to be very happy with these. The question is, what are the, as the vote totals come in, do they match up to what she needs to offset Donald Trump is doing what the Republican needs to do, especially areas like this. You pull up Collier County. This is where Naples is. He's running at 61%. Let's go back in time just for a check. 65%, so a little bit under Romney there. We still don't have a lot of the votes here, though. We'll keep an eye on these things as we go through. If you come up here, Jeff Zeleny was just talking about the Clinton campaign. These are the swing counties across here that they're looking at. What's their margin in the Tampa area? That's Hillsborough County. You see it 10 points right there. You go back in time, 7 points there. So she's overperforming the president there. This one has been closer. Let's see if it stayed that way. This one has been closer, where you have essentially 2 points there. When you look at it through, maybe 3. If you look at it in that one, a little bit.
Look at that. Let's look at North Carolina, John, right now, because all of a sudden in North Carolina, you go to North, she's ahead. Look at this. She's ahead in North Carolina by a little bit more than 100,000 votes, with 36% of the vote in.
36% of the vote. But one of the things you have to watch, especially when the lead swing, is where did those votes come from, right? So what came in? Mecklenburg County. This is Charlotte, and she's winning huge here. This is why she jumped. When you got a big dump of votes from the Charlotte area, which is a Democratic stronghold, that's why her total jumped. Where you watch where the votes come in. Not saying that's insignificant. This is what she needs to do. So just shy of 67% there. Go back in time. The president was at 61% here, and he lost. Remember, he narrowly lost North Carolina 4 years ago. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you love that number, and you hope that number stays up. This is going to go up. This is a small percentage of the vote still in one of the largest counties of the state. Now we have our first votes in Wake County. This was empty just a few minutes ago. And again, 25% of the vote in. This is of enormous consequence to Secretary Clinton tonight, in the sense that if she wins this county by that margin, she will win the state of North Carolina. But we're only at 25% of the vote. The reason I say that, if you look at that margin there, 20-plus points, if you go back to 2012, the president won it by 11, and he lost the state. You go back to 2008, won it by 15. This is almost 10% of the state population. It's an incredibly important area for the Democrats. As we noted earlier, they left the polls open a little bit longer in Durham County. We still have nothing from Durham County, and this is a big basket of Democratic votes.
Let's go to Ohio quickly, John, because all of a sudden we're getting some significant numbers coming in from Ohio, and Hillary Clinton is in the lead right now. You see she's got 53% to his 43%. 12% of the vote in Ohio is now in.
Only 12%. If this holds up, it's game over. Republicans don't win the White House without winning the state of Ohio. But again, you always ask the question, where'd the votes come from? And they're coming. Jeff Zeleny just mentioned this a moment ago. They're coming from Franklin County, Columbus. This is a Democratic county. That's a big, healthy margin for Secretary Clinton. That's what you want to do here. Let's again go back in time. 61% for the president 4 years ago when he won Ohio. A lot of the conversation here this year has been even the Clinton campaign conceding in the final weeks that Ohio was one of the toughest for them to hold. They don't count on it in their math. They would love it, but they don't count on it. So now as we're watching what's happening here, one of the things you're going to watch is in the Youngstown area here, this is where Donald Trump has tried to sell, hey, the factory's closed. Hey, I'll rip up NAFTA. My trade message. The Youngstown area like this, she's getting at the moment. It's not a big percentage of the vote in yet, but she's getting 59%. Let's go back and check. So she's running a little bit below the president there. So, Wolf, we got a ways to go in Ohio as we watch it fill in. At the moment, the Clinton campaign's happy with what it sees, but we also have nothing yet, absolutely nothing out of Cleveland. So we'll be counting for a while in Ohio and elsewhere.
We certainly will, and we're getting ready for 16 states. 16 states and the District of Columbia. They're going to be closing all polling stations right at the top of the hour, including Florida. All the polling stations of Florida will be closed. That is emerging as a critically important state. Pennsylvania closing right now. And look at all these wins we're projecting for Hillary Clinton right now. She wins her state of Illinois. That's where she was born. Hillary Clinton wins in Illinois with its 20 electoral votes. A win for Hillary Clinton. In New Jersey, Governor Chris Christie is the governor there, but guess what? Hillary Clinton is the winner in New Jersey with 14 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in New Jersey. In Massachusetts, another 11 electoral votes we project will go to Hillary Clinton in Massachusetts. Another win for Hillary Clinton in Massachusetts. Let's move on to Maryland. 10 electoral votes. We project Hillary Clinton wins in Maryland. She will carry that state. An important win for Hillary Clinton in the state of Maryland. More wins for Hillary Clinton coming in right now in Rhode Island. Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton carries the state of Rhode Island with its 4 electoral votes. Delaware, 3 electoral votes. They will all go to Hillary Clinton. Another win there. And the District of Columbia, which could vote in presidential contest, 3 electoral votes go to Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump also has some projected wins, 3 specifically. We project he will carry the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Tennessee with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump will also carry Mississippi with 6 electoral votes. We have a key race alert right now. too close to call, too early to call, I should say. In Florida right now, we cannot yet make a projection. 29 electoral votes at stake. Too early to call in Florida. Too early to call in Pennsylvania with 20 electoral votes. Cannot make a projection in Pennsylvania. Also in New Hampshire, no projection there. Too early to call in New Hampshire right there. Too early to call in New Hampshire. We can too early to call in those states. Let's get the complete list of all the states where we are not yet able to make a projection. Take a look. All these states, too early to call. The 8 p.m. closings in Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Maine, Missouri, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. No projections there. Too early to call. Take a look at the electoral map where it stands right now. Hillary Clinton has taken the lead. She has 68 electoral votes compared to Donald Trump's 48 electoral votes. You see 270 are needed to win the White House. The blue states we projected go to Hillary Clinton. The red states go to Donald Trump. All those yellow states, too early to call. No projection in those states right now. That's where it stands, the electoral map right now. But Jake, these states like Florida and North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Ohio, they will decide presumably what's going on. Your take?
Well, Pennsylvania, we still haven't heard anything out of Pennsylvania. North Carolina, as Democrats were talking about, they were telling Jeff Zeleny the other minute that when it comes to North Carolina, let me circle it here on the board, North Carolina, that they think it's going to go down to the wire, and that it could be, they might not even have it called all night. And then, of course, we're looking at Florida, and that could be a race that's decided by 1 or 2 percentage points. And as we've been saying all night, the Trump campaign says, and the Republican National Committee says, there's really no path to the presidency for Donald Trump without the state of Florida. And that's why Clinton and Trump have been spending so many days and so many millions of dollars in that state. One of the things that's most important, and John has been talking about this quite a bit, is not just southern Florida, which tends to be Democratic, especially on the southeast, or northern Florida, the Panhandle, which tends to be Republican, but that I-4 corridor in the center of the state, where there are so many college-educated voters. How are they going to vote? The trend has been for college-educated white women to go and support Hillary Clinton, at least in early polling.
Dana, you've spent a lot of time in Florida over these past many months.
Yeah, and I just want to echo one thing that Jake was talking about with regard to how close Florida is always historically and what Republicans think is a path. I was just talking to a Republican source who says that at this point, the way that they're seeing the modeling, it looks like Donald Trump is more likely than not to lose by a couple of points in Florida. That's what they're seeing. They could always be surprised. They don't have all the votes in, but that is the expectation from a Republican source that I'm talking to. And to your point earlier, Marco Rubio, who is running for re-election in Florida, is outperforming Donald Trump big time in key pockets of the state, but particularly in his home area of Miami-Dade.
But it's very important what Dana just said. There's modeling, there's polling,
right,
and then there's the voters.
Yeah,
exactly.
There's all
most important.
There's the science, and there's the methodology, and then there's what people actually do. So even
and
though,
the do is what's happening as we speak.
And even though there are Democrats saying we think we're going to win Florida, and Republicans saying we think they might win Florida, at the end of the day, nobody knows what's going to happen until the voters actually do it.
We have an update on the voting, the all-important voting in those states right now. All right, let's take a look at Florida first. You see Hillary Clinton. She has an almost 80,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 77% of the vote in, 29 electoral votes at stake. Still close. 49.1% for Hillary Clinton, 48% for Donald Trump, but she has a lead. She also has a lead with almost half of the vote in North Carolina, 185,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump, 52.8% for Hillary Clinton, 44.8% for Donald Trump, 172,000 vote lead. Now it just changed, 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Ohio, a quarter of the vote is now in. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Ohio as well, 137,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 53.3% to 43.2%. 26% of the vote is now in, just changed. Her lead has gone up to 153,000, 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. These 3 states will make a major decision. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? Let's start with Florida.
Almost 80% of the vote in Florida, Wolf, and it's very, very close, 48.9 to 48.2.
It's only 50,000 votes now. It's just shrunk a bit.
It just shrunk a bit as you're starting to fill the map in. And again, when you fill the map in up here, you can expect Donald Trump to make up ground. The challenge for Donald Trump is a lot of these smaller counties, when you look at them, you're not much in that county there. I'm trying to come over and see we have a percentage, 92% of the vote in here, and you see it's not that many votes. So 6,000 gap there. That's one of the things we're going to watch as we get closer to 100% of the vote in, is what's missing. And if it's the smaller counties, there's only so much math you can make up. But let's look at the state as we go through it right now. This is going down to the wire in a nail biter. Osceola County, it's only 1.4% of the state population, but it's in that important I-4 corridor Jake was just talking about. Jeff Zeleny mentioned earlier, the Clinton people, in the age of big data, you know what you need. You know how many registered voters are. You have an expectation of turnout, and you run these computer models, and you run your list, and you turn out your voters. And if you get to a number where you're happy, see 63% there, let's go back in time, 62%. If you're the Clinton campaign, if you're outperforming President Obama, you think that's enough. Now, Donald Trump is a very unorthodox candidate. Is he going to drive up turnout in these Republican areas? Is the counterbalance to that. But if you're the Clinton campaign, you want to get your Democrats out. And in most of the places, they are doing that. 53% for the president there 4 years ago. 53.3% for Secretary Clinton. Now, this is a bit of a down for Secretary Clinton, and this is a swing area. This is Pinellas County, where St. Pete is, 49.8, so just shy of 50 for Secretary Clinton. The president did a little bit better here. So you find some areas where she's overperforming, some areas where she's underperforming, and then you start to watch. You pull out here right now. Let's come back to this year's race, and you're looking not only for what's missing. We have no votes at all up here. This is very conservative territory. Donald Trump's going to run up some numbers here, but then you want to come down here and say we still don't have percentages here, so this tells us what we have is the early vote. Most of what we have, if not all of what we have here, is the early vote. We haven't, from the precincts, we're not getting percentage reporting yet. And that's a big factor in the sense that what this tells us, we don't know how many, because early voting has become so important, but it tells us there are more votes down here, which is good news for Secretary Clinton.
North Carolina, Hillary Clinton has a lead there in North Carolina as well. Half the vote in North Carolina is now in, John. And,
right. And as I pull it out, I just want to tell our viewers, as we go through the night like this, when you see me go to the national map, because it's shaded doesn't mean it's over there. That's leading. On this map, it's live data feed. So you'll see states switch back and forth. Just a moment ago, Hillary Clinton was leading in Alabama, and Alabama
51% of the vote in North Carolina now in. Right. She has a lead, 51.9% to 45.7% in North Carolina.
And so now you start looking. When you get above the halfway mark, then you start looking at your major population centers, how much of the vote is in. Is it tracking throughout the night repeatedly? We hadn't had any votes in Durham earlier. Again, now we have some Durham votes, but the percentage, this is an early drop of votes in from Durham County, 85%. Remember, 76% for the president 4 years ago. If that percentage holds up, that's what Secretary Clinton needs in a state that is one of the ultimate tug-of-war states in American politics. I want to come back over to Wake County, 9+% of the state population, 2/3 of the vote in there. She's getting close to 60% of the vote to 37%. Again, you match it up to try to do the math compared to 4 years ago, where this was such a close state, carried by Governor Romney 4 years ago. Secretary Clinton's doing what she needs to do here. So you're looking for Donald Trump, and you're saying, where can he pull up the vote? Let's go back and look at the Romney win. And you see all this red down here, right? So Donald Trump needs to run it up along the coast all the way down. Let's come back in it here. Mitt Romney carried here. New Hanover County, 2% of the state population. This is where Melania Trump introduced Donald Trump the other day. He had an airport rally here. Smart campaigns know where you got to win, but at the moment, it's the tiniest of margins. But if this county stays blue, that's a sign the Clinton campaign is not only holding the Democratic areas, but encroaching and taking a few votes. And again, this is what the big vote swing came here in Mecklenburg County. She's at 66%, but we still have that's a low vote total for what's almost 10% of the state population. So we still have more votes to come here. So if you're the Clinton campaign at 53%, you're looking at this, you know it's going to go late, but with what's still out there, you're encouraged at the moment. But we have a lot of these smaller areas, and you know it's 2,000 here, 500 here, maybe 2,000 there. It adds. There's still some potential out there for Donald Trump as the rural areas fill in.
Yeah, I mean, she's ahead by about 150,000 votes with 53% of the vote in. That's significant.
It is significant because it gets harder. Donald Trump, again, in the big population centers, Hillary Clinton is winning, and she's winning by some pretty lopsided margins so far. So for Donald Trump, number one, shrink the margins in these major population centers. As the later vote comes in, you're hoping they're coming in maybe from, this is for the city, you're hoping they come in from the suburban areas, the farther out areas, and you run up the vote a little bit. Number two, in the smaller rural areas that are still out, Donald Trump has to hope for very healthy margins. And you go through some of these, you see what I'm talking about. Only 5% of the vote in Stokes County, he's getting 73%. So, it's a couple thousand votes here. We have no votes over here yet. So it's out there, but if she keeps running up impressive numbers in the big population centers, simple math, it gets you over the top because the Democrats are winning where more people live. It's, again, arithmetic in the end. But at the moment, That's a healthy lead. It's 53% of the vote in North Carolina. The question is, how fast is the
And they're
rest of it
keeping the
come in?
polls open in Durham at least an extra hour because there were some problems there. Let's take a look at Ohio.
Blue at the moment, if that one stays blue at the end of the night, if we can call it. Remember, it was the day after in 2004.
By the way, I want to show our viewers Texas. We showed as blue. That's only because the votes that have been released so far, they haven't closed the votes there. But she's leading right now in Texas, but barely. But that doesn't necessarily mean much.
Barely, because it's San Antonio.
Yeah.
You have one place report early. Again, watch us throughout the night. Remember, we haven't called these races. We have different maps and different graphics. If you're looking at this, you're looking at a live data feed. Same for Ohio. We haven't called New Hampshire yet. It's blue at the moment. But Ohio, excuse me, if Ohio stays blue, Hillary Clinton's the next president of the United States. That's simple. But we're early. We're only up to 27% of the vote there. And you see that looks like a big swing, but you don't know what's out. So you go through this. At the moment, we did not have any votes out of the Cleveland area, Cuyahoga County, earlier. And this is 32% of the vote, 68-29 if rounded up, 69-30. So it's a matching. Right now, it's a matching 2012. This state ended 2012 with a narrow Obama victory.
President Obama carried Ohio twice.
Carried Ohio twice. And so if you're the Clinton campaign, you like these numbers, you're waiting to see. Another key place to look is down here. Hamilton County used to be Republican. Used to be a Republican area. The Democrats have made up a lot of ground here in recent years. This is just early vote because we don't have a percentage right there. So we'll wait and see if this one stays like that. But if Hamilton County's blue at the end of the night in a presidential race, it's usually good for the Democrats as well. One of the questions was, would Donald Trump cut into the Democratic support in places like Akron? You just associate the blue-collar workers and look at the margin right there.
I want to go to Florida right now because 85% of the vote in Florida is in, look at this, 3,876,000, 3,860,000, only what about 15 or 16,000 votes separate these two candidates in Florida with 85% of the vote in. Her lead, once again, has shrunk.
Has shrunk, and again, what filled in? Some more areas up here filled in. Well, last time we were here, we had a big opening up here. Now we have a smaller opening up here, and you get
just changed again. It's only 11,000 vote lead. Just now it changed.
Math on your feet. I like this. Well, we have a living abacus right here as we go through. But as you watch it fill in, it gets important to start going up to these counties and say, we don't have a lot of vote here still. So there's votes to be made up for Donald Trump as you do this. And as you go through, that's what I mean about this. You're seeing a live data feed into the wall, so it will change as we're talking sometimes. Trump is doing what he needs to do in the rural areas.
All right, take a look at Florida, because all of a sudden, take a look at Florida right now. You see with 85% of the vote in, Hillary Clinton is now in second place. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Florida. He's got 3,900,000, 3,900,029. Look at how close it is. Look at how 700 votes or so separate these two candidates. Donald Trump, all of a sudden, has taken the lead in Florida.
740 votes there. You remember a campaign long ago, 537 votes.
That would be 2,000.
Yeah, that's what Florida is. I mean, Florida and North Carolina are these two states that are just 50-50 battleground states, and why we're going to have to count deep into the night. 86% right now. So you start asking yourself, what am I missing? And significantly, remember last time I went to Pinellas County here, Hillary Clinton was leading. Donald Trump has pulled ahead. Now you think 48.3, 47.9, does that make a difference? Well, it sure does when the margin in the state is inside of 1,000 votes. Winning a county like this where you have a population center, it sure does. And so you have a tug of war here. This is interesting because earlier today, a Democrat who was organizing down here said they got out on their early vote. They felt very encouraged, but then they saw the lines at the polls this morning.
Trump right now is 918 votes ahead. 918 votes. Almost 8 million people have already, their ballots have been counted, and he's got a lead of just under 1,000 votes.
86%. So we're going to look here. Let's go down again. I just want to go down and look Collier County, 92%. This is where you start looking when the race is this close. What are we missing? So you're missing 8% here, but they're getting there, right? So you got most of the vote counted there. So then you come over here and get 80% here. So if this margin
take a look at this. We'll just change it. She has now taken the lead once again. Hillary Clinton is now in the lead. It's going to update in a second. We're watching this very closely. You can see right there. Hillary Clinton is the lead. She's got 3,972,000. 3,968,000, 4,000 vote lead.
And that's, look, we're going to rock and roll with this for a while here. So let's go through. Here's an encouraging sign for Secretary Clinton. You say she just pulled into the lead. We've had a seesaw in the 2 or 3 minutes we've been having this conversation here. We may have another one as we have it.
Now 3,000 votes.
But there are votes. There are only 25% of the vote in Palm Beach County. She's winning 60-40, 59-39 there. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you're watching this seesaw, you know there's a lot of votes missing from here. Let's go down to Broward County. We don't have the percentages here yet, so that tells me this is early vote, and we're not getting live votes yet. We'll see. We'll get some more votes, and that percentage will jump up very quickly. Doesn't mean 0%, obviously. It just means when they dump in the early votes, they don't give us a percentage. Miami-Dade up to 80%. So there's more votes here. She's winning big.
She's 1,600 votes ahead right now.
Reasonable to expect she'll get more votes out of here. The challenge for Donald Trump is in the areas that are red, what's missing. This is an interesting one for me. I've been watching this all night because Duval County, this is where Donald Trump had a rally the other day. The President of the United States came in after him. Duval County is a Republican area. Trump is up right now, 49-47. But when President Obama won narrowly 4 years ago, he lost this county by 3 points. Sometimes it's about the margins. You see the blue and the red, you think Democrat, Republican, but the margins within these large counties can make a big difference. And President Obama came within 3 points in Duval County. They were happy with that 4 years ago because they knew they were going to get the votes in Miami-Dade and the others. So if Hillary Clinton is this close in Duval County, that's actually, she can lose this. If she's losing this county by that, she's fine with that. The question is, can she keep the margin from getting any bigger? And that's the math you start to get into when you get up to 87% like this, and you are in a seesaw of less than 1,000 votes there.
Stand by. We're watching Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, other battleground states throughout this election night in America. We're going to show you the results in a very unique way on one of the world's most famous landmarks, the Empire State Building in New York City. Take a look at our running tally of the electoral vote built with CA Technologies. Right now, Hillary Clinton has 68 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Donald Trump has 48. This night is all about your vote. You're looking at pictures from many of the millions of Americans who already have made their choice for president. They posted these photos on Instagram with the hashtag #MyVote. Right now, we're counting down to the next round of poll closings, including results from New York, the home base of both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. We'll have much more results right after the break.
Election Night in America is brought to you by CA Technologies, business rewritten by software. This year, people have expressed their opinions by sharing a photo using the hashtag #MyVote. See more on the CNN Politics app, built with CA Technologies.
Back in the good old days, things were just better.
Those old rules don't work for me.
We valued hard work.
I don't believe in anyone telling me how I should live my life.
Skinny caramel macchiato.
Back then, technology was a self-cleaning oven.
I like things the way they were, except my apps.
I do, however, believe in a world with really great apps. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dave. See my post?
Yeah, it's funny.
In the application economy, there's one thing everyone agrees on.
Let me talk to you about retirement. The 401k is the most sound way to go. Let's talk asset allocation. Sure.
You seem knowledgeable, professional.
Would you trust me as your financial advisor?
I would.
I would indeed. Well, let's be clear here. I'm actually a DJ.
No way.
I have no financial experience at all.
That really is you. If they're not a CFP pro, you just don't know. Find a certified financial planner professional who's thoroughly vetted at letsmakeaplan.org. CFP. Work with the highest standard.
Can cops still fight crime while under the lens?
This is our third eye.
Get it, police. Things you see on TV, it's half the story.
This is life.
New episode, Sunday night at 10 on CNN.
This is what luxury included feels like. Chefs are creating masterpieces. The staff is putting their finishing touches. Bartenders are shaking things up. Butlers are preparing for your arrival. When can we expect you? Sandals, the world's only 5-star luxury included resorts. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
It's no wonder trolls are such cheerful little creatures. After all, they've got Dish. They can take their live, recorded, and on-demand shows and movies wherever they go with Dish Anywhere. Except for Branch. He doesn't have Dish, so when he's away from home, he can't bring his favorite shows with him. But you're not like Branch. You've got Dish and get to enjoy all your TV from home on multiple devices anywhere you go. So let your hair down and enjoy your TV experience. Check out DreamWorks Trolls in theaters November 4th. Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown. New episodes Sundays at 9 on CNN.
Here's another check of the electoral vote count so far. It's lighting up the Empire State Building right in the heart of New York City. Hillary Clinton right now with 68 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Donald Trump with 48. We're counting down to another poll closing and another chance to make a projection in the presidential race. Right now, here's a key race alert. All right, take a look here at Florida. We'll start with Florida. 88% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is, 48.5% to 48.4%. Donald Trump has now taken the lead. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton by 8,071 votes. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. 88% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has now taken an 8,000-plus vote lead. In North Carolina, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton maintains a steady lead of nearly 150,000 votes over Donald Trump, 51.7% to 45.8%. 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton maintains her lead of about 120,000 votes over Donald Trump. 18 electoral votes are at stake in Ohio right now. Let's take a look at the electoral map count as we know it right now. Take a look at this. You see Hillary Clinton with 68 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 48. You need 270 to win the White House. Remember, the blue states, those are states we've projected that Hillary Clinton will win. The red states, those are states we've projected Donald Trump will win. You see all those yellow states over there? Those are states where it's too early to call. We have not yet been able to make a projection in those states. And you see all of those states, including Florida, where Donald Trump has just pulled ahead. Let's go and show the votes right now. Look at this. Florida, 88% of the vote is in. Donald Trump's lead has grown almost 14,000 over Hillary Clinton, 48.6% to 48.4%. Donald Trump has a slight lead over Hillary Clinton in Florida. And John, 88% of the vote is in, 12% outstanding. So this is a significant number right now.
And we're again, this is going to be seesaw.
It's a nail biter.
Hang out for a while. Brewster Espresso. Just as we were earlier when you moved over there for a little bit, I was just going around and looking. And part of this is because Donald Trump started to run it up here in these counties, and there's still a lot of votes to be counted. These are the quick early vote deposits coming in, and Donald Trump running up by big margins up here in the conservative part of the state, which is exactly what he needs to do. Down here in the southwest corner of the state is Republican territory. 76% of the vote, and that's one of the things you start to get into when you get close to 88, 90% statewide. You're going county by county and saying what's left for Donald Trump to get and what's left for Hillary Clinton to get. Lee County just went to 100% as we were having this conversation. So it's a place where he's running up the score, but there's nothing more. And so that's when you get trying to get from 88 to 100. Now we're at 89%. If you're in the Clinton campaign, you're down a little bit right now, but here's what's encouraging to you. If you look at Palm Beach County, she's running it up quite big right here, and they still have 75%
Only 25% of the vote is in.
Right. So if the margin stays anything like that, there's a lot more math to be added in the Hillary Clinton column. Move down to Broward County, as we come in here in the middle, we still post a zero here. It's obviously not zero. We have a lot of votes in here. You get the early vote count released, and only when they start counting the live votes do we get a sense of what the percentage is. So we don't know. We assume there are more votes here, but we don't know the answer to that question in Broward County. Miami-Dade, they're almost done, but there's 20% more in a major population center. So that's a big chunk of votes. If that margin stays the same, this 20% comes in.
Those three counties alone, those three counties, Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County, they have, more than 30% of the population of the entire state.
That's right. You just go through right here and look. 7% in Palm Beach County, almost 10%, 9% there, so you're up to 16 plus. Miami-Dade 13 plus. So there you go. You're above 20%, 30%, I'm sorry, right there as you go. And they're big Democratic areas. And again, there's still some votes out. So you start looking in other areas. I looked up here a little bit. Discouraged in terms of Clinton has what she's going to get out of Orange County up here at 97% of the vote counted there. So as you go through matching up these counties, what's left to count? You come in.
All right, stand by for a second. I want to quickly go to Dana. You've got two major projections in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right. Well, the first Democratic pickup in the Senate of the evening. You see there Tammy Duckworth, the Democratic challenger. CNN can project that she will beat the incumbent Republican Mark Kirk. This is a seat that Republicans frankly, gave up on a while ago. They knew that Tammy Duckworth, especially in a presidential year in a blue state, was very likely to win, and CNN can project that that has happened. Now let's go to the state of Florida. Very close on the presidential level, but on the Senate level, CNN can project that Marco Rubio will go on to win another term in the U.S. Senate, defeating his Democratic challenger, Patrick Murphy. This was not a seat that Rubio wanted. He said he was going to retire until a lot of bigwigs came in and convinced him to reconsider. He did, and now he looks like he will go on to win re-election. Now let's look at some other pickups for, other wins that CNN can project this evening. Richard Blumenthal, the incumbent Democrat in Connecticut, CNN can project that he will win another term, defeating his Republican challenger, Dan Carter. Now in the state of Maryland, CNN can project that Chris Van Hollen will will beat his Republican challenger, Kathy Schlega. This was an open Democratic seat, so it stays in the blue column. Then in Oklahoma, James Lankford, the incumbent Republican, CNN can project there he will win re-election, defeating his Democratic challenger, Mike Workman. Now let's look at some of the key races that we're watching that will determine the balance of power. New Hampshire, the polls have closed there within the last hour. The Democratic challenger right now is ahead of the incumbent Republican, Maggie Hassan, just a little under 6,000 votes ahead of Kelly Ayotte, but not very many votes in, so we're going to be watching that closely. And then also North Carolina. Deborah Ross is the Democratic challenger. She has a significant lead right now against the incumbent Republican Richard Burr. She is hoping to unseat him, and Democrats are hoping that that will be another one in their column in their quest to take back the Senate. Now let's look at what all of this means, Jake, for the balance of power. At this hour, you see there on the big board, Democrats have 40 seats. Republicans have 35, 25 left to call. But the big news during this hour is the fact that Democrats have their very first pickup in the state of Illinois. So what that means is they would need 4 more pickups, holding all the rest, in order to become the majority again in the U.S. Senate.
This was the one that we knew the Democrats would get in Illinois, and then we also suspected that Rubio in Florida and Portman in Ohio would be able to hold on to their seats. Now we look at the real races and find out what happens in these ones that we have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it could be very, very close in some of those key battleground states, and we're going to see what happens. As you point out, the Democrats need a net gain of 5. Unless they win the White House, then they need a net gain of 4. We have a key race alert right now. All right, let's show you what's going on in Florida right now. 29 electoral votes are at stake. 91% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is building up a sort of impressive lead, 63,297 votes. Donald Trump has a lead over Hillary Clinton in Florida with 91% of the vote in, 48.8% to 48.1%. 56% of the vote in North Carolina is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of 131,000 over Donald Trump. 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Ohio, 31% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of almost 100,000 votes over Donald Trump in Ohio. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio right now. We've got more. In Virginia, 45%, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead over Hillary Clinton. In Virginia, 130,000 vote lead, in fact, over Hillary Clinton. 13 electoral votes are at stake in Virginia. More numbers coming in, more results coming in. 9% of the vote in Georgia is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead of 169,000 plus over Hillary Clinton. In New Hampshire, only 7% of the vote is in, but Hillary Clinton's lead is 5,700 over Donald Trump, 53% to 41.8%. Michigan, they're going to be closing the polls, but we've got some numbers so far. Hillary Clinton has a 20,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 6% of the vote is in Michigan. And in Texas, they'll be closing the polls soon, but 46% of the vote has been released. Hillary Clinton, look at this, has a 56,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with almost half of the vote in Texas right now. There you see right now. We have more projections to make right now. 2 more wins for Donald Trump. CNN projects Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina with its 9 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump in South Carolina. Donald Trump will also win Alabama with its 9 electoral votes. Donald Trump the winner in Alabama and South Carolina. 2 important wins for Donald Trump. We have a key race alert right now. The polls in Arkansas have just closed. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state. Hillary Clinton was the first lady of Arkansas. Too early to call in Arkansas. 6 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. See where it stands right now with these latest wins. Look at how close it is. 68 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 66 for Donald Trump. You need 270 to win the White House. Let me remind you, the red states we've projected Donald Trump will win. The blue states we've projected Hillary Clinton will win. The yellow states, too early to call. No projection yet in those states. Jake, this is a nail-biter in several of these states. It's been going back and forth, up and down.
In Florida, especially Donald Trump with something like a 60,000 vote lead right now, but there are still lots of outstanding votes in Broward County and in Palm Beach County, the southeastern part of Florida, where there are a lot of Democratic votes. And still, it's as we always said, this was going to be a very tight race in some of these states. And in Florida, really, I have no idea what's going to happen. Republicans and Democrats still anticipate Hillary Clinton could edge it out. But at the end of the day, who knows?
And Dana, Donald Trump really needs to win Florida if he's going to have a major shot. He could do it in other ways, but Florida is so important.
That's right. Look, it's important for him just emotionally and symbolically because he feels that it is a second home because of Mar-a-Lago and other places that he has there, but also, much more importantly, mathematically, it is very, very hard for him to get the keys to the White House without going through Florida first. And as you said, the counties that are out do seem to be more Democratic than the ones that we already have in that shows Donald Trump slightly ahead. But I have to say, I was just communicating with some Republicans saying, well, you can't say we didn't get our vote out. Right. Because it certainly looks like they did.
Yeah. Although we should point out, again, we've already called Florida for Marco Rubio.
Exactly.
I mean, so
the Senate candidate.
The Senate candidate there. So he was running significantly ahead of Donald Trump. And it's interesting, one of the subtexts of this night is how did Republican Senate candidates deal with Donald Trump? Mark Kirk in Illinois, he announced he was the first Republican in the Senate to say he was not going to endorse Donald Trump. I think he said he was going to write in General McChrystal. He got decimated in that very blue state. Marco Rubio tried to keep an arm's length, but he did say he was going to vote for Donald Trump, and he tried to challenge his Democratic opponent. Do you think Hillary Clinton is trustworthy? Do you support her? And apparently his argument won the day.
And can I just point out one bit of irony? Marco Rubio's presidential race ended because Donald Trump trounced him.
Killed him.
In Florida during the presidential primary. And now here we have Marco Rubio being convinced to run for re-election. We project that he's winning, and Donald Trump is fighting for the broader electorate.
Originally said he wasn't going to run for re-election. He decided to run for re-election.
It was only 4 months ago that
John,
he changed his mind.
Let's take a look at the state of Florida right now because Hillary Clinton was ahead, Donald Trump was ahead. They're going back and forth. There's still votes outstanding. But take a look at this. 91% of the vote has now been counted. I must say I'm impressed that Florida counts its votes so quickly, almost 10 million, 9 million votes. Look at this. Look at this. 48.9%, 48.1%. Look at a small lead over there for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. He's ahead by only what 77,000 votes. That's a significant number.
That's a significant number. And then again, you know, as I said earlier, we're going to keep looking. I was just emailing when you were walking over with some Democrats and Republicans in Florida, asking them what they know on the ground, and they're where we are now. They're just counting votes. Except, you start going through this. When you get up this far, you start saying what's missing. And you still have half of the votes in Palm Beach County to come in, and Hillary Clinton has a big, healthy lead there. There's no guarantee, zero guarantee, she keeps that spread. But if she keeps anything like that spread, she's, almost 90,000 votes up there. If the other half comes in, and she'll pick up, if she picks up somewhere in the ballpark of 80,000 votes when the other half comes in, that's significant given how close this race is. So one of the most significant issues in Florida now as we get up to 91% statewide, and I'm going to keep checking it because it can change on the fly as we go through this, is what's missing. And there's a lot of votes missing in that Democratic stronghold, a lot of votes missing here. We don't have the exact number yet. Broward County turnout, we are told, expected to be up from 2012. These are the early votes, and there's always one county in any state that's a little slow to count. We'll wait to see if we get more votes.
This bodes well for Hillary Clinton.
The expectation is, we don't have the exact percentage, but the expectation is she's winning big, and unless there's a dramatic change in the results, she's going to get more votes there. And we come down to Miami-Dade, they're almost done here, but in a big populous county like this, 9% or 10% of the vote can make a difference. So if you're looking at the map right now, you're trying to think, are there places on this map where Donald Trump can make up what's still to come? And again, he's ahead by a very slight margin at the moment. There's every reason to expect Hillary Clinton will make up that margin and more down here. And so then the question is, where do you look for Donald Trump? So let's just go through. I'm picking these counties randomly. Well, here's one. only at 32% of the vote. Again, it's not a lot of votes. It's less populated, but that's the key in these states. In just about every state we're going to go through in these battleground states, you see a lot of red. Those are smaller rural counties. So the question is, how many can you get? They're at 100% here, Citrus County. That's bad for Donald Trump. You come over here, they're only at 32% in Marion County, so there are more votes to get. Are there enough? Are there enough of these rural counties? This one's at 100%. You come through here, they're at 96%. You move up here at 97%. So after a while, you start to think if most of these counties, let's just keep picking them randomly to see, 100% and 45%. So in some of these counties, very small, the question is, when you're getting 100 votes here, 500 votes here, 700 votes there, can you make up for this? And that's always the challenge for Republicans in a state like Florida, because when you get down here, I just want to come back to Miami-Dade and check it, this is where you're talking about tens of thousands of votes. When the percentage number moves up, you're talking about tens of thousands of votes, not hundreds of votes. And so if you're looking at this map right now at 91%, you're crossing them a little bit in the Clinton campaign, but you think you get enough down here still in the bank to get you over the finish line. But that's by no means guaranteed, because we're going to have to go through all these smaller rural counties.
He's 84,000 votes ahead right now.
Right.
But as you point out,
ahead
those
right
Democratic
now.
counties in the South, there's still a lot of votes outstanding.
You could get those right here. You could get those right here in Palm Beach County. The combination of Palm Beach, Broward, and what's left in Miami-Dade to be counted is more than enough. The question is what else is still out there. And again, when you start to pick, this is a large Republican. It's only 2% of the state population, but it's all Republican. Donald Trump's winning it big, but it's 95% in. You come over here, Lee County, here's a place where Donald Trump could do some business.
Take a look. Let's go to North Carolina and Virginia. Donald Trump, by the way, in Virginia, Donald Trump is ahead. Let's go to Virginia first.
Right. You look at Virginia. I've been watching this one repeatedly because Donald Trump is ahead. And just a cautionary note. Again, this is more competitive than we thought Virginia was going to be, at least that a lot of people thought Virginia was going to be. So here's the big issue. Donald Trump is doing exactly what he needs to do out here. These are your smaller rural areas. You pick out these counties, 68%, 69%. 79%. Donald Trump's doing exactly what he needs to do out in rural, but the problem for the issue is what's here. Only 50% in Loudoun County. Secretary Clinton running it up. This is where your population center is, coming closer to Washington, D.C. Only 27% of the vote counted in Fairfax County. Again, look at the margin there. Go into Fairfax City and pull that out. Only 43% of the vote counted there. That's a very low number there. So we're waiting for a lot more votes out of Fairfax. Want to move over here. You come down here to some of these swing counties that you look at. Hillary Clinton, this is a comeback for Donald Trump. When we looked earlier tonight, and we're only at 16% in Prince William County, he was way down in Prince William County when we were in the single digits. This is a comeback of sorts there to show this will be the challenge. If Donald Trump can stay that competitive in these outer suburbs, then he has a chance. If you get into places just across the bridge in Arlington, Virginia, where you find the Pentagon, this is what you expect, 2/3 of the vote. So there's more votes for Hillary Clinton to come out of here. The question is, can Donald Trump stay more competitive in the outer suburbs and then run it up in these rural areas? But again, let's just check down here in the Norfolk area to see what we have here. Chesapeake County, 61% there. Portsmouth here, 41%. In these Democratic areas down here, still some votes to be counted. So Donald Trump is ahead. That's encouraging, but we still got some business to do in Virginia.
North Carolina, Hillary Clinton is ahead in North Carolina right now. She's ahead, by about 80,000 votes, more than 80,000 votes. 85,000 votes.
85,000 votes, and they are coming out of the big areas where she needed to get them. Mecklenburg County, just shy of 10% of the state population. That's a big margin, and we still have more votes to get here. Again, when you go into these states now, statewide, where are we? 59%. And so we still know, because we have a 0 there, that means this is an early vote dump, and we're waiting for more votes to come in. We still have more to get out of Mecklenburg County. Then you move over here. Wake County, again, used to be the back and forth swing county in the state. It's a Democratic county now, but the Democrats need to win it big. She's winning it big. That's about
100,000 votes.
That's what she needs to do. And here, again, and this is where we're waiting, because the polls were kept open. They should be closing now in that area, Durham County, right in this ballpark. So again, you look at this, and the question is, where does Donald Trump where can he get his votes in these places where he's winning? Let's just look. Brunswick County. Again, it's a small area, but you want to compare it. He's running even with where Governor Romney ran. Romney was at 60% here. Donald Trump's just shy of that. So as you watch this pull out, it tells you the performance-wise, and we're seeing this in a lot of states, performance-wise in this race, it looks a lot like 2012. Now, obviously, President Obama won in 2012. In this state, Mitt Romney won. And so we're going to watch this. We still have, you see the light, the gray, those are mostly Trump votes. You can be pretty sure that in these rural areas, this one, between two Democratic counties here, Democrat might win this one. But if you come through and you look back in time, most of these rural areas, up here, they're Democratic. Down here and out to the west, they tend to be Republican. So if you're looking at the map right now, a little bit more probably to be gained for Secretary Clinton up here. Trump has to run it up here. And then the population centers, we haven't looked at Winston-Salem all night. Again, we have a 0. This means this is early votes to come in. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you're looking at the map, you still have some, in these population centers.
You know that 59% of the vote is in, so there's still lots of votes out there. Let's go to Ohio right now. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Ohio. No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
Right, and a quick footnote again as we go through this, if you're just joining us. These are states we're still counting the votes in. This one here, I just want to show you. We don't think Hillary Clinton's going to win Mississippi tonight. If she does, that would be a stunner. But these are live data feeds, so it's 1 or 2 precincts, 1 or 2 counties coming in. So bear with us as we go through the night. You wanted to go to Ohio right there, 49 to 46. Again, if you're the Clinton campaign, you're encouraged. The map is filling in. I'm just going to show you. This is
a third of the vote is in.
Right. So look at the map. Remember, it's mostly red. Remember where the blues are? It's pretty typical. A little more red up here for Donald Trump so far up here. If you look up along the northern
she's
part
ahead
of the state.
now by 50,000.
But she's ahead by 50,000 votes. And so the question is, this is your biggest vote center, Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is. 32% of the vote. She's running it up pretty big. It's a reasonable expectation. There's more in the bank here for Secretary Clinton. So then you want to pull out and you say, here's the issue. It's a lot of red, right? They're smaller, but this is only 24% of the vote. Only 17% of the vote. Only 18% of the vote. 60% of the vote here, but still some more votes to come in and Trump. So Trump is winning all this red, and if you're Donald Trump, be patient. Republicans should not give up on Ohio. There's a lot of places here that have not counted the votes. And again, you're talking, it's not as big a margin, but if it's 2,000 here, 2,000 here, 1,000 or so here, over time you can make it up. So there's still a lot to be counted in Ohio. We're up to a third of the vote, but if you look what you're looking for in the Republican areas, are you getting to 100%? Then if you're the Trump campaign, you'd start to get worried. We have a lot of counting to do still in Ohio. She's ahead at the moment, but there's a lot of business to be done. As you see, most of these counties are still in the 20s or the 30% wise.
Let's go back to North Carolina, because Hillary Clinton's lead in North Carolina, a critically important state, has just narrowed to about 66,000 votes, with 61% of the vote in. 66,000
votes, and so you're seeing what's happening. I just want to go out here to the Democratic area where she's getting 57%. You start to watch and see where Donald Trump is starting to pull in. He's got votes to be counted out here too. 33% of the vote here. He's pulling pretty healthy margins in the smaller rural areas, and there's still votes to be counted. So as these counties come in, he's coming back. I just want to keep checking here because it's the big population centers to see if it's getting any closer. We're still waiting for more votes out of Mecklenburg County. And the question is, you have the early vote that comes in. The Democrats, in a lot of places, the Democrats feel very happy with their early vote turnout. Sometimes when you get the day of voting, the Republicans will stage it. Even in a Democratic area, the Republicans will get closer because of the traditionalists who turn out on Election Day. So we need to be careful when we look at these big places where we still have votes to be counted. But here in Wake County, we're now up to 88%. And so this is to the same point. In a very competitive state, the Clinton campaign can count on some more out of Wake County, but they're starting to, this is where you run your models. You got 12% left. Is it enough to offset elsewhere? Durham County's now up to 12%. This is an area where she needs that. They see the 85%, not only the 85%, but the gap, 22,000 votes right there. In your computer models of this race, you need 85% and big turnout in Durham.
All right.
Let's just pull out
Stand by.
For a second. Very close. We're going to be here a while.
All right, we got another check of the electoral vote count on the Empire State Building right now. Hillary Clinton now with 68 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Donald Trump not far behind with 66 electoral votes. We're just minutes away from another big round of poll closings in 14 states, including delegate-rich New York State. That's the home to both of the presidential nominees. New Yorkers, by the way, they're watching the results on CNN. They're at a rooftop watch party down the street from the Empire State Building. Our election coverage continues right after this.
Tomorrow's the day we'll play something besides video games.
Every day is a gift, especially for people with heart failure. But today, there's Entresto, a breakthrough medicine that can help make more tomorrows possible.
Tomorrow, I want to see Teddy bait his first hook.
In the largest heart failure study ever, Entresto was proven to help more people stay alive and out of the hospital than a leading heart failure medicine. Women who are pregnant must not take Entresto. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren. If you've had angioedema while taking an ACE or ARB medicine, don't take Entresto. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high potassium in your blood.
Tomorrow, I'm going to step out with my favorite girl.
Ask your heart doctor about Entresto and help make the gift of tomorrow possible.
What you doing in bed with that woman?
I'm his wife.
That's no good here.
This November, don't miss the film critics are calling the best movie of the year.
We may lose the small battles, but win the big war.
Loving, based on a true story. Rated PG-13.
It's so nice to meet you. Give it time.
Don't let me be misunderstood.
Good Behavior premieres next Tuesday at 9 on TNT.
The Daily Show with Trevor Noah has seen it all.
She's crooked. Wrong. I actually feel sorry for the GOP. They spent the entire campaign season waiting for the Trump pivots, and it never came. Now I see why Republicans don't believe in evolution. Hillary had this election in the bag. She was measuring the drapes in the Oval Office and making sure she had a pantsuit to match.
Now see how it all ends. The Daily Show with Trevor Noah's live election night coverage.
This is it. We made it.
The series finale of America. Live tonight at 11 on Comedy Central.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking. So you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
If you battle back pain or knee pain, you don't have to tough it out. Turn it off.
Smart Relief from Icy Hot. Turn on relaxing pulses that start blocking pain immediately.
And it's wireless, reusable, and easy to use. Icy Hot Smart Relief.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
It's a close race at 270 electoral votes right now. You can see our running tally on the Empire State Building. Hillary Clinton now with 68 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 66. And just down the street from the world-famous landmark, New Yorkers are watching election results on CNN as we get ready for the polls to close in New York State. That's the home turf for both Clinton and Trump. We're getting new numbers coming in right now. Here's a key race alert. All right, Donald Trump is ahead in 2 important states in Florida and Virginia. In Florida right now, 91% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump has a 110,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 47.8%. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. In Virginia, almost 60% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump is ahead by 128,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 50% to 44.8%. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. 2 important battleground states where Hillary Clinton is ahead. In Ohio, more than a third of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of 36,500 votes over Donald Trump, 49% to 47.2%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. And in North Carolina, 61% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton's lead is 62,000 over Donald Trump. 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. So she's ahead in North Carolina and Ohio right now. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. We're watching Florida. Right now, let's say Florida. More than 90%, Jake, of the vote is now in.
Yeah, it's surprising how close it is, given the fact that both Democrats and Republicans in the state had thought that Hillary Clinton had a slight edge. We're still waiting for a lot of outstanding vote in southeastern Florida, which is a Democratic stronghold, but he's up more than 100,000 votes as of right now, with 91% of the vote in.
Yeah, that's impressive lead, but it could certainly come back depending on what happens in those heavily Democratic counties in the southeast.
That's right. And look, they not only spent money, but they also sent their most prized resources, the candidates themselves, over and over again. Just really quickly, our embeds with either candidate, Ashley Killow and Dan Merica, says both of them, since the conventions, both of them have been there to Florida 25 times, holding 45 events in one state. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about why this is so close.
Yeah, Anderson, this night is turning out to be a real nail-biter.
It is. Fascinating. It's going to be a long night indeed. Let's talk with the Gloria Borger, David Axelrod. I mean, as you look at Florida, Donald Trump has a lead of some 100,000 votes. But again, we're talking about Miami-Dade County votes still to come in, Broward and Palm Beach.
There are about 800,000. I was just speaking with a Republican in the state, 800,000 to 1 million votes still out. They believe, this Republican says, that her Democratic buddies are very worried about this state right now. And I think that you see the Latino turnout in the state was 18%. Barack Obama's, David pointed out to me, was 17%. So it's a little bit up, but it's not usually up, which is what we anticipated. African American vote is up in the state, 15%. So that may balance it out.
David Axelrod, as you look at the numbers, what do you see?
Well, it's a slightly less. It is a slightly more minority turnout, and I think when you look at what's out, I think there's cause for optimism.
In terms of what votes have not been counted in those heavily leaning Democratic areas.
And as John King points out, that is how you have to look at these things. There are some big pockets of support for her that are out. This is going to be close.
Assuming the votes that have not been counted in those leaning Democratic areas continue to mirror the votes that have been counted in those same areas.
Then she would end up winning the state. But, you know, so if I were sitting there and looking at this, I would say, let's count them, because if you're on the Democratic side, this thing could turn out.
But, I mean, all along, the Trump campaign has been saying that Florida's a must-win for them.
Absolutely.
And I mean,
they can't win without it. I mean, the fact of the matter is that's 29 electoral votes. They have to have it, and they have to have other states as well that they've not been leading it in the polls. But this one, because of the size of it, they have to have. So this is really this is going to tell a lot of the story of this race.
And I was texting with a Democrat in the state who was saying that Donald Trump did better in the exurbs, rural areas, and what this points to is this divide in this country.
Yeah.
You know, urban, rural, and you see it in the state of Florida.
You certainly do, Wolf.
Anderson, we're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings in the battle between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Just minutes from now at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be watching 14 states, including key races in the battlegrounds of Arizona, Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The last polls are also closing in Kansas, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, and Wyoming. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. Jake, we're heading into battlegrounds where the candidates have tried to clearly shake up the electoral map.
That's right. As we move west, we're looking at some states now where they've been trying to change the color of states. We've seen Hillary Clinton trying to make a play to turn Arizona from red to blue, while Donald Trump would like to flip Democratic-leading Michigan or Wisconsin or Colorado from blue to red. Let's check in with our correspondents who are at the major presidential candidates' campaign headquarters. They're both in New York City. First, let's go to Jeff Zeleny at Clinton campaign headquarters. And Jeff, these numbers out of North Carolina and Florida have got to be nerve-wracking for the Clinton team, especially Florida, which they felt pretty confident about.
They did indeed, Jake. Really, for the last couple of days, the Clinton campaign's confidence has been rising about Florida. But what we're seeing here is seeing campaign strategy play out in real life. Keep an eye on Broward County, as John and you and everyone has been saying. Secretary Clinton visited there 3 times in the last week alone. They were literally dragging people to early vote. So that is something that is still out. That's why one top advisor tells me just a few moments ago there is no panic because of Broward County. But I can tell you, Jake, much closer than they thought. They're also watching Pennsylvania very carefully. But one advisor tells me we're flying almost blind there. This is old school. No early voting. They're frankly not sure what's happening in Philadelphia as much. But first things first. And first for the Clinton campaign is watching Broward County and watching South Florida. Jake.
All right, let's go to Sarah Murray, who's with the Trump campaign just a few blocks away in Manhattan. And Sarah, the Trump campaign, while who knows what's going to happen, they've got to feel pretty good. They're really turning some of these states into very competitive battlegrounds.
They do feel very good about that, Jake, and particularly when you look at Florida and how tight the race is there. They're pleased to see that, but this is not a campaign that's out there popping champagne or rejoicing about the numbers they're seeing. They expected Florida to be very tight and very nerve-wracking, and they are very aware of the fact that if they cannot pull out a victory in Florida, then basically Donald Trump's chances of reaching 270 pretty much evaporate. And so that's why when I was checking in with one Trump staffer about how they're feeling so far about Florida, this person just told me simply scared.
All right, Sarah Murray at Trump campaign headquarters. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer right now.
It's a lot closer, Dana, than so many people thought in these key battleground states. This is going to take a while.
It is going to be a long night. Look, I mean, it is a divided country, and at least as far as the votes are showing us as they're coming in now, that is playing out. I mean, there's no question about it, and especially and incredibly so in the purple state of Florida.
Well, let's walk over to John King and take a closer look at Florida right now. John, some of those Democratic leading counties in the southeastern part of Florida, there's still a lot of votes outstanding.
Still a lot of votes outstanding. The question is, are there enough votes outstanding? So you go through them as you look. And you look at Palm Beach County, we've been stuck at 53% of the vote counted for quite some time, 57 to 40. So reasonable to assume there are a lot more votes here for Secretary Clinton if the margin holds up. It doesn't always. Could be some more Republican-leaning precincts out there. We don't know exactly what's out there, but if you watch as it's built, it's been pretty consistent. The question is, what's left? Jeff Zeleny was just talking about this. We're only up to 13% in Broward County. Secretary Clinton has targeted this quite a bit. She's at 70-30 almost right there. Let's just go back and look at it comparative in time, 67-32. So at the moment, she's running a little stronger than President Obama was 4 years ago when he eked out the narrowest of victories in this one county in Florida. The president won statewide narrowly. We come down to Miami-Dade, which is the biggest place for Democratic votes, and this one's almost counted, 91%. But again, that 9%, when you're talking about, look at the numbers of votes here, that 9%, a decent amount of votes. So we've got some more counting to do here. And the other thing you start looking for, Wolf, is where are the Republican votes still out? So you're looking DeSoto County, 100%. A lot of these smaller counties, the rural counties where Donald Trump runs it up, still Polk County, we have nothing. So there's some potential gain for Donald Trump here. But you're starting to go through these. If you come out to the coast, here's a place, Volusia County. This is Daytona area. This is a place where Donald Trump outperformed Mitt Romney. You look 54, 55 there to 50. So there are some places where Trump is outperforming Romney, and this is a decent vote total, just shy of 40,000 votes there. He's running up the votes here. He's done very well along the northeastern coast of Florida, Donald Trump has. But, again, you find a county, you see a big gap, but it's at 100% when you're trying to make up votes. You move up here, a big gap, but it's at 100%. So you pull back out where the Democratic votes are, counted here in Orange County, mostly counted here. One of the interesting areas, this is very, very close, and it's going to be very close to the end. If Donald Trump ekes out a victory, he may have his performance right here in the Tampa-St. Pete area. Why do I say that? Let me pull it out and look at it. Let's take the lines away so it's not confusing. Hillsborough County, 51-45. If you go back in time, President Obama won it a little bit bigger. You move over here to Pinellas County, you see that's the president's margin 4 years ago, 5 points. Donald Trump is leading here right now. It's a vote-rich area on the western part of the state, a swing area that goes back and forth in close races. Trump is outperforming Romney in that particular part of the state. So that's what's keeping him more competitive, keeping him in the lead right now. If he ekes out a narrow victory, he'll have his performance up here to think about it. And again, we're going to just come back down here and keep checking. Still at 53%. A lot of votes here still to come in. And so far, they've been going Clinton's way. This is the one now up to 16%. We'll check her lead in just a second as this vote comes in. But you want to watch as we start going from 13 to 16 to 20 to 30. Does it stay 69-30? Does it stay in that margin? If it stays in that margin, she's going to make up a lot of votes.
That Broward County, where Fort Lauderdale is, 9.3% of the whole population of the state.
And so as you move up, if you're looking at that big of a population center, as you move up through the count, Miami-Dade's still stuck at 93. But this is the big one we're waiting on. I mean, there'll be some adjustments in the margins, but when we get more of this, when we get from 16 to 30 to 40, we'll see if this holds up, and we'll see that we'll get to a better sense of the turnout. We'll see how much of the math. But if you look at just imagine at 16%, you're talking about 260, 280,000 votes right there. If that continues, there are still votes to be had. But we've got some counting to do. I'm just looking at other places as we go through this. 76% here, Clinton with a big lead, so maybe some more votes for her there. Most of these other places.
Let's do Virginia for a moment. Quickly with Virginia.
Let's pull back out to the map. Again, these are states where the early votes are being counted. These are not states that have been tossed. But Virginia has stayed Donald Trump lead for quite some time, and we're up to 65%. This is a state, remember, Hillary Clinton's running mate, Senator Tim Kaine, former Governor Tim Kaine, is from here. You see the lead right here, 50% to 45%. That's a pretty healthy lead for Donald Trump, so let's take a look. Number one, he's doing what he needs to do, running it up out in the small rural counties. And this is incredibly important in these states, 74 to 21. You see how this goes here. The big issue, Wolf, we're still waiting for some votes out of the Washington, D.C. suburbs. See, only half of the votes here counted in, less than half in Fairfax County, 50% in Loudoun County. So Donald Trump leads in Virginia, Wolf, but still a lot of math to be done in the more populated areas just outside of Washington, D.C.
14 states are about to close the polling in 14 states, including two huge ones, Texas and New York. We're watching several other states right now. We're getting ready to make some projections. All right, take a look at this. We project that Hillary Clinton will carry her home state of New York. That's 29 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton will win New York State. That's Donald Trump's home state as well. Hillary Clinton carries the Empire State. Donald Trump, we project, will win Kansas with its 6 electoral votes, Nebraska with its 5 electoral votes, and Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins those 3. Donald Trump wins some more states, 3 more. He will carry North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes, and South Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump carries those states as well. Donald Trump carrying some more states. Let's take a look at the states where it's too early to call right now. These are the states where the polls have closed, but we're not able to make any projections. Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, Texas, and Wisconsin. No projections yet. Here's the electoral map as it stands right now. Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 84 electoral votes. Remember, 270. That's the magic number you need to be elected President of the United States. You see the map over there. The blue states are the states that Hillary Clinton has won. The red states are the states that Donald Trump has won. All those yellow states are states where the polls have closed, but we're not yet able to make a projection. By the way, Nebraska, we are projecting that Donald Trump will win 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. Nebraska, one of 2 states with Maine, where they distribute electoral votes according to congressional districts. Let's go over to Jake. This is a big win for Hillary Clinton in New York, because Donald Trump, that's his home state. Originally he thought he would have a shot, not necessarily in Manhattan, but in upstate New York.
Yeah, bragging rights at the very least. It's a Democratic state. Let's show some images there of the Empire State Building. If you're watching right now and you sent a photograph of yourself voting with the hashtag #MyVote to Instagram, your images will be making up the mosaic on the Empire State Building as New Yorkers, Democrats celebrate the win of Hillary Clinton of that state, the Empire State. But still, this is just the beginning of what looks like it's going to be a very long night.
Yeah, let's get back to the electoral map right now. Take a look over here. You see the electoral map, the projected numbers that we have: 97 electoral votes for Hillary Clinton, 84 right now for Donald Trump. 270 needed to be elected President of the United States. But Florida, that's the big story right now.
It is so razor thin. I'm texting back and forth with both Democrats and Republicans. Frankly, both are surprised at how tight it is, and how the Latino vote, at least it looks at this point, certainly it's higher than it was in 2012 and 2008, but not the surge in that particular state that many suspected would come.
And at least right now, there are counties where Donald Trump is outperforming every Republican that has run in Florida for president in 16 years. He's doing very, very well, driving up Republican turnout and the Republican vote in some of these right-leaning counties.
Yep. And look, this is the story that Donald Trump and his team said that we would be telling in many of these places, that there are people who have been disaffected for many, many years, who see their candidate finally in Donald Trump, that they would come out and vote where they hadn't done so before. And that explains the story of these red-leaning counties where the vote is very high.
We have another key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look. Let's start in Florida right now. Donald Trump is ahead impressively with 91% of the vote now in. Look at this. He has a lead of 143,361. That's an impressive lead right now, with so many of the votes already counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump also has a lead of more than 52,000, with 39% of the vote in, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. Donald Trump ahead there. In Virginia right now, Donald Trump still has an impressive lead. In Virginia, 66% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 108,000 votes. In Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, 29% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a very impressive lead of more than 340,000 over Hillary Clinton, 62.5% to 30. 35%. There are 16 electoral votes in Georgia, an impressive lead for Donald Trump in Georgia right now. Let's go on to North Carolina right now. 69% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Donald Trump has a lead, but of only 689 votes. He just took the lead over Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. Now his lead has grown a little bit as we're speaking. His lead is almost 3,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.8% to 48.7%. 69% of the vote is now in North Carolina. Donald Trump has a slight lead. In New Hampshire, only 13% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a small advantage right now, 4,500 over Donald Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. This has been a battleground state. In Michigan, 11% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton's lead is only 13,771, 48.7% to 46.2%. Michigan has a lot of electoral votes, 16 to be specific. Michigan, it's a close race in Michigan right now. It's a key state. Pennsylvania, only 5% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of more than 106,000 votes over Donald Trump, 65% to 30%. 20 electoral votes are at stake in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump really was hoping for Pennsylvania, but only 5% of the vote is in. Let's take a look at Colorado. Right now, 7% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 42,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump, but very early, only 7% of the vote is in. 9 electoral votes are at stake in Colorado right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. Where it stands right now. You can see Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 84 electoral votes. Once again, you need 270 to be elected president of the United States. The red states we've projected going to Donald Trump. The blue states we've projected going to Hillary Clinton. All those yellow states you see, too early to call, no projections there. Let's go over to John King. I want to update our viewers on Florida right now because that vote is coming in Florida. Donald Trump building up an impressive lead.
He is building up an impressive lead. The question is there enough still out there for Hillary Clinton? And when you go through some of these other counties, Donald Trump running it up in the rural areas, only 57% of the vote counted here, Marion County. It's not insignificant, just shy of 2% of the state population. So, again, there's more votes here for Donald Trump, and you're looking around trying to find out where they are, the 100% there and 100% there. And so the question is, as Trump runs it up in the conservative rural parts of the state, is there enough when you get to 49 point to 47, you see the vote count there. She needs to make it up. Is it there? Potentially. Potentially. Palm Beach here, 83% of the vote in. That lead there. She gets some vote here. This is the big question mark. Let me pull this back up for you here. The big question mark remains Broward County. Are there enough Democratic votes left? We have it at 16%. We're waiting for an update. That's been held solid there for some time. So sometimes you get a vote dump. The percentage total jumps up pretty quickly. Is there enough there? That's really the biggest outstanding question, is how much of a boost will Hillary Clinton get out of Broward County, and is it enough to overcome that Donald Trump lead? Because most of Miami-Dade is in. Again, 7% left in a big populated county like Miami-Dade. There's more there, too. The question is, when you pull it out to statewide, is it enough? What's left down here? Because most of the other Democratic centers are in. You see 100% of the vote counted there. You see 92% of the vote counted there. Again, Donald Trump, she's winning Hillsborough County, Tampa. Donald Trump outperforming Mitt Romney here, keeping it closer. Donald Trump winning Pinellas County, where St. Pete is. President Obama won this county 4 years ago. So you see some strength for Donald Trump in this part of the state that is giving him an advantage as we head into the final count. Now, we've been at this before in past elections where getting from 92 to 99 sometimes takes a very long time. So we'll see if the votes are still out here. One other thing, Wolf, since last time you were here, Ohio was
Before we go back to Florida for a second,
sure,
because I know we have a feature where there's still outstanding votes remaining. We see 92% of the vote is in. Can you isolate the areas where there are still votes outstanding?
So you do this here, and you see this tells you where you have a lot of votes still to come in. This is where I put it. You just watch the number right there, where we are below. So let's say we're below 75% of the vote counted, right? You leave that right there. So you see the areas where you're still waiting, right? So we're obviously, this is the biggest vote center, but everywhere else where we're waiting.
Because he's ahead right now by about 130,000 votes, 142,000 exactly right now. Are there enough votes outstanding that could, for Hillary Clinton to overcome that Donald Trump advantage?
So let's look at it two ways, just based on this. These are places where you're under 75%. So these are Republican places here. You bring it out here, 57% of the vote counted again. It's 1.8% of the state population, but that's to be gained for Donald Trump. It's not as big as we're about to go, but again, that's a lot of votes there still for Donald Trump if he keeps those margins. No guarantee, but these places have a vote history, and these are Republican places. This is tiny, pretty small, but again, you're only at 50% here, right? So imagine that if 9,000, just shy of 9,000 votes there, if the other 50% comes in the same way, it adds roughly ballpark 9,000 more votes. So there's your advantage for Donald Trump. The only place for the Democrats, a big Democratic area that's under 75. I'm going to move the dial.
It just went up to almost half.
Just up to almost half here. And so the question is, because it's up to almost half, let me just pull this back and come all the way over, and let's just come back out and see what that did. It didn't narrow. We're almost up to almost half, and it narrowed it somewhat. So the question is, as we go through this, are there enough votes there that we're almost at half? You see the lead now? It's pulling away. Is there enough there for Hillary Clinton in what's left in Broward and in Miami-Dade to pull it off? If you start to look at it right now, you get more and more skeptical as you move from 93. The question is, as we move that up to 95 and beyond. If you're in the Trump campaign, you're very happy with this right now. And again, you're looking at your performance in some of these, in the rock rural places, the rock conservative places, Donald Trump has performed well. And in some of these swing areas here, he's overperformed. Even where he's losing, he's overperformed Mitt Romney, again, particularly in the Tampa area, which matters because it's a population center. Look at the vote count there. If Hillary Clinton has a bigger lead here, she's got, that's another 8, 10, 20,000 votes, depending on what the size of that lead is. That's a significant in keeping the margins down there. Florida, we're going to try to get from 93 to 98 to 99. But if you're in the Trump campaign, it's 29 electoral votes you have to have. At the moment, if you're in the Trump war room, you're reasonably optimistic, but you're waiting to see, again, up to 48% here. Yeah. We're up to 83% here. So this is where the clock starts to tick against Hillary Clinton. Now that you're up to 83%.
Palm Beach County.
83% in Palm Beach County. So there's not that many more votes to come in. What comes in is coming in her favor by a lopsided margin. But then you say, okay, we're up to 83%. Boom. She's getting closer. The question is, do you get close enough with what's still left? So we'll count to the last vote in Florida. The point I was trying to make before is that earlier on, remember, as you look at this map, live results feeding in, Hillary Clinton is unlikely to win Nebraska. It's just the votes coming in early on. The same with these others, some of the Illinois perhaps, but Missouri, we don't think so. But Ohio was Democratic last time Wolf was here. It has moved to Republican now, 51 to 44. And the reason, last time I talked to Wolf, I said there's a lot of votes to be counted. In all of these rural areas here, they are now filling in for Donald Trump. So Ohio is shifting Republican as well at the moment, Wolf.
All right, John, we have some projections right now. All right, we project that Donald Trump will carry a huge prize. Texas, with all of its 38 electoral votes, a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Texas. Democrats had hoped, but it's not going to happen for them this time around. Donald Trump also carries Bill Clinton's home state of Arkansas with 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump gets 2 more states in his column. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands with those 2 states that Donald Trump has just won. He has now taken the lead. Donald Trump has 128 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Remember, 270 are needed to win the White House. So let's go back over to John King. John, he's taken the lead of the Electoral College count, which is significant right now. There's still plenty of other states out there.
I was just doing some experimenting while you were over there, just trying to do some math. As you look at this map right now, as you look at the map fill in, and I want to again caution our viewers that I'm sorry for those who have been with us all night. I'm being repetitive, but these are live results feeding in. These are not states that we have called in many cases. You see Nebraska, you see New Mexico, you see Missouri, for example. We haven't called those states, so they're blue at the moment. It's very early results. But as you look at the map right now, if you're Donald Trump, you're leading in Florida. You're leading in Virginia. We've got some votes to be counted there in the D.C. suburbs. But you just pulled ahead in Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Again, very, very early. But if you're in the Trump war room, you're looking at this, and you're saying, we told you so. We have a path. Now, does that path hold up as we go into the next hour? And the next hour, and I sort of suspect the next hour and the next hour, we'll see. We'll see. But the early results in these places, especially when you're looking, a few moments ago I was looking at Virginia. We're up to 71% now.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen this before. I have been through many elections where the Republican is leading in Virginia very late. They start to get happy in the Republican war room.
Well, zoom into those counties where there's still a lot of votes outstanding. Show them to us.
Right. Then these votes come in. So you got Loudoun County, only 85% of the vote in right there. If you pull that out.
Where's the outstanding vote?
Yeah, it's all over the place is what I'm saying. Prince William County, we're only up to 16%. Fairfax City, 57%. So in the Washington, D.C. suburbs, which, as you can see, are filling in predominantly blue, I just want to check Arlington. It's the votes out. They're up to 94% in Arlington, so fewer votes there.
Can you do for Virginia what you did in Florida?
Sure.
Show us where those votes, the outstanding vote,
Virginia
really
up here.
remains.
We're going to slide this back a little bit, pick a number. Let's just go back to 75% again. So here's where you're looking at the places where you have 75% of the vote or less, and you see some small pockets of red. The problem, if you're the Trump campaign, number one, you're leading right now. I'm not saying it's a huge problem, but these are smaller areas. You see down here, Norfolk area down here, I want to pull it out. It's 3% of the state population. Hillary Clinton is winning the 62% of the vote, and she's winning 68 to 26. So there's a potentially, again, it's not guaranteed that the margin stays the same when the rest come in, but potentially a lot of votes for the Democrat there, potentially a fair chunk of votes for the Democrat here in Portsmouth. And then again, the biggest issue always in a close race in Virginia is what happens up here. And I just want to stretch it out a little bit. Let me turn this off and just stretch it out a little bit and look. So here's Washington, D.C., and you're across the river. And so most of the votes are counted in these counties, which are lopsidedly Democratic.
No votes in Arlington County?
No, they're counted. That means they're already counted. They're past the 70%. So here's where you're still waiting. You're only at 57%. Fairfax County, that's 13% of the state population. Well, if that's a lot of votes to come in, and again, they're coming in at the moment lopsidedly Democratic. They're coming in here closer. Prince William County, Donald Trump has made a run at this. And again, if Donald Trump ekes out a victory in Virginia, you're going to look at this county, compare it to 4 years ago, and say it's one of the places where in the further out suburbs beginning to get into the exurbs, Donald Trump performed very well. Now, I want to pull this back over just so we get the whole statewide perspective. And you look, the map is filling in as you would expect it to, except for the fact that Donald Trump is running more competitive in some areas, but we're still waiting. I just want to check down here. We're only at 53% Richmond City. This is a Democratic area. She's going to run up some more votes here. You see 75 to 18. So there's more votes for here. But you're up to 72%. Again, we've been through many elections where the Republican is ahead early on, and then this vote comes in, and it changes everything. But if you're the Trump campaign, did you think, flip it, if you're the Democrats, did you think 2 weeks ago on election night we would be looking at Virginia as the count got up above 70%? And we were counting the votes.
A state that President Obama carried twice.
Carried twice. Now, it used to be a red state, but it has been moving, especially because of the growth in these suburbs and the fast-growing Latino population. So the fact that Trump is so competitive, even if he narrowly loses this state, right now he's winning, and he's in position to potentially win it. Even if he narrowly loses this state, it tells you he is performing in a way that is going to surprise some Democrats. And that's why when
Let's go to North Carolina right now.
North Carolina, you're just moving just to the south.
Do the same thing
right
for us in North Carolina, because 71% of the vote is now in, and Donald Trump still has a lead. You see a lead of, what, about 20,000 votes.
So we move it back again to around 75%. And what are you missing? We got a long way to go here. We got a long way to go here because you've got a lot of places where, and these are largely Democratic areas. So this is, but I'll show you the Republican. The population centers here are Democratic. You see Durham County here, where the Democrats are looking for some votes. You come down here, Cumberland County, Fayetteville, only. This is the absentee vote. This means we don't have a big dump of real, to date, election day votes as yet. This is a smaller county, Robeson County, but still, that's more competitive, a 5-point race there in that county. So you're looking at what's left out there. There are some Republican areas. Let's go through them and look. They tend to be a little bit smaller, but this one's not bad. There are some votes for Trump potentially here. We don't know what's coming over here. I wanted to move over to Wilmington. I showed you this before. Clinton was narrowly ahead. Now, Trump is very narrowly ahead, very competitive. So North Carolina, again, there's enough out here that you can't make any leaps. We have a very close race, and we're going to have a very close race as we count through.
What about Charlotte? That's a heavily populated area, almost 10% of the population.
Mecklenburg County, and we only have 14%. So if you're the Clinton campaign, in both campaigns, there's a little nail biting, a little running to the math, scribbling, trying to figure things out, frantic phone calls to county chairmen in all these places to find out where, which precincts are still out, where are they coming from. But if you're the Clinton campaign, you are assured that you've got a lot more votes to come out of Mecklenburg County and Charlotte when you pull out to the whole state.
Let's go to Ohio.
Again, we're going to keep at this. You can leave that up if you want if we go to Ohio and see what's still out. Again, a lot of the map filling in here.
So just to remind our viewers, almost half of the vote is now in Ohio, and Donald Trump has a significant lead, almost 200,000 votes over Hillary Clinton.
Almost 200,000 votes, and yet, a lot of votes still to be counted because the votes coming in.
Do the same thing for Ohio.
It's still up. It's still up. That's what I'm saying here. We moved this back about 75%. So you see how many counties have yet to get there. It's a lot of them. See, you go to these rural counties, 40% of the vote is counted, just shy of 75% there, 64% here. So you're going through this. What does that tell you? This is encouraging news if you're the Trump campaign in the sense that there's a lot of votes to be counted. Look at all this red, and there's still a lot of votes to be counted out here. So the Trump campaign, you're thinking, sure, it's only a couple hundred in this county, maybe 1,000 there, maybe 1,500 there, but that's a lot of counties. It's a lot of math to do. So the question for the Democrats is, can you make it up here? These, again, you're talking 10% of the state population. Franklin County, where Columbus is, only a third of the vote is in. So, what's going to happen is Trump will get 500 here, 1,500 here, 200, 2,000 there. Can Clinton get 20,000, 50,000 out of a place like this as the margin comes up? The Democrats have to make it up. You see, you can just tell by looking. There's a lot of areas where Republican votes have yet to be counted. The question, this is the biggest one of all up here. Cleveland, only 33% of the vote. Cuyahoga County there. Let's just move over to Lorain County, 45% of the vote. It's Democratic area, but Trump's running reasonably. Let's see, 51 to 44. 57. Trump is running stronger. This is a blue-collar area. We've talked about this all along. Lorain, Ohio, you're talking about your trade message. You're talking about your immigration message. Trump running stronger there. So as you pull it back out, let's come back to 2016. So make sure we stay there. This is fun. I mean, this is, but it's starting to inch out a little bit. I want to just pull this over. We make sure we have the full count of the vote. And you look at it through. He's starting to pull away. I mean, in Ohio, pulling away.
Almost 200,000 vote lead right now.
Yeah, 200,000 vote lead. And that's significant. You get in the 300,000 vote lead, and then you're coming to here and you say, okay, what have I got left? She might have 100,000 there, maybe a little bit more, but you have 200,000. That's the math you're doing now in these war rooms when you're going to call all your people and say, in this Democratic area, what's still missing? How much am I going to get? Athens is relatively small, so there's some there for Clinton.
Clearly, Trump is looking good in Ohio. I want to go to New Hampshire right now because look at how close it is in New Hampshire. It's only Hillary Clinton is only 72 votes ahead of Donald Trump in the state of New Hampshire. Look at this, 47.5%, 47.4%, 19% of the vote is in.
You're noticing a trend?
Yes.
Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, now New Hampshire, and these are the states that are going to decide who the next president of the United States is. Ohio. These are the states that you go Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, now New Hampshire. It's only 4. It's the smallest. We just went through,
only 4 electoral.
We haven't gotten to Pennsylvania yet, which is 20. It's only 4, but it's key. It's key to the Trump math, and it's a place Hillary Clinton very much wants to win. We don't know much about New Hampshire yet, to be perfectly honest, because if you look, it's 19% of the vote. It's come down to Concord. This is a liberal area. That's 100% reporting already. So in a sense, I say we know nothing. In a sense, that is something. If that's 100%, there's not more votes to be gained for Hillary Clinton in one place where she would get them. It's not a giant population center. New Hampshire's many small towns than it is any one big population center. But you come down to Nashua, this is a place Secretary Clinton's going to have to run it up. You come over here to the seacoast, Portsmouth. We have no votes from Portsmouth yet. This is where she's going to have to run it up. As you look at this, but you've got a whole lot of business still to be done. I just want to show you, you go back in history, it sprinkles back and forth. There's a Democratic area up here. This is where it's key for the Republicans to run it up. Manchester City, if you come down in here, just come down and come around. That's Goffstown, just outside of Manchester. Manchester City, we'll see what happens here. Yeah. Donald Trump was there just the other night. This is a gritty blue collar. If you go, there's 51 to 43 in the early returns there. That means, again, remember this, 51 for Secretary Clinton, 55. Donald Trump is not overperforming. Is it the same as Mitt Romney? This is a place. You could have a state where you start to look. We haven't talked much about the third-party candidates yet. There could be a state or two where we start to think, are they changing the margin? That could be one right there in the state of New Hampshire, that 4% for Gary Johnson.
Let's go to Michigan right now because Donald Trump is ahead with only, about 15% of the vote is in. But in Michigan, this is a state that Donald Trump was predicting strongly he would do well. And you see right there.
That's the national vote. I was just going to say, in the Trump war room right now, they would like to hit freeze. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, red at the moment in the early results. If they could just freeze the map right now, they'd be quite happy. I don't say that to be a smart aleck. They're looking at themselves right now in the early returns.
He's up by almost 20,000 votes.
They're doing what they said they would do. They are competitive across the Rust Belt, very early return. So let's just take a breath. But they are proving that they'll be competitive across the Rust Belt. We'll see when we get from 15% and higher. But that's a very close race right now. So what are you looking for here? Number one, you're going to look here in Wayne County, in Detroit. We only have 5% of the vote. This is your biggest chunk of votes, and it's your biggest chunk for the Democrats right here
almost
in Wayne County.
Though, yeah.
Now, so if Donald Trump keeps it that close in Wayne County, then Donald Trump has more than a good chance to win Michigan. Again, it's 5% of the vote, so we don't know where it's coming from. We'll see how that one plays out. You move up here, Oakland County. This is out in the suburbs. This is Mitt Romney's birthplace, Oakland County. Hillary Clinton running ahead. I just want to match this one up, 51-43. 54-46. So she's a little under Romney, a little under Obama at the moment, and he's around where Romney is. 37% of the vote counted there. One of the places we will look at here, as always, just for historical perspective, Macomb County is the legendary home of the so-called Reagan Democrats. How did Ronald Reagan win Michigan? Blue-collar voters. Donald Trump wants to prove to us tonight that he can create new Trump Democrats. So we'll see what happens. We have zero from Macomb County right now. And just for you watching at home, because we have 0, we're not hiding Donald Trump. They're alphabetical. Until you get results, the names are listed on the map in an alphabetical way. So once votes come in, Trump will jump up ahead over the third-party candidates.
Let's go to Pennsylvania.
This is just very quickly early on. These are conservative areas. So Donald Trump is ahead right now because votes are coming in conservative areas, but that's not to criticize. That's to say he's doing what he needs to do in these conservative areas. We'll see how it plays out as we go. You wanted to go to Pennsylvania. 12% of the vote.
Donald Trump is ahead by, what, 107? I mean, Hillary Clinton is ahead of Donald Trump by, what, about 177,000 votes with 12% of the vote in. She's got 60.2% to 36.4%. That's a healthy lead early on.
I suspect this is about the this won't last very long, but Gary Johnson is ahead in one county in Pennsylvania at the moment right now. I just wanted to point out to viewers at home what this color is. You'll see different colors in the map. If there's a tie, you'll see a different color as well. So we'll see if that holds up and pop it. So what are we going to look for here? A couple things. Number one, and I know Jeffrey Lord is in the room tonight, what in Pennsylvania they call the T, up from the center and across the top, is very conservative territory with the exception of Erie up here. One of the questions will be, as we were talking about Macomb County in Michigan, how does Donald Trump do in a place like Erie? Well, let's see, a 5-point lead right there. I suspect that's better than it was 4 years ago. And there you go, 57-41, 16 points in Erie. If that holds up at 65%, that tells you something. This is, again, a blue-collar area, not unlike Buffalo, New York, my friend's hometown, a place where Donald Trump has tried to sell his immigration and his trade message, and that's a good number. So let's look down here in Allegheny County. This is more about where it should be, 60-35 if you're a Democrat. That's what you need there. Let's look back here, 57-42, 15 points. So you come back in there. This one, only 9%. We'll see how it plays out. Both candidates focusing on that area. But the key is over here. We have nothing from the suburbs yet. We have 37% from Center City, Philadelphia. Watch this number right here. In Philadelphia County, in an hour or two, when we're counting Pennsylvania, maybe 3, when we're still counting the votes here, is this margin around 400,000 or more? If it's not, Donald Trump's in play in Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton has to run it up in Philadelphia by 400,000 votes, even more than that if she can. And then after that, if she can do that, that makes her competitive. And you see all these suburbs right here. This race will be won or lost. She's currently leading by a little bit. This is significant. Again, this is only 1% of the vote. Donald Trump's running about even in Bucks County. The last Republican to win Pennsylvania in a presidential election was George H.W. Bush. He won Bucks County. No Republican has won it since. So can it be close? Mitt Romney kept it close. If you go back 50-49 in Bucks County 4 years ago, if Donald Trump can keep it there, if it keeps him in play, if this is red at the end of the night, that's a good sign for Donald Trump. And then you want to look at these other counties here. This is right here. This is where Melania Trump gave her speech when she went to Berwyn, Pennsylvania, Chester County. It's about 4% of the state population. This used to be rock-solid Republican suburbs. But, again, the Democrats have done more successful, especially with suburban women. We'll watch Chester County as we get there.
Let's check in Virginia right now and then North Carolina.
You see the red? I mean, it's just, at the moment, it's staying. So you keep thinking every time you look, are these states going to change? We're up to 76% in Virginia. We're getting 60,000 votes, right?
61,000 votes ahead in Virginia for Donald Trump right now.
And so the question is, you start going, where are the Republican votes? So you check these smaller rural counties, and so you're going through these, and you see all the 100%. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you know that in this rock-solid conservative area, you've pretty much...
This is the state of Senator Tim Kaine, the vice presidential running mate. He was once the governor of Virginia.
This would be beyond embarrassing to the Democrats. And if Donald Trump wins Virginia, Donald Trump is probably going to win North Carolina because this is a more Democratic state than North Carolina. So it's one of the things you watch. So we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're only at 76% of the vote. Again, one of the things you always watch in the state of Virginia is, number one, I just want to come down here to look at the Virginia Beach area. This is a very competitive area down here. Donald Trump running at 50%. Let's compare it as we go back here, 51-48. So that's about the, she's lower. She's underperforming. Again, if this holds up, we're going to look down here and see maybe the third-party candidates are coming out of here down here. You have to check the exit polls, do some other research to do that. But we'll watch those numbers down there. And then you come up, I just want to check in these Democratic areas, 96%, 66%, so some more votes to be had here and some more votes to be had at Norfolk City. This is African-American turnout. So it's not just the percentage. In the end, it's the math. How many did you, not just what percentage are you getting, but how many of your voters have you turned out in a place like Norfolk? But then again, Wolf, this is going to sound repetitive and broken record, but this is where most of your votes are, just across the Potomac River in the northern Virginia
County,
suburbs.
85% of the vote is now in.
85%, 55 to 40, if you do that math, 52 to 47. So Secretary Clinton is running stronger than President Obama there. Fairfax County, almost up to 70%. But look at the numbers here. There's a population center here. You have more population center here. So you go through this one here. Arlington County is just about in. Alexandria City is all in. Those are big Democratic votes there. And so you're looking around here. You're trying to hunt. You come down here to Prince William County. We're only at 26%. Is that right? Yeah, Prince William County only at 26%. Hillary Clinton there. I just want to compare that to 4 years ago again. She's underperforming at the moment. She is underperforming Wolf here. So Virginia is very close. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in northern Virginia. That's the difference. Hillary Clinton has closed the gap somewhat, but got a little ways to go still, Wolf.
Let's do a key race alert right now. All right, let's start out with Florida right now. 94% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump maintains an impressive lead of 141,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 29 electoral votes at stake. Trump is ahead impressively in Ohio. Trump is also ahead. More than half of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a 235,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. Very impressive lead in Ohio right now. 18 electoral votes. In Virginia, Trump is ahead there. He's got a lead of 42,000 plus in Virginia. 77% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead in Virginia. He is also ahead significantly in Georgia. 384,000 votes ahead of Hillary Clinton. 41% of the vote is in. 16 electoral votes in Georgia right now, another state where Donald Trump leads. There are more states, more numbers coming in. 76% of the vote is in North Carolina, and Trump has a 56,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.5% to 47.9%. He is ahead in North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes there. In Michigan, 17% of the vote is in. Look at this. Donald Trump is ahead in Michigan right now as well, 28,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 45, almost 46% for Hillary Clinton. 16 important electoral votes in Michigan right now. In New Hampshire, 22% of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire as well. 1,700 vote lead. Now it's just gone down to 900 vote lead. Look at how close it is. 47.7% to 47.2%. A quarter of the vote almost is in New Hampshire. In Wisconsin, 12% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 25,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, but this is very early. Only 12% of the vote in Wisconsin is in right now. We've got more. Colorado, 42% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. 42%, once again, of the vote is in. 9 electoral votes in the state of Colorado. And in Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton right now has an impressive 154,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 17% of the vote is now in. Look at this, 56% for Hillary Clinton, almost 41% for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, but only 17% of the vote is now in. Let's take a look at the electoral map, see where things stand right now. According to our projections, Donald Trump is ahead. He has 128 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Remember, 270. That's the number you need to be elected president of the United States. Donald Trump has the red states. Hillary Clinton has the blue states. All those yellow states, we cannot make a projection too early to call. Let's go to let's check in with some of the campaign headquarters right now. Jim Acosta is joining us. Jim, you're over at Trump headquarters. Breonna Keeler is at Clinton headquarters. Jim, what is the mood over there?
There are some happy campers over here at Trump campaign headquarters, Wolf. It is very clear every time the returns are flashed on the screens here from the state of Florida, this place erupts into cheers, and it's been happening in just the last several minutes when they've been flashing returns from Ohio and Virginia, these other battlegrounds that Donald Trump must win. And Kellyanne Conway, the Trump campaign manager, sent out an email that sort of captures the mood in their war room. She says there's a buzz in the war room that can be felt across the nation. A win is imminent, and America will once again be great again. A lot of campaign spin in that, but obviously reflects where they are right now. We were hearing a lot of pessimism and some people sounding very glum inside this campaign, inside this operation earlier today. That mood has done a 180, Wolf. They are feeling much more optimistic tonight. They were even cheering when they were showing the returns from Marco Rubio, a past Trump campaign foe from the primary days. And so I would say, Wolf, that this place does not sound like a losing campaign at this point. They are, I won't say jubilant, but every time they flash Florida on the screen, it goes wild here.
Yeah, New York City over the New York Hilton. Jim, let's go to Breonna Keeler. She's only a mile and a half away or so over at the Javits Center. That's the Clinton headquarters. What's the mood over there, Breonna?
Well, I will tell you, Wolf, that there are a number of anxious faces that I am looking at here in the crowd. When we were listening to some of the projections come in at 9 p.m., Hillary Clinton winning some of the states that she was expected to, a lot of cheering. But as we're watching now, some of these very close states, there are a lot of people who are glued to the projections. They've been switching in and out of the big screen between an outside program going on where we just saw Senator Chuck Schumer speaking. He could be the Senate Majority Leader if Democrats are to take over the Senate. But going back now to watching projections, this is what the crowd is anxious to be looking for as they see Florida, they see the vote count very tight. Now, meanwhile, Secretary Clinton is about a mile and a half from here. She's at the Peninsula Hotel. She is obviously watching these returns as well. She's with her family. She's with her husband and her daughter and her son-in-law, as well as her grandkids, and a number of close aides and longtime confidants. She has been working on her speech, both speeches, I should say, and she has aides who are sort of working in some of the fixes she's been doing. But again, a lot of curiosity here about how the night is going to unfold and which of those speeches she's going to be giving, Wolf.
A lot of uncertainty right now. All right, guys, we'll get back to you soon. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. Look at the map right now. Take a look over here. You see Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Trump with 128. You need 270 to win the White House. And you see what's going on. Trump is doing remarkably well.
We have said from the beginning that for Donald Trump to win, he would need to run the table. And right now we are seeing that there is a path, a very clear path for Donald Trump. He is very competitive in all the key states, including Virginia, which could possibly be, there could be the crack in the blue wall, the firewall that Hillary Clinton had. We're seeing very tight races in the Midwest. The numbers are still coming in. A very nail-biters, not just in North Carolina, but Florida. It seems entirely possible that Donald Trump could end up having a very strong night, even the night that he's been dreaming of. We have a picture, I think, of Donald Trump with his running mate, Mike Pence, watching the returns coming in. This is a much stronger night than a lot of Republican officials thought was going to happen. We still don't know what's going to happen, and obviously the key states that we really need, that Hillary Clinton really needs to maintain. Let's just put this on the board. We need to make Hillary Clinton needs to keep Pennsylvania, and she needs to keep New Hampshire. She needs to keep Michigan, and she needs to keep Virginia. Those four are the ones for all the Hillary Clinton supporters out there wondering, oh my God, we're going to lose Ohio. Oh my God, we're going to lose Florida. Those four are the path. That's the firewall. Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Michigan. But if there is a crack in any of those four states, this is going to be a night where the Jacob Javits Center is the wrong place for Hillary Clinton to be.
Those four states are states that President Obama carried twice.
That's right. And look, of all those four states, Virginia is the biggest surprise for, really mostly for Democrats. I will say that Republicans outside of the Trump campaign told the Trump campaign long ago, forget it, Virginia's gone, even before Tim Kaine became.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this, Dana. You see these four states right there, and you see the states that Jake just circled: Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. We'll start with Virginia. Donald Trump is ahead there by 20,000 plus votes. In Virginia and Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton is ahead, 221,506 votes. In Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton just changed to 227,000 votes. Look at how close it is in New Hampshire. Only 404 vote. That's a Donald Trump lead over Hillary Clinton with a quarter of the vote in New Hampshire. And take a look at Michigan right now. You see Donald Trump has a lead of 44,000 plus votes in Michigan right now. 19% of the vote is in. You heard, all of us heard from Donald Trump's advisors over these past several weeks. They had a path, and at least right now, it looks like they do have a credible path.
They do absolutely have a credible path. And look, if this night ends up being the way that Donald Trump and his advisors think and hope that it will be, boy, I mean, it's going to put the polling industry out of business. It's going to be the voter projection industry out of business, because I don't know of one poll that suggested that Donald Trump was going to have this kind of night that he seems to be on track to having. And in fact, we all look at these websites. I don't need to name them, but that prognosticate the odds. Hillary Clinton has this percentage odds that she's going to win. And most of them had Hillary Clinton, the odds of her becoming the president, at over 65%. Well, I just logged on to one of them, and it has Donald Trump at 54%. Now, this is not science. This is prognostication based on data coming in and polls and the like. But really, we're seeing, first of all, this is not the repudiation of Donald Trump and Trumpism that I think a lot of Republicans in Washington, D.C. and Democrats hoped. But beyond that, we're seeing, as you say, Wolf, a credible path for Donald Trump to the White House. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it certainly could.
And Jim was talking about the feeling inside the Trump victory party, which, of course, they always call it before we get the results. It's not just there. It's the photo of Donald Trump and Mike Pence watching the returns with the people who have been working on their campaign in the war room is one thing. And then the people who are closest to Donald Trump are watching in a room right now, and they said that the mood has changed completely.
Dana, we have two more projections right now. All right, CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Connecticut with its 7 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Connecticut. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump in Louisiana. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands with these latest 2 projections. You can see right now Donald Trump's still ahead. He has 136 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes. Remember, 270, that's what's needed to be elected president of the United States. The red states we've projected going to Donald Trump. The blue states we've projected going to Hillary Clinton. Let's go over to John King to watch what's going on. John, you're studying this at the Magic Wall so closely right now.
Just going through, and you're trying to look. Let's just start down here in Florida. I was just emailing back and forth with a key Democrat and Republicans who know this state very well. The Republican is not a fan of Donald Trump, trust me, who thinks that Donald Trump has enough to hold on here. That doesn't mean he will, but we're up to 95% here now. And so every time we do this, we go back to the bank of what's left out there. And there's still some votes left in these Democratic areas, but 94%. First, let's just go back and do the statewide math. You see right there, 49, go ahead.
I was going to say, I want to get back to Florida in a moment, but let me take a quick break. We're counting down to another round of poll closings right now at the top of the hour. We're going to get results from 3 more battleground states that will help decide this presidential election. We're talking about Nevada, Utah, and Iowa. In Miami Beach, people are watching CNN. They're following the close race unfolding in Florida, very close. That crucial battleground state still too early to call. More votes coming in right after this quick break.
Priority 1. What do the aliens want?
We need to talk to them.
Critics everywhere are praising Arrival. It's a masterpiece you won't stop talking about.
You want to stop them? Find out what this means.
And now it's 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I know what it is.
Oh my God.
Arrival, rated PG-13.
I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started.
Man, where's a beer? Cheers.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Earth's surface is the shoreline of a new ocean. You ready for this?
It'll be the greatest adventure ever in human history.
We're looking at a red planet.
Mars, a global event series, Monday at 9 on the National Geographic Channel, Channel 186.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking. So you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
Sandals. More quality inclusions than any other resorts on the planet. Save up to 65%. Call 1-800-SANDALS.
This is Life with Lisa Ling. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Right now, we have a major projection in the battle for the United States Congress. CNN can now project that Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. The House Speaker Paul Ryan's fight to maintain the Republican majority paying off, dashing the Democrats' slim hopes of retaking the chamber. This is an important win for Republicans as we await the outcome of the fight for the U.S. Senate and the presidential race. Jake and Dana, we fully expected the Republicans would win. We're still going to get the number, but they will be the majority, and that is significant.
Yeah, it was not a surprise at all. We knew that the Republicans were going to likely keep control of the House. Even when Democrats were having a great period at the beginning of October, it seemed unlikely that the House was going to be able to go from Republican to Democratic.
Dana, you've been watching this so closely.
That's right. And we should tell our viewers that what this means for us is not that we've called every House race. Obviously, that would be impossible at this time of the night. It means that we, looking at the numbers, see that there's no path for the Democrats to get the 30 seats needed to retake control of the House.
Let's get back to the race for the White House right now. We have another key race alert. All right, take a look at this. We'll start with Florida. 95% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has an impressive almost a 112,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 47.8%, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Ohio, 61% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump there has a very impressive almost 354,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Virginia, Donald Trump is leading there, but very, very narrowly, only 10,123 votes. 80% of the vote in Virginia is in, 13 electoral votes there. In Georgia, almost half of the vote is in there. Donald Trump once again has a very impressive lead of more than 365,000 votes, 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. Let's take a look at more results coming in, starting with North Carolina. 78% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a lead, a significant lead, 85,000 votes over Hillary Clinton with 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Michigan, 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well by more than 41,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. In New Hampshire, very close there, almost a third of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead of more than 1,800 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's very close, 47.8% to 47%. Almost a third of the vote is in, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Wisconsin, 21% of the vote is in. And there in Wisconsin, Trump is leading there as well. 43,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Trump is ahead right now with 21% of the vote is in Wisconsin. In Colorado, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Colorado. She has more than 88,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 9 electoral votes in Colorado. And in Pennsylvania, a quarter of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a significant lead there of 276,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. It's 269,000 right now, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see the all-important Electoral College map. Trump is ahead. He has 136 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104. 270 are needed to win the White House. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. He's taking a look. Donald Trump is doing remarkably well, John, in so many of these states that President Obama carried twice.
And so we'll get to the results in a minute, but first the question people are asking at home, does he have a path now? With what we are seeing, does he have a path? And remember, this is where we started the night. We had Secretary Clinton at 268 to start the night. All she needed to do was win one more state if, and it's a big if at this hour, she held all the blues. So let's just go through this where we are right now, okay? Donald Trump, we had at 204. Well, Donald Trump is leading right now in Florida. Let's see if he can hold on to Florida. That's 29. Donald Trump is leading right now in North Carolina. Let's see if he can hold that. Look where that gets Donald Trump. Let's assume we're not out west yet. This may come down. We could come down to Arizona and Nevada in this race, but let's just say Donald Trump wins Arizona, where he was leading in the late polls. That gets him to 259, Wolf. He's leading in Virginia right now. That would do it. Let's assume Clinton comes back in Virginia and holds that, just for the sake of argument. Michigan would do it. Or if somehow Michigan stayed blue, Wisconsin would get him to 269. New Hampshire could do it under that scenario. So there are now several different paths as we watch this play out. What does it come down to? It comes down to counting to the final vote there. We got a ways to go here still. And it could come down, let's switch maps and see, it could come down to a state that most Democrats and even many Republicans thought months ago was a sure bet. And if you look at this right now, we're up to 80% of the vote. She has closed the gap. In just the last few minutes, she has closed the gap to about 10,000 votes, if you see it right there. So you're looking, number one, if you think about it, what did I say? Michigan, Virginia, and then we'll look at Minnesota, Wisconsin, which are less likely, but they're still in play. So the question is, can Hillary Clinton come back? The answer is yes, but the clock is ticking. 95% in Loudoun County, 80% in Fairfax County. This is a big vote center. So
That's
here's where
13.5% of the population of the state.
You remember the Senate race a few years ago. Everybody was stunned that Ed Gillespie, the Republican, was so close to Senator Mark Warner. And Ed Gillespie was leading at times in the night, and then these votes came in, and snap, it changed. That's not saying that is what's going to happen tonight, but we have to wait to see what happens in the Northern Virginia suburbs. Hillary Clinton now, that's, well, it's back up now to, what do we have there?
13,000.
Yeah, a little over 10, 12,000 in there. So the clock is starting to run at 80%. So Virginia's one place we'll watch. Trump wins that. Again, he's got to hold these ones, and let's just check on these as we go. Up to 79%.
He's got 100,000 vote lead.
You're up to 80% now. You're talking about a pretty good lead, but what's out? So let's look, 94% there. We're still waiting for a decent amount of votes here, but it's only 3% of the state population. I want to go over to Charlotte. This could come down to how many votes are still left out here. Only at 43% here. So North Carolina's not over. But if you're Donald Trump and you're now at just shy of 80% and you're looking at a 3.5 lead there, you're getting increasingly confident about that. And as I said, when you check in with people down here, increasingly even Democrats believe, because of his strength in these rural areas up in the Panhandle and elsewhere, and because of his running very competitive in areas like this, and especially here, Barack Obama won, President Obama, Senator and President Obama won this when he was running in his election campaigns, that is there enough down here? 95% now in Palm Beach County, so there's more votes to be gained for Secretary Clinton. Is the math enough? Let's move down here to Broward County, 75%. Again, she's likely to pick up some votes, but is it enough? Miami-Dade is almost done at 94%. So there are still some votes in these southeastern counties. Hate to say this, to say the words Florida and lawyers in the same sentence, but we're going to wait for these votes to come in, and we're going to see. There's a chance that some of these states are going to carry over into the morning. If you get into, are there still other absentee ballot issues out there? But Florida, if you're Trump and you're looking at this one is key right now. Can you hold this lead? We're going to watch that and see as we get up there, and then we'll move out here. The count's a little slower as you move toward the west. We're only up to 21% in Michigan, but again, you're starting to build a healthy lead. Some people look at that and say, wow, the other way to look at it is that what we have so far.
What about the Democratic areas like Detroit?
Right. Most of what we have so far is from the rural areas. So it's not surprising in the sense that once you look at where the votes are from, that doesn't surprise you. The question is what's happening in places like this. And again, this is going to come down to margins. If Donald Trump is running more competitive in these areas, so 51 to 44, 54 to 46. So do you have a Donald Trump running closer in these outside, essentially the counties just outside of Detroit? Let's go down to Wayne County. One of the biggest concerns for the Democrats in this election cycle has been African-American turnout. Wayne County, Detroit, we're only at 11%. So if Wayne County ends the night 48-45, Donald Trump is going to win Michigan. We're only at 11%, so we'll see how this one plays out as we go.
John, I want to go to Virginia right now. There's been a dramatic development in Virginia.
Blue. There you go.
There it is. You can see Hillary Clinton has now taken a slightly, less than 2,000 votes, 47.5% to 47.4%. You see her lead has just grown. This is Prince William County.
It's grown because the vote count, we've gone from 16 to 26% here. And we've gone up to 89% when we were just talking moments ago in Fairfax County. We said we were waiting for a lot of votes. That's why it happened. These votes have come in Northern Virginia. And again, that's why this state has done this to us in the last couple of cycles. You see the Republican build an early lead, and then you see the Democrat bounce back when these votes come in. Doesn't mean we're done. She has a tiny
2,000 votes.
Tiny lead. So the key here is we know what's still left, right? Loudoun County, she's winning by a healthy margin. We still have 14% of the vote to count. Fairfax County, we're up to 89% now, but she's winning by a lopsided margin here. Let's just check Fairfax City. up to 86%, some more votes to be counted. So, but you're looking at the blue is what's out. So then you say, are there Republican votes out there? So you just start to pick them, and you see 100% here, and 100% here, and 100% here. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you just let out a huge sigh of relief in one state. One state. They're still having.
It's not over with Virginia yet.
It's not over. It's not over yet. But if you study this state, you think this one just started to move your way. And here's one of the places we're going to keep looking. This here. 5% of the state population. This, again, used to be.
Well, she's 5,000 votes ahead now. It just changed, John. Right. So she's got a bigger lead right now, 1,559,000 to 1,553,000.
Yeah, and that's here. That's here. And this is what, again, we've seen many races lately. It's a very close, still a swing state that leans blue. That's what I was waiting for all night long. Again, we're not done. We're not done, but they feel, trust me, just for the fact that that is suddenly blue on this map, in this sea of red, makes it feel a little bit better as we count the rest of the votes. And so you're looking.
Let's go to New Hampshire right now.
Let's go to New Hampshire right now. You got it. 34% of the vote right now. This is what happens in New Hampshire. It fills in, kind of looks almost like a checkerboard when it fills in as it goes. So let's look at the areas. Manchester City, Hillary Clinton ahead, 6 points there. Just want to go back and check this. It was 11 points. 11 points 4 years ago. This is your biggest chunk of population in the state, one of the biggest chunks right here, 8% plus. Remember, Donald Trump had a very big rally here the other night. It was supposed to be the close of his campaign. Then he decided to go on to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and at an event. These late campaign stops by Trump, the big criticism has been, does he have the organization? Does he have the nuts and bolts? Does he have the data operation? Does he have the infrastructure? Donald Trump is his own turnout machine to a large degree. The Republican National Committee is mad at me for just saying that. I'm not saying they don't have one, but he is the biggest engine of it. Let's see if he can keep, again, if he doesn't win Manchester, keep it close, and you run it up in the other areas. But I want to say but about New Hampshire because we're nowhere near done here. Hudson, along the the Massachusetts border has become much more populated in recent years. People living right along the Massachusetts border. Hudson, Nashua, we have nothing. I just want to go back in time and check. These are areas where President Obama won quite handily. You move over here. This is a Republican area, but more of a swing area. Remember, Mitt Romney has a lot of connections in New Hampshire, so he ran stronger in some of these places than one would expect Donald Trump to, except Trump has a good organization there from the primaries. I want to come back to 2016 and come over to the Seacoast. This is largely a Democratic area over here by the Seacoast, and we have nothing yet. We have nothing yet. So I would just say take a breath on New Hampshire, except for the fact that at the moment, Donald Trump has a lead, 36% of the vote. Still plenty of time here as we go through this one in New Hampshire. But let's pull back out and look at the map.
I want to look at Wisconsin if we can, because they both made plays for it, and it was not supposed to be. It was not really supposed to be in play.
It was not supposed to be in play, except the Trump campaign told us they could make a run at this late, and a lot of people didn't believe them. They had the dysfunction.
Let me just tell our viewers, a quarter of the vote is in, 26%, and Trump is ahead 50% to 44%. He's got, more than 40,000 vote lead right now.
And again, so you're looking at a lot of these small rural areas. You're going to see this in so many states tonight. They're filling in red. The question is, where are we percentage-wise? In Madison, Dane County, this is the University of Wisconsin. This is a big Democratic area. We're only at 23%. This is key as we go forward. You see the lopsided math here at 23%. As we get 50, 75, 100, Hillary Clinton, if she's going to make up Donald Trump's lead at the moment in Wisconsin, she needs to do it here. Let me pull out and look again as we come around here. Let's come over to Milwaukee and see what we have here. 45%. She's running up a lead pretty big. I just want to see 66 to 28. Let's go back in time and look 68 to 32. So it's comparable. It's comparable. We're at 45% there. The question is, we'll check the math. I'll go and check the math next time I get a chance versus 2012 turnout to see how that's going there. The percentages are about right. The question is, are you getting the turnout you need? We got a big block up here. We have absolutely nothing. We go back and look. This was a Romney area up here, 53-46, about 2.5% of the state population. So we have a ways to go here as you start to watch. Let's just go back in time and look for your big areas of blue. You see all down in here, right? And so you come back up here, we got nothing. So if there's room here, if it comes in as it did in 2012, there's room here for Hillary Clinton to make it up. But again, if you're in the Trump campaign and you're looking at a 5+ point lead in the state of Wisconsin and you're at 27% of the vote, you start to think that late strategy pulled off. And let's just, since we're in the neighborhood, come over here and see where we are in Michigan, 23%. The idea for comparison is to look where the red is, go back in time. All this is in here is traditionally blue. So you've got some red down here that's traditionally blue, and we're at 47%. in places like that. Not huge population centers, but it matters if you're in a very close race. If you turn some of these small areas, that's how you make the difference. I just want to come back over here again and look. Oakland County.
By the way, we're getting close to the top of the hour. We might be able to make some more projections, but go ahead.
Great. Macomb County, again, this is one of my bellwether counties to look at. It's part of the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. This is where Michael Dukakis took the ride in the tank. It's where Ronald Reagan created the so-called legendary Reagan Democrats. If Donald Trump wins Macomb County, that puts him in good standing to be competitive throughout the state of Virginia. And I'm told to go out and check in on Colorado. 53% of the vote. Colorado vote by mail. They count the vote, and it's competitive out here as well. Again, she's ahead, a little short of 5 points there, or just above 5 points there, excuse me. But Colorado, 53% of the vote in. Clinton leading there. This race in Colorado will be decided here. Arapahoe County here in the Denver suburbs, and then you come over this way. Jefferson County in the Denver suburbs. I just want to go back and check the historical comparison. 51, 50. So running about right there. 53 over here. Running a little behind, but this will be decided in the Denver suburbs. Again, we've talked about this potentially as the year of the Latino. They are key in these counties here. I just want to get it to Denver proper. You see she's running it up in Denver. So of all that, there's a lot of angst at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Colorado, one of the states at the moment, Wolf, that looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. But across the Rust Belt, a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn at the moment.
We're only seconds away from the top of the hour. 4 states are closing. Right now, we're going to be able to make a projection. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Montana and its 3 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Montana. He gets those 3 electoral votes. Every electoral vote will count tonight. Let's get a key race alert right now. Too close to call in several states where the polls have now closed. In Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. Similarly, in Utah, too early to call there, 6 electoral votes. Evan McMullin, a Utah native, a third-party candidate, a conservative. He's making a push in Utah right now. Too early to call there. Let's update the all-important Electoral College map. Where it stands right now, you can see Donald Trump maintains his lead. He has 139 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Let's get another key race alert right now. All right, here's where the votes stand. Let's start in Florida. 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains an impressive 105,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 5% of the vote outstanding, 29 electoral votes. Trump ahead in Florida. In North Carolina, 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains an impressive 114,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes. Trump ahead in North Carolina. In Ohio, 67% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a very impressive, almost 400,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio. In Virginia, 83% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton all of a sudden has taken a lead. 15,456 vote lead over Donald Trump. 83% of the vote is in. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. Hillary Clinton ahead there. Let's go to Georgia right now. In the state of Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump here too, he has a very impressive lead, 365,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16 important electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. In Colorado, 53, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of about 73,000 votes over Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes in the state of Colorado. In Michigan, a quarter of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there, still maintaining a lead of almost 50,000 votes over Hillary Clinton right now. 24% of the vote is in. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In New Hampshire, 41% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. 5,297 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes. Everyone is critically important in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire right now. More votes coming in. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. 28% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin right now by more than 50,000 votes. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, third of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead, 250,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Votes just beginning to come in Arizona. Only 2% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of 6,600 votes over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. Let's take a look and see nationwide where the popular vote stands right now. U.S. popular vote. Donald Trump has 48.9%. Hillary Clinton has 47%. He is ahead nationally by 1,153,000 votes nationwide. That's the popular vote. He's ahead by more than 1,100,000 over Hillary Clinton. In the all-important electoral vote count, Donald Trump, once again, he's ahead there with 139 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270. I got to remind you, that's the magic number needed to win the White House. Let's go back over to Jake. Jake, I know you've checked the markets right now. How are they reacting to all of this? So far, pretty good news for Donald Trump.
It's great news for Donald Trump so far, and it's an unpredictable race. We're talking about this, how much this really upends so much of the prediction industry. But the one thing that the markets don't like is uncertainty. And right now we've been told that U.S. stock futures are down nearly 500 points. That's 2.7%. Wall Street has consistently during this election season, whenever Trump took the lead or seemed to be doing well, investors have been worried about his unpredictability, his tough talk on global trade deals. The market jitters most obviously in the currency markets, with the Mexican peso plunging 7% against the U.S. dollar. Obviously, Mr. Trump has talked about negotiating tough trade deals with Mexico, talking about scrapping NAFTA, the free trade agreement. Gold, which tends to rise when investors are nervous, is up 3% and is up more than $1,300 an ounce. So right now, with all this news that seems to be excellent for Donald Trump, Wall Street and the markets are very, very jittery.
A lot of jittery people out there right now, Dana.
You know, I'm guessing that the people in Brooklyn, I can see their fingers
That's
probably.
the Hillary Clinton headquarters.
Yeah, fingers probably bleeding because there's no more nail to bite. I'm guessing that that's probably what's happening. And I think it's really, really important to point to the state of Virginia, because these other battleground states where the candidates, both of them, traveled heavily, okay, you know, we expected those to be close. But the story of Virginia tonight, even though she has pulled ahead here, in the polling, and frankly, in some of the modeling, she was ahead by many, many points.
Significantly, yeah.
Significantly, and the fact that he is doing so well there tells you about the fervor out there. Whether it is for him, against her, or just against Washington, to me, that is a story that is really encapsulated in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
And let me just say again, we are still waiting for the results from these 4 firewall states. But I don't know what we're going to. I mean, Hillary Clinton needs to hold on to these 4. We still don't know what's going to happen in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, or New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is competitive in all 4 of them. And it is entirely possible that there is a wave out there that the pollsters and the predictors and all the vote modelers did not see coming at all.
The one thing that I will say about the modelers is I was just talking to somebody who said that with regard to the modeling that both parties do and both campaigns did, that they had it, there was sort of a 2% margin of error, for lack of a better way to say it. Having said that, you know, there is something that is out there that is hard to get with data. And it's just clear that that's true.
Those early exit polls showed there were a lot of angry voters out there in the United States. John, let's take a look at North Carolina right now, because that's really emerging as a critically important state. 82% of the vote in North Carolina is in. Donald Trump still maintains the lead, of about 120,000 votes.
So you start to get to that point, 120,000 votes, you're thinking, is it at all possible to make that up? So you start looking at the blue population centers. You look out here, they're at 100%, so there's nothing more to be gained for Secretary Clinton there. This is the biggest one here. You come into Mecklenburg County. Still some votes to be gained here. Is it possible? Yeah, sure. There's math there. It's possible to be done, but that's assuming, you know, that she runs it up at the margin she is there, and it also assumes that Donald Trump's not adding. Let's come over here. We're up to 99% in Wake County. Hillary Clinton's winning this county by just what they targeted. We wanted to win this big, 15 points or more. Very successful here. And yet they're getting swamped with turnout elsewhere is what's making this so race. They did exactly what they wanted to do here at 77%. The question is the numbers. We're going to match the numbers up to past campaigns and see if they're getting the percentages right. The question is, did they gin up the turnout? Can she come back here at 17%? You look around. Let's go back in time. I just want to look at some of these rural counties up top here. There's some small counties up here. You're looking, again, let's go back. This is the race before. You're going back here. Let's go back in 16 to see if we have anything here. 80%. So even if you keep going there, you're talking about a couple hundred votes at best when you look up here. So you look at this big population center, again, this is where the votes are in these areas around here, or in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle and the areas around it, 80%. So there are some votes to be counted here, but if you look, come back, pull out to that statewide lead at 83%, that's a tough margin to make up. Doesn't make it impossible. If she's going to make it up, a lot of it's going to have to come from right here in Charlotte and in the suburbs. Again, if you do that math, you're at 43%. If she doubles that, you know, there's 100,000 votes there. If you double it, so it's there. The question is, you start checking these Republican counties. You know, there's a couple hundred votes here for Donald Trump to make up, maybe 1,000. There's still some votes here for Donald Trump to make up here. And so we got a ways to go before you can get into the exact nature of it. But if you're in Trump campaign headquarters right now, you think it might get closer because your votes are in here and your votes are in here. And that's what happens in the war room. They start calling around to all these counties, who's left out, what's left out. And here, they're looking at, they're asking here, how, are they close to Charlotte, or are they more up here where the Republicans run a little better? That's what they do in the war rooms right now. And this is...
Let's take a look at two states, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are states that Hillary Clinton obviously has to win. Michigan first. Donald Trump is ahead right now in both of those states.
And as you look at the map, before I go into the numbers, these are the two states, if the map stays like we see it right now, if Donald Trump holds on to Florida, if Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina, then these are the states that will decide the next president of the United States. That's a big if. That's a big if. But let's just go through. 26% of the vote right now, and you're just looking here, again, you're up here, Upper Peninsula, you're down through here. Donald Trump is winning.
He's got a lead of about 60,000 votes.
He's winning areas where the Republican, the conservative needs to win, and he's winning them. Just want to go back. Again, these are tiny places, so you think that's not a big deal. That does matter in a close race, 59%. 70%. So in these small rural counties, Donald Trump is running up numbers, and you think, oh, it's 200 votes, oh, it's 300 votes. Well, guess what? If it's 200, 300, 1,000, 800, you start racking that up. That's what you need to offset the Democratic leads down in these places. You know, 63% of the vote in Oakland County, so more votes for Democrat and much more population, as you see. But let's go back in time and take a look. 51, 54. So she's underperforming President Obama a little bit here in the Detroit suburbs. Just want to come back to Wayne County. She's stretched out a little bit. The last time that was 2 or 4 points. She's now in a 10-point lead range there.
Only 50%
this is the key.
of the vote.
This is the key. This is the key, and this is why, you know, again, at Trump headquarters, they're looking at Michigan. They're thinking 16. That's a magical number to add to Trump's math if they can get those 16 electoral votes. But let's take some time. Let's wait. Wayne County is notoriously slow in reporting its votes. We've been up. We'll be here for a while. Let's just put it that way. We're 27% statewide, but she needs a big number out of Wayne County to make that up. Mathematically possible? Absolutely. But again, in the Clinton war room, trust me, they are frantically calling not only into Wayne County, but they're calling in down here too, as you get at 66, you know, only at 5%. Again, smaller county, less population, but if the margin stays like that, and it's early, so you're not sure the margin's going to hold like that, but if it stays like that, the math is still possible. In a very tense Clinton war room right now, they're looking at Michigan, and they're saying the math is possible. So let's go next door. We're at 33%.
Wisconsin.
This one's getting interesting in the sense that this is a Republican area usually up here. Let's come over to Eau Claire.
He's 51,000 votes ahead in Wisconsin right now, a state that usually goes Democratic.
And so here's a big area where President Obama ran it up 56-43, and we have absolutely nothing. So you start to look again are there votes out here for Hillary Clinton to make this up? Janesville, which is home to the House Speaker, at least at the moment, Paul Ryan, 51-42 or 52-43, if you want to round those up. Again, you go back in time, that's a problem. That's a problem. When you're in a state like this and you're underperforming, where the last Democrat who won it, that's an issue. So if you're underperforming here, the question is, are you overperforming anywhere else? Because Trump tends to be running well where he needs to do and very well in other places. Let's just look at a place like Oshkosh, 3% of the state population, Winnebago County, 51-42. He flipped this county at the moment. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a big population center that has flipped. And so let's go. You go back here and you look here. 66% of the vote as well. So this 3% of the state population. You say no big deal. Guess what? In a battleground state, you flip a county like that. You're doing some math, and you start to do math like that. That's what puts you ahead. And so we're going to watch the vote centers. If you're the Democrats now, you're looking at Dane County, which is 9% of the state population. You've got a third of the vote counted. You better hope.
You got almost 9% of the population of the state there.
Yeah, so you have to hope that you've got more of that coming, and that margin stays like that, and you get more heavy vote as you come through. And again, you start looking through. This is it here. This is it. But She's, again, running up the percentages. We're only at 45%. Still a lot of votes left to be counted here. You presume most of them are going to go to Hillary Clinton. It just clicked up to 82%. So let's see what that did. We just jumped from 82% in Milwaukee County. So now we pull back out. It got her closer. It got her closer. She's now 48 to 47. So those votes come in. You see what happens. The big votes come in the Democratic area. It brings the votes up here. Let's just check back at Dane County, still at 32%. So as you watch these counties start making big jumps, it is possible. It is possible to come back. But I can tell you right now, in the Clinton war room and in the Trump war room, this is where the urgent phone calls are going, into Michigan, into Wisconsin, because at the moment, again, let's just check one more second right here. North Carolina is holding. Florida is holding. Looks like Virginia is trending Clinton's way, Wolf. We're going to look across the Rust Belt here. Michigan, Wisconsin, some vote counting to do.
John, stand by. We have two more projections right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will win the state of New Mexico with its 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins New Mexico. CNN also now projects that Donald Trump will win Missouri with its 10 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands, the all-important map, I should say. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 149 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. You see the blue states, Hillary Clinton states, the red states, Donald Trump states, all those yellow states. Too early to call. We have not been able to make a projection in those yellow states. Let's go back to John over at the Magic Wall. John, you're looking at the national vote right now, and Donald Trump is ahead, by 2 points?
Looking at the national vote, we still got some ways to go, and we're still early in the count in a lot of these states out here. So I just want to go back to this again for people at home who are thinking, is this possible? Is this possible? This is where we have it right now. Actually, we've moved a couple of other states since you did that. But this is the as we count map. I want to just go back to where we had this coming.
Let's do New Mexico and Missouri first.
Sure, you bet. Let's switch. We'll get there.
Yeah, just highlight those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's come out to New Mexico. Let's take a peek. Hillary Clinton running up 50 to 40 essentially at the moment. These are your major population centers. You're going to come here first. Santa Fe County, back here, Albuquerque
Not
County.
a surprise that she took New Mexico.
No, it used to be a swing state. George W. Bush won it in one of his elections, but it's become very much a blue state. But so let's go back and look here. This is where we started the night right now here. And so what are we looking at, right? Clinton was at 268. We thought she just wins one state like Nevada. We'll get there, but Democrats think they're going to win Nevada. Most Republicans think they'll win Nevada. We'll see what happens. But the early prognosis on the night was she wins that, holds everything out here, then she could afford to lose Florida. She could afford to lose North Carolina. But we're in a very different conversation right now. Even if we give her Nevada, Trump is favored here. It's 11. It's 29. That's 15. Now we're in the ballpark. Now we're thinking, let's even leave New Hampshire out of it for a minute. New Hampshire's still in play. We're counting the votes there. But at 259, even if she wins Virginia, Michigan puts Donald Trump over the top. Let's say she comes back and holds on. The Wayne County vote comes in. Wisconsin would put him at 269. Then you've got a congressional district in Maine, or state of New Hampshire can put Donald Trump over the top. So we are having a conversation now that it was impossible to have 2 weeks ago. That was just improbable. You were not having a reality-based conversation trying to do this map a couple of weeks ago. The polling told you that was a fool's errand. It is not a fool's errand tonight as we watch these results. Does that mean this is going to happen? No, we don't know that. We're going to be counting votes for a long time. But it is now conceivable. And one other thing to watch, Democrats think that one's gone. We haven't counted many votes out here yet. There was a late push by Democrats. Is there anything we can do to turn that one around?
Let's take a look at Iowa. We're beginning to get some votes in from Iowa right now.
Some Democrats were thinking at the end, do we need to suddenly go back and try to turn something around? Are we going to be in a problem? And it's blue at the moment, but we're only at 13% of the vote. And the votes that are in Iowa City and Des Moines, those are big Democratic areas. So she's up 59, 60 to 35, up to 13% right now. But when I was showing you Michigan, I was saying take a deep breath because all the votes were coming in from conservative areas. Well, in Iowa, there's no reason for Republicans who think they're going to win the state to panic or Democrats to celebrate because we are very early on, and the early votes we're getting, Polk County, which is home to Des Moines, the big Democratic area, Iowa City, College Town out here, she's running it up in the College Town, but only at 2%. So this, again, in electoral college chess, you focus on the big ones. Florida's 29, North Carolina's 15, Michigan's 16, Pennsylvania's 20. Every now and then, the little guys come into play. And we may be counting the votes in Iowa, and we may be watching the votes in New Hampshire deep into the night because we have a different race tonight than we thought we had even just days ago.
All right, let's go to the big key battleground states. Let's start at Florida right now.
Let's come on down here. We're up to 95%, and it's close, but you get to the point, what are we at, 140, a little shy of that, 130 something?
Donald Trump is ahead by about 140,000 votes.
So you come down there and you think, are they there? Well, Palm Beach County is up to 97%. So there are more votes here. There aren't that many more votes here, but it could be some. You're almost done. If it's, whatever it is, you're adding up 10s or 20. 98% now in Broward County, which essentially tells you at the Clinton campaign war room, there's not much here. You might get some, and again, at the size of this gap, if that 2% comes in, it's a decent chunk of votes in a major population center, but it's not enough. So you need a little, somewhere you need a lot. And we're up to 99% here. So there are no more big, giant, empty baskets.
Almost all of those three counties, heavily Democratic, they are almost all in.
They're almost all in. And so now you're going through, again, now you're calling, I hate to say this, but now is when you're calling in, is there anything outstanding? This is at 100%. You've come in there. Let's come up here, other places, tiny, much more small counties, but they're at 100%. So the issue now at the Clinton campaign headquarters when it comes to Florida, number one, what's left in any of these small counties? And if the math continues this way, is there anything, you're nowhere near automatic recount land.
Let's go back to Michigan and Wisconsin, see what's happening right now. First of all, in Michigan.
49 to 48. 50, if you want to round that up to 45, 50 to 45 if you round that up. Again, so you're looking, just go back in time. There's not much of a surprise up here. Marquette, we'll see where the vote comes in. Let's go back and check. Let's see where we are right now. 50 to 43. 56. See, you're seeing, just as I was showing you in Wisconsin, you find every now and then you find that one big county, moderate-sized county. It's not huge, but in a close race, you flip a county like that from past races, you're talking about a chunk of votes that matter. Now let's come down here. This race is going to be decided down here. Oakland County, she's leading, but again, if the final third comes in at that, you're going to make up some votes, but not a lot, and this is what we're waiting for. We're only at 16% in Wayne County, and this has to be not only the margin. If it's this close, 51 to 43, let's just go back in time and look at that. There's no way. If that stays that close, and we're waiting for inner-city Detroit. If inner-city Detroit comes in and blows that away, but if you look at this 73 to 26, if Donald Trump, at the end of the night, is getting over 40% of the vote in Wayne County, well then, that's a tough night for Democrats in the state of Michigan. So we got to wait. We're only at 16%. Those votes could be coming from out here, down here, more Republican areas. But this is a question of, one, she better turn that percentage around big time if she wants to win Michigan. And number two, where are the votes? That's not a lot of votes. That's not a lot of votes right now. We're only at 16%. But that's a warning sign. I just want to just show you that again because it's a stunner if you look at it. 51% for Hillary Clinton in Wayne County. Tells you everything you need to know about Michigan at the moment. Emphasis on at the moment.
Donald Trump always said he would get those so-called Reagan Democrats, that working-class blue-collar voter.
Right, and so this is fascinating, and I'd love we'll pour through the Michigan exit polls as we do once that gets higher. Again, you're looking at that right now. If you're at the Clinton campaign headquarters, you are calling your people out here, and you're asking what went on. And to be clear, I know Dana was sharing some of this reporting the other day as well. Democrats out here have been calling the Clinton campaign for months, not just weeks, but for months, saying you need to tend to the garden. You think you have this one for granted. You're just taking this for granted, thinking you're going to win it. You better get out here. And the Clinton campaign late did get out there, but there's one of the. If this keeps going this way, one of the criticisms after will be that they took the so-called blue wall, which is these states they've won since 1992, 240, the last 6 presidential elections, 242 electoral votes. They include Wisconsin, they include Michigan, they include Pennsylvania, which looks good for Clinton at the moment. If these stay like this, she's going to have
Donald Trump's anti-trade message, like Bernie Sanders' anti-trade message, seems to have resonated in Michigan. Let's go to Wisconsin.
To make a key point. Before I do that, I just want to do one thing, because you just make a key point. I know the experts on the other side of the room, and they're right. Primary wounds very rarely carry over to the general election. So you can lose a state in the primary, or, Hillary Clinton won a lot of southern states in the primaries that she's not winning tonight. But Democratic primary, these are Bernie Sanders states, both of them. And so as we go through this tonight, to your point, I did that because of your point about the trade message.
Yeah, all right.
And you want to go Wisconsin?
Stand by. Let's do Wisconsin in a moment. Got to take a quick break. This presidential race turning out to be a real nail-biter. We're following close contests in multiple battlegrounds right now, including Michigan and Wisconsin. 2 states surprisingly very much at play right now. More results right after this quick break.
It's been a journey to get where I am. And I didn't get here alone. There were people who listened along the way. People who gave me options. kept me on track. And through it all, my retirement never got left behind. So today, I'm prepared for anything we may want tomorrow to be.
Every someday needs a plan. Let's talk about your old 401k today.
Lobbying is about foresight, about anticipating your opponent's moves and devising countermeasures.
How does she manage that?
Our system is rotten, and I will fight to change it.
You can't possibly win this! Sergeant Inquisition.
I've used whatever resource I have.
You crossed the line.
You know the word annihilate? It means reduce to nothing.
It's about making sure you surprise them, and they don't surprise you.
Miss Sloan, rated R.
It's so nice to meet you.
Give it time.
Don't let me be misunderstood.
Good Behavior premieres next Tuesday at 9 on TNT.
If you have Medicare, I have 3 things you'll want to hear. There's an all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan from Humana. It includes Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage, and it may save you money in so many ways. It's all in this book, and it's yours free just for calling. You'll see all the ways the plan might save you money, even on prescription drugs. In fact, Humana Medicare Advantage members can expect to save almost $500 in premium this year through our pharmacy benefit management efforts. And you get all this coverage with an affordable monthly plan premium, and in some areas, no plan premium. Even if you've looked at Humana before, you need to take another look at this plan. We'll send you the decision guide absolutely free, in a slightly smaller size, of course. Discover the all-in-one Medicare Advantage plan that could cut your costs and cover your prescriptions. Call 1-800-787-6423 or go to humanabigbook.com. The savings are too big to miss.
Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown. New episodes Sundays at 9 on CNN.
We have a major projection right now. Donald Trump will take Ohio. CNN projects Donald Trump will win Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. A relief for Donald Trump. No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. He has won Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where it stands now. Big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Right now, he is ahead of Hillary Clinton. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. Jake and Dana. Jake, this is a big win. He needed Ohio. He got Ohio.
Iowa and Ohio always looked like the first states of the Obama states that Donald Trump would be able to pick off. But I didn't know, based on polling and based on how Democrats talked about Ohio and how Hillary Clinton campaigned there. Remember, it was just a few nights ago she was there with Beyonce and Jay-Z campaigning. I didn't know it was going to be so early that we're going to be able to call Ohio for Donald Trump. I always thought it was going to fall into his side of the aisle. It is remarkable what we're seeing here, not just Ohio, but all over the country. In Philadelphia, I was just looking, the returns coming in. Hillary Clinton with 81% of the vote in Philadelphia as of right now. That is not really all that good for Philadelphia. She should be doing much, much better in the city of Philadelphia. The margins where she really needs to be driving up the vote for a very strong Democratic performance in those counties, she's not getting that.
Dana, a lot of stunned Democrats out there right now.
That's right. And let's just focus on Ohio for a second, what you just projected for Donald Trump as a bellwether. We've all talked about the fact that no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio. But given where we are tonight, and another interesting statistic is that no Republican has ever won Ohio without winning the White House since Richard Nixon in 1960. So there is a very long history of Ohio predicting the president, no matter where, which party he is in. The other point I think is important to make is that Donald Trump, we are projecting to win Ohio, no thanks to the sitting Republican governor in Ohio, John Kasich, Donald Trump's former rival for the presidential nomination. John Kasich made it very, very clear, very loudly, that he did not think Trump was the right person for the party, the right person to lead the country, sat out of the convention, even though it was in his home state.
And we should also note, Donald Trump obviously all the victories that Donald Trump has this evening, Donald Trump gets the credit for. But we should also note that when there's all this talk about how Hillary Clinton had a ground game and Donald Trump did not, the Republican National Committee has had boots on the ground for years now,
right.
and they have had a great ground game, and Donald Trump has been using that. So
He
it's
was
not
the
as
beneficiary.
it's not as though all these victories that we're seeing came just
You
because
got a lot of help from
you
the
got a lot of help from the RNC.
All
Absolutely.
right, we've got another key race alert right now. Well, let's update all the votes where they stand right now. We'll start in Michigan. Almost a third of the vote is in Michigan. Donald Trump has a 35,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16% of the vote is now in the state of Michigan. Donald Trump ahead there. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. He's ahead narrowly, 28,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Florida, 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead. In Florida, 135,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. In Arizona, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, more than 33,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in the state of Arizona. Let's continue. Let's go to North Carolina. Right now, Donald Trump, he has an impressive lead there with 84% of the vote in, more than 143,000, almost 144,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Almost half of the vote is in Georgia. Very impressive lead for Donald Trump. 347,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. He's doing well, very well in Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, almost half of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. More than 10,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Every electoral vote is critically important. In Virginia, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. She's certainly relieved at this stage. 87% of the vote is in Virginia. 13 electoral votes at stake there. We've got some more results coming in from Colorado. First, 65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 92,000 vote lead over Donald Trump in Colorado with its 9 electoral votes. In Iowa, 19% of the vote is now in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good lead, 54,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump in Iowa. And in Pennsylvania, more than half of the vote is in. She's got an impressive lead there of more than 167,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So she's doing well, relatively speaking, in Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Colorado. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where things stand. Donald Trump is ahead. He right now, we've projected, he has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. Trump ahead right now. Let's go over to John King. You're studying a lot of these battleground states so closely. Let's start in Wisconsin.
You start in Wisconsin right now. It's gotten a little tighter, but 48 to 46, to round that up to 49 if you want. So you're looking and you're counting the math here. Number one, just in a few places you're looking, you come down to Milwaukee, this is a danger sign for the Clinton campaign in the sense that 17% of the state population, the Democratic base center, and they're up to 82% of the vote. So more votes to be counted. Most of them, we see 65-30. Most of them, we presume, will go to Secretary Clinton, and it is the big population center, but you're getting close. You're getting close to the end there. So you start to look out here. Out here, you see the Eau Claire area here, only 1% of the vote. This is critical. It's tiny, 1.7% of the population, but you're starting to go back. You're looking for where are places that President Obama ran up healthy margins where you know there are Democratic votes. Doesn't mean she gets them, but they exist. The question is, does she? We're waiting for the votes to be counted here as you start to go through. Otherwise, you look at this. I just want you to just look at this map for a minute. This is where we are now. Focus on where the red is. And then when you go back 4 years, you see a lot. See this blue? President Obama winning in this part of the state right here. Then you come back in here. See all this red? So you're looking at places like, you start at Winnebago County, 50% for Donald Trump. You move over here. These are tiny, tiny counties, but it adds up. You start to go through them. These were blue 4 years ago, and now you're looking at them at the moment. We're still counting votes. So a lot of these counties, some I just went to, where was I, 10% of the votes there. So that doesn't, those numbers don't mean much. But if you're watching flipping counties within states, you look at that, all that blue down here. Look at all that blue down here 4 years ago. It's a lot of red at the moment. And so 42% statewide counted. We got a ways to go. It's more than competitive, especially at only 42% of the vote. But this is a
he's got a 30,000 vote lead right now.
But this is a tough battle again. And this is anyone say a month ago? Anyone say a month ago we were going to be counting the votes in Wisconsin late into the night? Number one. And again, the criticism is going to be here that even if she pulls some of these states out, the criticism is going to be that you ignored your friends. These are friendly Democratic states that have been Democratic for quite a long time, and look how close they are tonight. That's not to take anything away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump went into these states, he campaigned in these states, he's selling his economic message in these states, he's selling change in these states. But these are not states where the Clinton campaign was repeatedly visiting in the parts of the campaign when they could have and should have. So you're looking at 51-43 right now in Oakland County, just trying to see what's left out there, Wolf, as I go through some of these states, just trying to do the math of is it possible. We were down here earlier, and it was much closer. A bunch of votes came in Wayne County. That's what made Michigan.
Third of the vote in Wayne County now in.
And Michigan's a little tighter because of that, because this went back to a more traditional Wayne County. But still, when you go back in time, Donald Trump at just shy of 34% there. Mitt Romney got 26%. So, again, we'll see where we get. We're only at 34%, and it has changed. Let's see how we get as it comes in. Wayne County, again, notoriously late for coming in. Later. I'm not criticizing Wayne County. It's just later as they come into the state. But you're looking at this. Donald Trump is doing what he has to do. Again, compare it to 4 years ago. See all that red up here in the Upper Peninsula, up here in the northern part of what they call the mitten, if you will. See, put the hand up there. See, running it up. Still some places up here where President Obama did well that at the moment Donald Trump is leading, and that can make the difference. Again, it's a tiny little county, but that 1,000 votes can make the difference in a close state when you get down to a battleground like this.
Goes to show you every vote counts. Let's go to Colorado right now.
Colorado is close.
65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by, what, about 89,000 votes?
About 89,000 votes. And so you're looking at what are we missing. And so, again, most of this state is won here, unless this is very close. Then the smaller counties fill it in. So let's just check around here. Adams County, 9% of the state population. These Denver suburbs are critically important to how this state has shifted from reliably Republican to swing state to what many Democrats had hoped would be leaning blue. 50% of the vote there. Just want to go back and check. 57% for President Obama. This is a pattern we're seeing now in a lot of places where Donald Trump is running more competitive. You move down here to Arapahoe County, vibrant Tea Party here. It's a Democratic county, but there is a vibrant Tea Party as well. It's a tug-of-war county, a swing county. Hillary Clinton at 53%. That's more in line with the Obama performance. I just want to, Wolf, come over here. She's doing fine in Denver City. You'll have to check the math, the numbers of the turnout. Jefferson County, this is one of your classic swing counties in the United States. She's winning at 50% there. 51%. So this one, Colorado is filling in a way that I'm not saying we haven't called this state yet. We've got a lot of votes to count, but this one is filling in a way. Colorado, you look at the 5-point margin there, right?
She's built up her lead to about 91,000 votes right now. Let's go to Iowa.
I just wanted to check. That's a 5-point state, and that one's filling in. We've got a ways to go, but it looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. Iowa, we have Clinton ahead early, but I just want to be very cautious here. Number one, I don't know a lot of Democrats in Iowa who are confident they're going to pull Iowa out. Doesn't mean they won't. She has this lead here now. We're up at 21%. But remember, a lot of what you see empty here, especially out in the western part of the state, is going to fill in red. The question is, as we just went through to the east in Wisconsin and Michigan, these are blue for President Obama. When we get there later tonight, let's see what they are, because that could be the difference if this stays close. But right now, the votes that we do have are in Democratic population centers. So she's running it up big in the Iowa City area. She's running it up big in Cedar Rapids, but it's only 1% of the vote. And we have Polk County as your biggest center here, where Des Moines is. She's running it up big. So if you're the Democrats and you're looking at the map, you like what you see right now, but we're at 21%. We'll see.
She's up by more than 50,000 votes right now.
This could be when you pull out and look at this. If you're looking at this, number one, if Donald Trump holds this and this, she can't afford to lose both of those. If she gets one of those back, then we could be in a game of chess.
To 270.
What's her path to 270? Well, her path to 270 was this. Let me switch maps here for you. This is where we started the night, but these were all lean. These were all lean Democratic. At the moment, Pennsylvania looks solid. We're still counting the votes.
Change the states to reflect where the vote is now.
But right now, Donald Trump leads here. Donald Trump leads here. We're not ready to. This one's still early, but Donald Trump leads. So let's just put it in the current state of play. Okay? Donald Trump leads here. Oops, sorry. And Donald Trump leads here. So we were talking all in the last couple of weeks that Donald Trump had such a narrow path, like drawing to an inside straight flush.
Take away Iowa.
Tables have flipped.
Take away Iowa right now. Hillary Clinton slightly ahead. And Arizona, give them Arizona.
We'll make it a toss-up. If you give Trump this one, I think most people expect she'll get this one based on early voting. But even then, we took Iowa away. if Donald Trump holds these, and this gives her Virginia, this scenario gives her Virginia, which we're not done yet, but she has pulled ahead there in Virginia. But if Donald Trump holds Florida, where he leads, holds North Carolina, where he leads, we've called Ohio, and so this comes down, again, the Trump campaign said from day one, we are going to prove you all wrong, and we're going to win with a Rust Belt strategy. Early on, their anchor was Pennsylvania. That's the irony of this, in the sense that Pennsylvania at the moment, again, we haven't called it yet, Wolf, but Pennsylvania at the moment, Clinton has the healthy lead. Michigan and Wisconsin are the flashing red alerts at the Clinton War Room right now.
John, we have another major projection right now. And CNN can project that Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, will go to Hillary Clinton. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. An important win for Hillary Clinton in the state of Virginia, a state that President Barack Obama carried twice. She is ahead in Virginia. She will carry Virginia. Let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now with her win in Virginia. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 122 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. You see the red states, the states that have gone for Donald Trump, the blue states that have gone for Hillary Clinton, the yellow states. No projection, too early to call. We have another key race alert right now. As John King said, it comes down to Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan first. 37% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains a lead of almost 74,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49.5% to 45.5%, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead there as well. He's ahead by almost 27,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.3% to 46.5%. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin at stake. Let's go over to Jake. Jake, this is a moment that the markets are watching very closely right now, because few people thought Donald Trump would be doing as well at this stage as he's doing.
The markets don't like instability, and they also are unsure of what Donald Trump is going to do when it comes to trade. And we mentioned earlier that the Dow futures were down 500. Now they're down more than 600. But we should really just take a moment here and look at this. Pollsters predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to have not just a victory, but that she was going to win an electoral landslide. Not only is that not happening, it is entirely possible that Donald Trump is truly redrawing the map the way that he said he was going to. He was going to redraw the map from Wisconsin and Michigan to Ohio and Iowa, and winning over those white working class voters that feel the Democratic Party and Republican elites in Washington have ignored them for too long. Right now, he seems on his way to actually doing that. And in a word, it was Donald Trump versus almost all the experts, and as of right now, it looks like Donald Trump was right.
Yeah, he's doing something amazing right now. As he himself said, he said, don't believe all those polls.
That's right. And let's just talk about the Midwest, upper Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin. People initially thought when Donald Trump went into Michigan that it was a fool's errand because it was such a safely blue state. Then the numbers started to shrink. I started to hear, I'm sure you did too, from Democrats. There you go. Look at Michigan right now. He's up. Donald Trump is up by 57,420 votes, with just 38% of the vote in. But still, this is a blue state. This is the state that the Clinton campaign should have had in the bank a long time ago. And this is the other thing that is really stunning to Democrats. Wisconsin, I think we can put that up there as well. Wisconsin is a state that has not gone Republican in decades. They didn't spend a lot of time there. Donald Trump did do some trips there, canceled one that he was supposed to do last week, but he did certainly more than Republicans thought that he should have. People thought he was, frankly, bananas to go to Wisconsin as much as he did. Clearly, he wasn't. They knew that there was something possible to take there. He also has been traveling with the Republican National Committee chair, a Wisconsin native who also knows the state. But these are part of the Democrats' reliably blue states. And Donald Trump, as you said so well, is re-scrambling the map clearly with disaffected voters who are so done with Washington, and people likely, we'll see when we get the exit polls, who really haven't been out for any candidate, much less a Republican, in years.
We've talked about this for the whole year. Donald Trump having one core message, which is Washington is not working for you. It's a cesspool. It's not protecting your jobs. It's not protecting you from terrorists. It's not protecting you when it comes to illegal immigration. It's not keeping the border safe. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's been wrapped around that core message. But apparently, to millions and millions of Americans, that message was more important than all the other stuff wrapped around it, even when that other stuff was perceived to be very offensive to millions of other Americans.
And he clearly has energized a lot of voters out there that may not have necessarily have voted, but he got to them and he energized them. John, you're taking a much closer look at Michigan. Let's take a look at Michigan right now.
Taking a closer look at it and emailing people in both campaigns and people I know in these states who aren't affiliated, at least directly. They're not on the payrolls of any of these campaigns. The Democrats are obviously supporting Clinton. Most of the Republicans are backing Trump, although some of them are actually pretty agnostic about Trump when you think about it. So can she come back in Michigan is the question, right? We're at 38%. 49 to 46, you're looking at that 20 plus 40, so about 60,000 votes, just shy of 60,000 votes. There, if you're looking, can she come back in Michigan? The answer is yes, she can. Not that she will. The answer is yes, she can. You look at all this red and you think that's nuts. How is that possible? I just want to show you a couple things. Number one, you come down here. 3% of the state population. We're at 63% of the vote. So there's more votes to come here. This is the smaller basket of potential Democratic votes, but there are some votes here. The Clinton War Room says they're confident. The rest of this is overwhelmingly Democratic. We'll see if they're right. You come down here. We're going to come over here to Detroit, Wayne County. This is still a stunner to me that this is that close. It was much closer earlier on. You're looking at 61 to 35 there. You go back here, 73-26. That's where this has to end up for Hillary Clinton to win the state of Michigan. Can it? What the Clinton War Room says, and I just checked with a labor activist I know out here just to be sure that we're not getting spun too much, and he said he generally agrees that most of this vote is from the outer parts of Wayne County. You're in the more suburban parts out of way, and that we have not gotten the large pocket of votes that we will get from Detroit. So everyone says that's the case. If that's the case, there's a lot of math to be done when these votes come in, if they turned out. If. It's a big if. So when you start doing the math, is it possible? We're only at 40% of the state vote, 39% statewide. And she is down, she just pulled a little bit closer there. Is that what?
About 60,000 votes.
60,000 votes. So are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Of course there are. And so we have a ways to go. It is stunning that we're having this conversation based on how we thought this campaign was going to go. And it could be equally stunning if you're sitting in the Trump campaign or the Clinton campaign headquarters. You're looking at these two long, deep blue states, red right now. It is possible they could both turn as we count the votes. Remember what happened in Virginia. Donald Trump led it all night long. He led, and then the Democratic areas came in and it flipped. Is that possible in these states? Yes, it is. Guess what? That will decide the presidency, whether that happens or not. Because if you look at the way this map is filling in right now, yes, Florida is very close, but Trump's lead is pretty healthy. You go down here and look at it. In Florida, the way
130,000.
Right, the way we've gotten used to Florida, the closest state in 2012, 50-49, when you're looking at 2 points, or that's a little less than 2 points, I guess, but that's normal for Florida, and most people on the ground here, they're checking everywhere, trust me. They're checking everywhere, but even Republicans who don't like Trump in Florida think he's got this one. We'll see how it goes as we go forward. Let's check on North Carolina. That's a 3+ point lead there, 4-point lead. It's 4-point lead. We're at 90%, so you're starting to look, where are these votes? That's not good news for the Clinton campaign. When you look at North Carolina, 100% is in here. 77% here, but it's a much smaller piece of the population. But there are some Democratic votes still out there. Let's come over here. There are Democratic votes out here. If they're in here, the central city part, where you're predominantly, I mean, she's winning this by a lopsided margin anyway. There are parts of this county where she's probably winning at 70% plus. If they're out there, is it possible? So that's a lot of math to make up. If you look at the margin so far at 87%, her margin is what, 130,000 votes. You're not going to get. You only got 13% to go, so you're not going to get that many there. So you're looking at this and you're thinking, again, we're not ready to call this state by any means. We're going to be counting for a long time. But if you're the Trump campaign headquarters, you're thinking, we think we got Florida. We think we got North Carolina. We know we have Ohio. This is what you're going to look at right here. If Clinton can turn them back, and I'm going to keep checking to see if the vote count goes up to 44% in Michigan, you still see this lead. We're going to wait for this a while. And again, we could be counting votes in California, Wolf, when this comes in. This is how it goes sometimes. We're going to wait on this. We're only at 39%, but 39% is significant.
In Wayne County.
Yeah, in the sense that, are they here? If they're in here,
this is 18% of the state.
18% of the state. That's what I'm saying. So if the votes that we have from here out here, it's less Democratic. I don't want to call it Republican. It's less Democratic. But you see this here. So we're going to wait on this. And again, the Clinton campaign says they're not panicking. Trust me, they're concerned. They say they're not panicking because they're told that's where the votes are. I checked in with a labor activist who says they're generally right, although he's a little skeptical. There are enough of them. We'll see how that plays out. I just want to peek at this, and then I want to go up. Wolf will come back to me in a second. We got to go to you for projection.
We have another major projection right now. CNN can now project that the state of Colorado will go to Hillary Clinton with its 9 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins Colorado. She's ahead in the popular vote right now. You see 67% of the vote in. She's winning by more than 86,000 votes. 9 electoral votes in Colorado. Another important win for Hillary Clinton. She needs all of these wins right now. Let's take a look at the electoral college map. Donald Trump has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 131 electoral votes. Remember, you need 270 to win the White House. I keep saying that, but that's the magic number, 270. Another important win for Hillary Clinton in Colorado. Let's go back to John and talk about New Hampshire right now. More than half of the vote, John, in New Hampshire is now in.
54% of the vote in. You see Donald Trump with this lead, 3-point lead, just switched up 54. We're still at 3, just a little slight change in the math there. So what's that, 11,000 votes right in that ballpark there?
So Trump is in the lead. He's got a lead there. Are there any encouraging signs outstanding for Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire?
I wouldn't call anything encouraging for Hillary Clinton at the moment, to be honest with you, my friend. But yes, are there places when you look at New Hampshire that tells you this was a Republican county 4 years ago, but this is where I meant to tap Nashua City. Nashua City is just shy of 7% of the population. This is a Democratic area if she wins it. We've seen Donald Trump flipping some areas tonight. This, if you go back in time to 2012, 56 to 42, 6% of the state population. So if you look at what the margin is right now, there are enough votes even just right here if she performs. That's been the question, and we've gone state by state to see is she performing in these Democratic areas. That's one of them. I want to come over here to the seacoast. Sorry, I touched Maine. When you get right out here to the edge, let me stretch it out a little bit and make it easier for me. Portsmouth, another area here, just shy of 2% of the state population. An overwhelmingly Democratic area. We have no votes counted here yet. So let me just keep it on 2016 so I don't make a mistake. And so you come back. Are there places? Yes. Our friend Mr. Tapper can tell us about Hanover, New Hampshire. There's a famous university there. Just 1% of the state population, overwhelmingly Democratic area. So we've got a lot of counting to do still in the state of New Hampshire. But at 50, we're at 54% of the count. It's a 3-point race right now. The challenge is quite simple. In these Democratic areas, Portsmouth, Nashua, smaller population up in Hanover. I just want to see what's happening here. She's at 6 points now. We're at 92% in Manchester. So this is 8% of the state population here. 50% for Secretary Clinton. This is an issue we're seeing consistently. Donald Trump's appeal to blue-collar voters in gritty Manchester, New Hampshire, 55-44, 11 points for the president 4 years ago, 6 points for Secretary Clinton right now. That's what gets you the tighter race. You move into the traditionally Democratic areas. If you go back to 2008, remember we thought Obama was going to win the New Hampshire primary? This is where she pulled it out, right here in Manchester. At the last minute, her team, her organization pulled it out in Manchester. They know this state very well, and they're not doing what they need to do in Manchester City right now. There's still room for her to come back. Don't get me wrong. A 3-point race. There's a lot of Democratic areas. Just look at what's left on the map. If you see it, it's kind of scattershot. It's hard to follow. It kind of looks like a tablecloth in a diner, if you will. But you see a lot of blue. See all this blue down here? This is 2012. You see all the blue down here in the corner. We don't have those votes yet.
So she might still be able to overcome that 12,000 vote or so disadvantage she has.
Yes, she can, and we'll know. We will know when we see results come in from Nashua and Portsmouth. These are smaller communities. You're going to get 50 votes in this town, 100 or 200 in the next town. And Donald Trump's, there's a lot of Donald Trump territory still here to fill in the map. Don't get me wrong. Well, there's a lot. If you want to go back, there's a lot of red still to be filled in. From 4 years ago. So there's more votes for Trump. But the big population centers that we don't have yet are Nashua and Portsmouth, big relative in the context of New Hampshire. But there's room. No question there's room. Oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button there. There's room for her to come back without a doubt.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now. She's ahead in Pennsylvania. Take a look. She's ahead by only, less than 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 66% of the vote counted.
The way the rest of this night is going, She's happy, Wolf, in the sense that, no, it's odd in the sense that we thought, if we were talking about this, and our good friend Jeffrey Lord is from Pennsylvania, consistently we have thought that this would be the test. This is where the Trump campaign told us would be the big test. We're not done. We're not done here, but this one has been blue. She has led consistently throughout the night. So you look at where we're talking about here, and this is, so she has to come out of Philadelphia County with about 400,000. She'd prefer 400.
She's got 400,000.
Yeah, she'd prefer 440,000, 450,000.
She's ahead by 418,000 votes right now.
So you can win Pennsylvania with that in a presidential election. That's almost the minimum. I hate, it looks so lopsided, but that's almost the minimum. She's at 82%. You come back here again. You go back 4 years ago, 85%, and so I just want to see it's at below 1%. So so there's not much of a drain from the third-party candidates there at all. That's okay. She would like that to be stronger. The question is, how's she doing out here in the suburbs? And when you match this up right now, this one looks, if you're a Democrat, this one looks right.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it looks right, if you will. If you look, 57% in Montgomery County, 57% in Montgomery County. The president was 50-49 in Bucks County. Hillary Clinton, the third-party candidate's drawn a little bit there. It's a 1-point race. Say that's consistent. It's a 1-point race there. Just want to move over here and look. Chester County. She's winning this. Actually, this is significant. If she holds this, it's only 32% of the vote. This is where Melania Trump went to give her speech. Berwyn, Pennsylvania is here. It used to be Republican. It's trending Democratic. Mitt Romney won it just barely 4 years ago. So when you look at Pennsylvania, if there's a place they are reasonably optimistic about in the Clinton campaign headquarters, it's Pennsylvania. But we're only up to 67% of the vote. So you start looking out here, again, in the central part of the state is going to be for Trump. But that's 50-44. She's holding her own in a place like that, but we're at 100% here. We're at 94% here. I'm trying to see if there are places out here where we know there, even if it's hundreds at a time, if there are a lot more votes for Trump to make up. And you see, well, there are some small ones, but it's tiny here. You're looking at the votes.
You can
right here.
screen it to show us the outstanding vote that's still out there. We have this new feature.
You come, oops, bring it back. I just touched. She gets a little touch happy at this time of night. Let's see if we can get the percentage. Here we go. So we just come over to, let's just use 75 ballpark. So you're looking at the places where we're still under 75% of the vote counted. So you come in here, you're at 59%. So, again, it's a relatively small population center, but there are some more votes for Donald Trump as well. You're looking, Allegheny County, I just wanted to check this one. As you can see, it's over that. They're at 91%, Clinton winning. So more votes for her, but not a lot because that one is counted. So you're looking at what your calculation at home or in the war room is, okay, what's left? And you see a lot of blue areas here that are left, and these are more populated. These areas are more populated than these areas. So if you're looking at this, you would think your hunch off the top is there are more Democratic votes out there than Republican votes because these are bigger population centers than the Republican areas. So if you're in the Clinton campaign headquarters, you're reasonably happy with the Pennsylvania map, although at this point of the night, given what's happening in Michigan and Wisconsin, you're nervous about everything. But that one makes you feel a little bit better when you look at that. And I just want to check back out here. 46% moved a little closer, I think, from the last time we looked at this. I'm just going to keep looking down here. We're up to 50% in Wayne County. This is going to decide the state.
Let's screen Michigan right now and see where the outstanding vote is.
Let's bring it up.
Where there's less than 75% so far reported.
75%. And so there's a lot.
Trump is up by 53,000 in the state.
Up by 53,000 votes. And so you see a lot of red, right? That means we have a lot of votes still to be counted in these places. Now, again, it's not a huge vote count, but this matters. This matters. A couple thousand votes matter. So as we go through, they're up to 67%. So he's not going to get a couple thousand more to cushion, but he gets a few more hundred. So that's the calculation you're making. The hundreds you're going to get in these conservative, smaller counties, can the Democrats make up for that? That's a lot of votes with what's left to come out of Detroit. And this has to be, when we get more from Wayne County, it has to be overwhelming or else she's in trouble. I mean, she's in trouble at the moment in Michigan. The only way to solve her trouble is to have an overwhelming surge when we get more votes out of Wayne County. You look at other places, we looked at this a little bit earlier. Ingham County, it's Lansing, 63%. So there are more votes. It's, again, that's good math for Clinton, but you're almost two-thirds of the way there. So there's more, and there's a lot more for Donald Trump to come in these smaller counties, without a doubt. And so we're going to be counting in Michigan for a while. Let's do the same test as we go over to Wisconsin. Again, most of the areas we're waiting for are Republican, which bodes well for Donald Trump. At least they're Republican so far. There's by no means guaranteed that some of these won't flip if more votes come in. But if you're looking at them at the moment, they're
I
Republican.
want to remind our viewers that we're getting ready for the top of the hour. Polls are closing in 5 more states, including California, Oregon, Washington State, Hawaii, and Idaho. We'll see if we can make some projections.
Let's quickly look at western Wisconsin here. I just want you to look here. This is what we're waiting for. These are counties in Wisconsin where less than 75% of the vote has been counted, right? So we're waiting out there. This is now. That's 4 years ago. That's blue. That's all blue 4 years ago. That's red right now. And so if that stays that way, that is the redefining, at least for one election cycle, of the American electoral map as we know it. That is a crack in the blue wall. If that stays, I want to keep emphasizing if, because if you talk to the Clinton campaign headquarters, they tell you, and let's see, Milwaukee's over 75% now, so I just want to come back to the full count and see, because they have been telling us that they can get votes out of here. It's at 84%. Again, if it's Center City, Milwaukee, it could be overwhelming. Is it enough to make it up? You see what she's doing in Milwaukee County. That is overwhelming. So it's almost so. We'll see what happens here. The Clinton campaign says they can make it up here. When you're at 84%, that's when you start to get a little bit skeptical that the math is there. The other place the Clinton campaign tells us they can make this up is the all-important Dane County. 9% of the state population, Madison, University of Wisconsin. This is a liberal Democratic base area of the state. As you can see, she's winning 68, excuse me, rounding up, not down, 68 to 27. So half of the vote left. Is it possible? You see the gap. If she can double that, there are a lot of votes to be made up, enough to counter that. But she's running out of options. It has to come from here, it has to come from there, and then a small smattering, because there are still some votes, Wolf, for Donald Trump to make up in these rural areas. Tug of war, Wisconsin, tug of war, Michigan. We knew Florida and North Carolina would be tug of wars. This is most unexpected.
It certainly is a huge, huge surprise to so many people out there. All right, with the next few seconds, polls will close in 5 western states, including California, with this whopping 55 electoral votes in California. We're getting ready to make some major projections. Let's get ready for that right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of California with its 55 electoral votes. A huge win in California for Hillary Clinton. She will also carry Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Hawaii. Donald Trump, he also has a win. Donald Trump will win in Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump in Idaho. All right, let's take a look at the Electoral College map now. With these Oregon and Washington State, by the way, too early to call in those states. Oregon and Washington State. You see it right now. Now let's take a look at the Electoral College map. Hillary Clinton has now gone ahead. She has now gone ahead with the huge win in California. She has 190 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 171 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. Hillary Clinton is now ahead in the all-important Electoral College map count. Are they breathing a little bit easier over there at Clinton headquarters?
I don't think so, to be completely honest, because at some point in this night, as we watch the returns come in from states such as Wisconsin and Michigan, the Clinton headquarters was very confident that they had. That was their firewall. Remember, Wisconsin wasn't even part of the conversation. It was Michigan, it was Pennsylvania and Virginia and New Hampshire. When these returns come in, you see, okay, they have Virginia, but Pennsylvania is still up in the air. New Hampshire seems to be leaning towards Trump, and Michigan seems to be leaning towards Trump. No, I don't think so at all. You know, we've been talking now for 6 months about what is Donald Trump's path to the presidency. At some point, we're going to approach the period where it's a question of, does she have a path to the presidency? If she can't win Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Michigan, much less Wisconsin, Brooklyn, we have a problem.
Yeah, she's got to win those states, Dana.
Well, on that note, I'm just looking at a note from a Clinton aide saying that they are breathing a slight sigh of relief because of Colorado and Virginia. They do have to hold the upper Midwest, Wisconsin and Michigan, which, as you said, who knew, particularly Wisconsin, it was going to be this tight.
The Republicans didn't even think they were going to win Wisconsin a few days ago.
As I said, Donald Trump had been going there, much to the chagrin of others. And one more thing, I just want to say that as far as the Clinton path, win Pennsylvania and either New Hampshire or Nevada. One other thing, look at this picture. This is something that I think is quite poignant at this hour. 2 hours ago at 8:55 p.m. Eastern, the Clinton team tweeted this out. It says, "This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything." And this picture of Hillary Clinton embracing this young girl, you know, if she pulls this out, this is a picture that says, I did it for you. If she doesn't, it's a picture that says, I'm so sorry I tried. And it's so poignant that they sent this out 2 hours ago, and it can be read two very different ways.
One of the things we saw in the exit polls was that women were not voting for Hillary Clinton in the numbers that polls suggested they would. She was not getting the gender gap that so many anticipated. But let's talk about the response of world markets, because those are some other individuals who are having trouble breathing right now. You see the world markets in Tokyo, Shanghai, Hong Kong are down. And the last I saw, it was more than 600 points. The Dow futures were down, again, because of the instability of the American election. Everyone thought, based on pollsters and prognosticators, that they knew how this was going to end up. And B, because of Donald Trump himself, who is a wild card and has been talking tough on trade. There's a reason why Wall Street supported Hillary Clinton much more strongly than they supported Donald Trump. And we're going to see he's talking about renegotiating trade deals with China, with Mexico, and others. There's a lot more uncertainty in the world right now.
Lots of uncertainty in the world. The world was watching. I think most of the world thought that Hillary Clinton had it locked up. Not so fast right now. Let's get another key race alert right now. All right now it's all about Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, let's update you in Michigan first. Almost half of the vote is now in. Donald Trump still has a lead, 30,451. Donald Trump's lead in Michigan right now, 30,400 plus, 48.1% to 46.8% for Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes, very important electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead there, almost 60,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.7%. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Both of these campaigns desperately anxious to win both of these states. So, John, who would have thought that at this late hour we'd be talking about Wisconsin and Michigan?
And I'm looking at Wayne County again. This is where Detroit is. And you see Secretary Clinton's lead here. That's what, 136 plus 3, so 139. I'm going to look at the numbers to make sure I get them exactly right. Mitt Romney, Barack Obama race 4 years ago, Wolf. Just want to make sure I get these numbers right, because Democrats are saying, can we pull this one out tonight? It was 381,000. So we got 40% still to count. 667. That was the margin. This is, we're going to talk about this in Philadelphia when we go back to Pennsylvania. Democrats need to run it up. 381,000. Now, we've got 40% of the precincts still to count. So we've got a lot of votes that still come in, and they could come in from inner city Detroit, and maybe we'll get there. But 381,000 plus, she's way short where we are right now. So the question is, can she get here? Can she get here as we get there, as we pull this back out? We're up to 49% of the vote now, and 48, 46. Is it doable? Is the math doable? Yes. Other Democratic areas, we're still looking for votes here. We'll see, a long way to go. But this is going to come down to turnout right here in Wayne County, Michigan, and let's screen Michigan. Let's screen Michigan right now to see where the outstanding vote is, and we can do this. This is 75% or less of the vote has already been counted. All right, so you pull back to the state now. So you're looking at places, and again, so if you're a Republican, you're looking and you're saying there are a lot of Republican votes that come in here, and that's what they're thinking in the Trump campaign, that even if they come in with the last 40% and it's overwhelming, in the Trump campaign, they're saying, look, we got a lot of votes to get here. Now, these are small counties, but, again, you're at 63%, and that's 4,000 plus 43. So he's going to get some more here. He's going to get at least hundreds more, maybe 1,000 more. You look at here, Donald Trump's going to get more here. Again, if the margin holds up. There's no guarantee the margins stay the same. We don't know the precincts that are out. But if you notice a pattern through these counties, Donald Trump's getting 50 plus. In some of them, he's getting 55. 38% of the vote in, 61% of the vote in. So you pull this back out. There are a lot of Republican votes still to come in if the counties keep trending the way they are right now. Again, no guarantee of that. But when you start to get this far up in the state, and so this comes down. This state and perhaps the presidency comes down to Wayne County, Michigan at the moment, where we are at 58% of the vote, and Hillary Clinton is well shy of the margin Democrats need out of Detroit to help them offset gains elsewhere. And again, Wolf, we're consistently seeing this. She is underperforming in the Democratic base areas. All right, we have another major projection right now.
CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of North Carolina with its 15 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in the state of North Carolina. 93% of the vote is in. You see he's up by more than 220,000 votes. Donald Trump carries North Carolina. So let's take a look at the electoral map, where it stands right now with this win for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Hillary Clinton is ahead, but slightly. She has 190 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 186 electoral votes, 270. That's the number you need to win the White House. You see the blue states are the states for Hillary Clinton, the red states the state for Donald Trump. All those yellow states, by the way, too early to call. We are not yet able to make projections in those states. But Jake, this is a huge win for Donald Trump in North Carolina.
It's big. The Trump people were competing hard for it. It's a state that Donald Trump put his heart and soul into. President Obama won it in 2008. He lost it to Mitt Romney in 2012. And I think, you know, just to give you an idea of how this night is going compared to how the Clinton campaign thought it was going to go, we were reporting, Jeff Zeleny, one of our Clinton campaign reporters, said that Robbie Mook, the Clinton campaign manager, was saying that North Carolina was so tight it was going to be down to the wire. It might not even be called tonight. Well, it's 11:09 and we just called it. That says to me that their projections were off and their voter data file was wrong, and people came out to vote and vote for Donald Trump that they didn't think were going to.
That's right. And look, when we began to see the exit polls about the demographics and how these votes turned out the way they did, we'll see what really made this happen. But just in my experience being in North Carolina, Hillary Clinton had trouble with millennials. We saw the voting that showed that she was having trouble with the African-American vote. And clearly, as we are seeing in other states, even those that are traditionally blue, never mind the purple North Carolina, he has really boosted the white vote, particularly among white working class voters. North Carolina, as you said, went for it's really a swing state. Went for President Obama in 2008, for Mitt Romney in 2012. Donald Trump is keeping it red.
One thing that we're going to also need to look at as we all come and analyze the night, or you know, after it passes, is the effect of the third-party candidates. Yeah. Gary Johnson, the Libertarian, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, Evan McMullin, the Independent candidate. What role did they play? What role, like what votes would have gone to Trump or Clinton, but instead went to them? That was always one of the wild cards that pollsters were talking about, that there were so many undecided voters and third-party voters that made this race unpredictable. Turns out that might have had a bigger effect than we thought, in addition to the Trump effect.
Let's go over to John King. John, let's get back to Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states potentially could make the difference who's going to be the next president of the United States.
And at the moment, they're leaning in favor of Donald Trump. We got some more votes to count. 60% in Wisconsin, 49 to 46. You start to look at that lead. That's a 3-point lead. That's a healthy lead in a battleground state. The question is what's left. And it's get a little bit redundant this time of the night because we're waiting for this to come in. And so we're waiting. And so here's, you know, this is what the Clinton War Room tells you. They say they're concerned, not panicked, because they think there are a lot more votes here. But we're up to 60% of the vote here. Yes, she's winning Dane County overwhelmingly so. The question is, can you keep that margin when the other 40% comes in? And actually, they probably need to lift it up a little bit to pull that math off. Where else are you looking for Democratic votes? You want to come down here to Rock County, 3% of the state population, but you're up to 94. Again, a place that she's winning not by as much as she is Dane County, but you're looking in the Democratic areas. And so just as we talked about Wayne County, Michigan, we're going to talk about Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, but it's at 87%, Wolf. And so, you know, we don't know what's out. We'll have our people call and see which precincts are out, what can possibly be left. But even if you get a big boost in the final votes here, you're starting to look at a situation where there are still, as we go through some of these rural areas, where Donald Trump is winning and winning healthy. I know they're small, but again, if you're winning by that margin and you only got 61% of the vote, well, then you're guaranteed you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. You move over here, you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. And so if you're going through these and you're looking at it, you're looking at Donald Trump and you're saying we keep focusing on, are there enough votes left for Hillary Clinton? Well, in Wisconsin, there are a lot of votes left to be counted. Again, we're only at 60%, and a lot of those votes are in Republican areas. And I'm going to do this all night just to show you what is happening to the map, because, you know, this is number 8 for me in a presidential race, and you look at a state like this that has just been lock-solid blue. Nobody thinks the Republicans always say we're going to go there. Even Mitt Romney with his running mate, Paul Ryan from Wisconsin, couldn't win it 4 years ago, right? But look at all this blue. Just look at all the blue, and that's 4 years ago. And look at all that red. That's small-town America, that's blue-collar America, and right now Donald Trump is winning. I want to come back because you can see this even here. We haven't called Pennsylvania. It's relatively close. There are people in the Trump war room who think they can still pull out Pennsylvania. Let me show you why. Number one, we're up to 94% in Philadelphia, right? Now, again, we still have to count and see what comes left. That number could jump quite substantially, but she needed 430, 450,000 is what they would like, even though she's at, what, that 420 there? That's 420,000 votes right there. That's a pretty healthy lead out of Philadelphia. But Donald Trump is keeping it as close-ish in the suburban areas, but Erie County, blue-collar Erie County, right? Look at that. Now, that's supposed to be, if you're a Democrat, that's supposed to be blue. I want to show you something else. This is Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Obama got 63% with Joe Biden on the ticket. The scrappy kid from Scranton, right? 63%? 50%. Donald Trump's getting...
And 100% of the vote is in.
100% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is getting 47% in this part of the state. Give props to the guy across the room, Jeffrey Lord. He talked about this. He thought that the margins in these places would be smaller than normal. And you start coming into these areas and looking, 51%, Lehigh County, 51 to 44. Go back 4 years ago. 53, that's not quite as bad as you look through there, but even... Let's
screen Pennsylvania right now, see where the outstanding vote remains.
Even that point or two in those blue-collar counties, she has to, because of this, because the rest of this state is so Republican, in the places that are Democratic, the Democrats have to run it up, and she's not running it up. So let's go back and look. Let's just take this back. Let's just put it at around 80% there. That's 81%. So you're looking at the places that have not reached 81% of the vote counted. And so let me just move it over a little bit so you can see it. A lot of them are Republican. Now, we're still looking at this. There's some votes here. And we're, some more out of, even though Philadelphia is above 90%, you'll get more votes because it's the big city. But again, these smaller places, you're not going to come in with a ton of votes, but you're going to come in with, at 59%, you got a 2,000 vote cushion there, so it's reasonable to assume, if the margins continue, that the Trump campaign, they're sitting in their war room saying, we're going to pull in a lot more votes here, and we don't think her cushion in Philadelphia, and we don't think her margin in places like Scranton and Allentown are enough. There's logic to that. We'll see. We still have to count the votes. But as we focus on what is the emergency in the Clinton campaign right now, which is Michigan and Wisconsin, let's keep an eye on Pennsylvania as the late votes come in. This is Michigan on what's left. And again, most of the outstanding vote in Michigan is in areas that at the moment is coming in Republican.
He's ahead by 58,000 votes with 52% of the vote in.
58,000 votes. So we come in here. Again, this is only 58%, which sounds like a lot, but this is your biggest area. We're going to wait. We're going to wait and see. The Clinton campaign says our people are telling us we have some votes here. You start to get skeptical when you get up around 60%, but let's see what happens. I've seen this happen. You've seen states. We just went through it in Virginia. You can see a state that looks like it's going one way, and then all of a sudden a big basket of votes comes in and it goes. But the Clinton campaign, I think David Axelrod said it earlier, we've been saying for weeks that it's Donald Trump that has to draw to an inside straight. As we get into the 11 o'clock hour and later, it is now Hillary Clinton who has to draw perhaps to an inside straight flush because she has to turn around Michigan and she has to turn around Wisconsin and she has to hold on to Pennsylvania as the vote count goes there. And as we look, I just want to come back out so we can see the entire state in the state of Wisconsin. As you look at the vote here, again, 62%. It's a 2-point race, 2.4 race. You're trying to figure out where the rest of it is, Wolf. We'll keep looking. Still some votes to count in Dane County. Back to Wolf for a projection.
We got another major projection right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Oregon with its 7 electoral votes. Another win for Hillary Clinton in Oregon. In Nebraska, earlier we projected Donald Trump would get 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. They divide up their electoral votes according to the congressional districts. Now we're going to give them 4 out of those 5 electoral votes in the state of Nebraska. As a result, let's take a look at the map, the Electoral College map, to see where things stand right now. Hillary Clinton's still ahead. She has 197 electoral votes. The Donald Trump, 187 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. All those yellow states, still too early to call in those states. No projections yet. Hillary Clinton wins Oregon. Donald Trump gets another electoral vote in Nebraska. Jake.
And so far, he's racking up almost all the states he needs. I mean, he's won Ohio and North Carolina. I don't know what's going to happen with Florida, but he was leading last time I saw there. The path for Hillary Clinton to win is still there, but it's problematic. If I can bring up my screen here just to show she still needs Pennsylvania, she still needs New Hampshire, and she still needs Michigan. But even with those states, we still have the question of Wisconsin and what's going to happen with Wisconsin. They are now subtracting votes that were given to her automatically in all of the Electoral College projections. Nobody anticipated, including, as we were just talking about, Republicans, including the Trump campaign. They were going to have a rally, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, in Wisconsin, and they pulled out because they thought they were down 5 or 6 points. We still don't know what's going to happen in Wisconsin, but they are exceeding their own expectations.
And she never stepped foot in the state of Wisconsin since winning the Democratic nomination. That's how confident they were in the state of Wisconsin. I'm just looking at an email from a Hillary Clinton aide insisting on Wisconsin. All of Madison, which is very, very liberal, is out. They say all of Milwaukee. And John was just showing in Michigan, they still think that they have a chance of boosting the numbers in Detroit, so that those two states are very much in play. But I mean, come on. We're talking about Wisconsin and Michigan right now. The other interesting point is that those are two states that Hillary Clinton did not win in the Democratic primaries.
Right.
So it appears that not only is Donald Trump's support strong, but her Democratic base didn't entirely come home.
And in fact, in exit polls I saw earlier, I don't know if they've been updated, the Democrats were losing half of union households. You know, we've been talking, because we've all been trusting the polls, that we've all been talking about what's going to happen to the Republican Party and the bloodletting and the infighting and who's going to lead the Republican Party and all that. Again, completely wrong. It's the Democratic Party that's going to have this fight.
You know, take a look at Michigan right now. Donald Trump's lead has just dropped right now. What is it, about 25,000 votes that he's ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. So it's narrowing a bit.
Right.
She could still
Which is what the Clinton people are looking at.
She could still absolutely pull out a victory and still end up being the next president of the United States. But with the fact that the performance of Democrats, as of right now, in these Rust Belt states has been so challenged, shall we say, I think it's fair to say that the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren wing of the Democratic Party is going to be emboldened and stronger, and Democrats are going to be saying what went wrong. Even if Hillary Clinton wins tonight, which seems less probable by the hour, even if she wins, there is going to be a real argument that Democrats have ignored working class, white working class voters for too long.
Which, as you said, was exactly the argument that Bernie Sanders made successfully. The reason why he gave Hillary Clinton such a run for her money during the entire Democratic primary season, and why there was such a clarion call early on by those people in the Democratic base for an Elizabeth Warren to get into the race.
Michael Moore, the progressive filmmaker, was on my show about a week ago. From Michigan. And he was terrified, and I said, well, what about the polls that show her up in Michigan and Wisconsin? He said, I don't believe any of these Rust Belt polls. I don't think they know how to poll the Rust Belt. Remember what happened in the primaries, and what happened in the primaries is that Hillary Clinton was projected to win the Michigan primary, and Bernie Sanders won.
And can I just add one other element in here, and you've touched on it earlier about the RNC, the Republican National Committee, working during the non-election years after the big loss in 2012 to build up their operations in a lot of these states. Michigan and Wisconsin were two of those states. Wisconsin, probably not surprisingly, because it's the home
His lead
state
has just
of
been cut down to 14,000. It's getting closer and closer.
Wow.
Take a look at that. So it's still a race. It's still very much of a race.
Yeah, she needs to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire.
Yep.
It's still possible. It's just much closer than anyone thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but what I was, and my point there was that there's a ground game that Republicans have built even before there was any nominee, and it seems to be coming.
Cliffhangers in Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states could decide who's going to be the next president of the United States. We'll be right back.
Billy, what if you don't go?
I have to, Kat. I need a commitment.
It's going down. What? Trump's been hit! Cover!
What you did that day no longer belongs to you. It's America's story now.
What really happened over there?
I did what I had to do. Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk. Rated R.
Looks like we're bound to start anew.
season, start a new tradition. Experience the power of Infinity now with leases starting at $319 a month. Infinity. Empower the drive.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started.
Man, where's a beer?
Cheers.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion, a modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking, so you feel good as new. Gold Bond, ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
When you stole the throne, witch, you took away my strongest ally, my father. But you didn't know me. You never thought I'd fight back. You don't know me. But you will.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
This is the Match app.
Oh, I like it.
How is this different than some other apps?
You get more of an idea what the person is like.
Versus,
here's my face, or not my face. It's a little bit more mature.
Match. Start for free today.
This is Life with Lisa Ling. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
We've got a key race alert. Let's check in all the key battleground states. It's a cliffhanger going on here in Michigan right now. 56% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Donald Trump has a lead of 13,000 over Hillary Clinton, 47.7% to 47.2%. There are 16 electoral votes in Michigan. It's so close. In Wisconsin, 65% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a little bit better of a lead, 66,000 votes ahead of Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.8%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In New Hampshire, look at this, 64% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 9,300 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.2% to 46.2%, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. And he is leading in Iowa as well. More than half of the vote is in, 54%. Donald Trump is ahead by 32,600 votes over Hillary Clinton in Iowa. 6 electoral votes, 4 key states. 4 key states right now, John, and those states are going to be decisive.
And she has closed the gap in Michigan, Wolf. We've been saying, what are we waiting for? Some Democratic areas. The question is, we're still only at 57% of the vote in Michigan. She's now closed. You look at there, we're within a 1-point race of each other there. And so you start looking, you say, where are they? You go out here to Kalamazoo, 96%, but some votes came in here that boosted her up a little bit. Here's the big one we're waiting for, still over here in the Detroit area, and this is why this is so important. We're up to 72% now, but she's starting to stretch the lead here, and what we were told from the Clinton campaign war room and Democratic labor activists on the ground say that most of these votes are in here, and they expect when they do come, they're going to be overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. Does that mean it's enough? We'll wait till they come in to do the math. But she has closed significantly in the state of Michigan, and we watch that one. So now we're going to go over here to Wisconsin. 49 to 46, if you round that up, 65% of the vote. You're in the Trump campaign headquarters. You're starting to look. What are we looking for? I just want to come down here to Milwaukee County, 17% roughly the state population. We're at 87% county-wide. Again, what we're being told from the Clinton war room, and so this, consider the source, but what they're telling us is there are only 15, 18 precincts from Milwaukee proper have reported there are 300 plus in the city of Milwaukee. And so they're saying that their core-based Democratic vote has not been reported yet. If it comes in and the turnout is good in big numbers, it's enough to make up some of this gap. That's Milwaukee County. We'll come back to statewide now. So they are saying that they believe it is still mathematically possible. We'll believe it when we see it, but that is what they say, and we still have votes to count. I don't know that I trust their numbers. I'll let them spin their own numbers. But if you look at it, yes, that's conceivable. But they need to perform at near perfect levels with the remaining votes to make that up.
Let's go to Nevada. I want to just check in on Nevada right now.
Nevada is shaded blue at the moment. We're at 51% of the vote, 50% of the vote, excuse me. We're at 52 if you round that up to 43. This is where this is going to matter the most down here. This is where the Democrats believe they had a very successful early voting operation, 53 to 41. I just want to go back in time for comparison to look, 56 to 42. So that we'll wait and see when the rest of it comes in. This is very, very early.
Early voting.
Very early in Clark County. So you're just getting the early voting in, and so we'll see how the count goes up in here. It's pretty simple what has to happen here. Democrats have to run it up huge here. Donald Trump has to run it up huge out here to see what happens. So we got to wait to go in Nevada. And again, right now, the country and the world are focused on Michigan and Wisconsin. We'll see what happens as we get closer to these. You know, if she can come back in Michigan where she is right now, then these smaller states, Iowa was blue earlier. Donald Trump's now leading in Iowa. That had been blue in the early count. Donald Trump has pulled ahead in Iowa. I was just in touch with a Democrat and a Republican in the state of Iowa. They're pretty confident, both of them, the Democrats discouraged by this, don't get me wrong, but that Donald Trump, they believe Donald Trump is going to win Iowa as he won Ohio. Those are the two states. These are two Obama states that Donald Trump looks like he's poised to flip. So we could come down to out here in Nevada, and we're still counting the votes in New Hampshire. It's 64%, 48 to 46. This is going to be key. We still have absolutely nothing from Nashua. It's just shy of 7% of the state population. This is a big Democratic area. If is Secretary Clinton performs at or near where President Obama did, because we've seen so many examples tonight of places where she has not, in places where there are considerable Democratic
votes. Let's go to Pennsylvania right now.
I just want to check one more quickly over here. Out along the coast here, we have nothing. This is a Democratic area of New Hampshire, and we still have nothing.
Closer to Boston.
Right, and yes, closer to Boston, a liberal tradition out there. And so as you watch this right now in Trump War Room, you're happy with what you see, but we're not done in New Hampshire yet. Where to?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. It's a road trip with Wolf Blitzer. I like this on election nights.
80% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 48.9% to Donald Trump's 47.6%. 73,000 vote lead for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 81% of the vote counted.
It has closed of late. It has closed of late. There was a little time earlier tonight. I go back and forth in the map, pulled out national. There was a time where it flipped red, then went back blue within a matter of seconds as some votes get adjusted through the system. So what are you looking at here in Pennsylvania? Number one, again, here, we're up to 96% now. And she's up in that area. I told you you want to get 430, 440, 450. Right. That's critical. That's the figure that they needed. You got to be over 400,000 for the Democrat. You'd prefer to be closer to 450,000. So that's quote unquote the right number if you're a Democrat. So you get that out of Philadelphia. Then the question is, how do you perform in the populous suburbs in the collar counties? 59% there to 57%. So she's doing it percentage-wise. The question is, you look at the turnout, 90% of the vote is in there. Let's move over to Bucks County. This is always the close one. This was 49-48 is my memory, 50 to 49, I'm sorry, a one-point race 4 years ago. This is the closer, the more blue-collar of the suburbs, and so that is getting tough. The question then is, do Democrats make it up? This used to be the more Republican, more affluent county, and you go out there and Hillary Clinton's doing well with 70% of the vote in here. So we have a ways to go here. The reason this is so close, in what has been a rock-solid Democratic state for so long, number one, Erie County. That should be a Democratic county, Donald Trump winning there. Allegheny County, let's see, this one is about where it's supposed to be if you're a Democrat, 56, 57, 42. So Hillary Clinton did well there. She was there just the other day. She was there twice, I think, in the last week of the campaign. This one's going to be embarrassing personally to the Vice President of the United States. He was there many times, and you see 50 to 46. That's actually pretty stunning. It's not a huge vote center, the Scranton area, but this is a traditional, big Democratic area, Wolf. And again, in a close state like this, if you underperform in the places where you know you have your votes, that's what happens. And so we're going to pull this out right now. We're at 81%. This is a squeaker. We're still going to have to go here and count. And I just want to check.
She's winning by about 75,000 votes.
About 75,000 votes. I just want to check. So you look at these smaller counties as you go through the state. Most of them are in. So most of the Republican vote is counted, but not all. And we have a ways to go yet here as well. And so if you're the Clinton campaign, this was supposed to be locked up like that. You're thinking, this is supposed to be a big 5-point lead. This is supposed to be locked up, and they are not. I just want to check back to see, constantly checking to see if the percentage goes up. We're still at 57%. Again, this is a very close race. At the moment, it looks a lot like Virginia, where she was able to come back. The question now is she's pulled into position where she's on the same lap of the track now, where she was a couple laps behind most of the evening. We'll see if she can close the rest of the gap. And again, if she's going to do it, it's going to be in places like this. Oakland County, most of the vote is in. This is an area, that's a good sign. If you're Secretary Clinton, one quick second. This is Flint. Genesee County is where Flint is, big African-American community. Remember, during the primary campaign, she broke out and went out here to campaign. This is a good sign if you're in the Clinton war room. Only 37% of the vote counted here. She thinks she's going to do better in Genesee County.
All right, so let's say they split these two states. Hillary Clinton wins Michigan. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. What's their respective road to 270.
Well, here's the map where we started the night, right? And so let's see, you just said you want her winning Michigan. Let me make that blue again. And you think Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. For the sake of argument, what happens there? It takes her down from where she started the night, number one.
Give her North Carolina, too. Yeah, North Carolina.
Donald Trump. That one has to go to Trump.
Yeah. Give him North Carolina.
He gets North Carolina. He gets Florida. Then we're a tie with these states that we're still looking at. The expectation is that Donald Trump will win here and that she will win here. We're not there yet, but doesn't that look sweet? 260. Yeah, exactly. 269 to 264.
Give her New Hampshire.
How are we do in New Hampshire?
Yeah, give her New Hampshire.
Now we're missing 2 votes.
Yeah.
We're missing the congressional district in Nebraska.
1 vote there.
And the congressional district in Maine, the 2nd congressional district in Maine. The one up here, we were thinking, leans Donald Trump. We'll count the votes as they come in. The one in Nebraska, I haven't seen the latest projections on that one. But this is not the race that I think most people thought we were going to have tonight. It's not the race we have at the moment, but it is a perfectly reasonable calculation that as we brew a little bit more coffee past the midnight hour and the 1 o'clock hour, the 2 o'clock hour, this is a remarkably competitive race. So let's go back and let's take a look at some of these states. Just the fun part about this, counting the live votes, is while you're having a conversation about one thing, often you get a change in the map. So let's look up here. 68% now in the state of Wisconsin. We're leading right there. So we'll keep counting them, Wolf, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire, as we have, shall we say, a cliffhanger, to say the least.
All right, we have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida. With its 29 electoral votes, Donald Trump wins Florida. A huge win for Donald Trump. That's his second home in Florida. Donald Trump will carry those 29 electoral votes. He's ahead right now with 98% of the vote in by more than 131,000 votes. A big win for Donald Trump in Florida. He predicted he would win Florida. He has won Florida. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. You see Donald Trump has taken the lead. He has 216 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 197 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. But it's a big, big win for Donald Trump in Florida. Jake and Dan, a lot of people didn't think that Donald Trump would be able to do it. He did it in Florida.
He did. A huge prize, 29 electoral votes, where his second home is at Mar-a-Lago. And let us also just point out, when you were doing the map with John just a second ago, you were very close to having a 269 to 269 tie. That is entirely possible. It is not crazy at all, and we could go do it, but you already almost did it. If there
were a 269 tie, it goes to the new House of Representatives.
And the other thing, as you point out, is that there are those 2 states that give out electoral votes according to congressional districts. And if Donald Trump picks up that one in Maine, the Maine's 2nd congressional district, then that's 270. And so all those trips to Maine that he took, that he made, actually may end up being crucial. And we should point out, this is not over for Hillary Clinton or for Donald Trump. This is, as John said, this is a cliffhanger. We really have no idea what's going to happen here. I haven't seen a race this close since Al Gore and George W. Bush in 2000. It really could theoretically come down to one state or even one congressional district.
Speaking of 2000, I think we should take a moment and talk about Florida. Because, as you said, it was something that Donald Trump said he was going to win, said he needed to win. It looks like we've projected that he has won it. And it just shows that there are big questions as to who this electorate is. Because looking at the early vote, part of the reason why Democrats were so bullish about Florida and part of the reason why Republicans were so pessimistic was because of what they saw was a big surge in the Latino vote. So at the end of the day, we'll see what that Latino vote was, particularly newly bigger Puerto Rican areas in the I-4 corridor. And if that surge really happened, and if it did, which way did they vote?
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that all these states are much closer than anybody anticipated.
Let's take a look at the vote in Michigan right now, because Michigan and Wisconsin, these 2 states are shaping up as critical. Right now, 59% of the vote is in Michigan, and Donald Trump still maintains a lead of almost 30,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. He's got 48%. She has 47%. Still, 40% of the vote outstanding, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. And let's take a look at Wisconsin right now. These are the two states that could be decisive. 70% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a lead of almost 69,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 45.8%. Another 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. Let's go over to John King. John, Wisconsin and Michigan, let's talk about the best Hillary Clinton can do right now, because in the Electoral College we're talking about.
In the Electoral College, you want to do the best she can do. Let's just check the results real quick. 59%, 1-point race right there. And again, we're waiting. This is all going to come down to what's left here in Wayne County. There are some other votes to come in, but this is the biggest outstanding vote total right there. We're going to watch that. Let's just check over here real quick. Up to 70% right now. This is state. You know, the Clinton campaign keeps telling us, and they tell us they're all, most of them, not all of them, they tell us most of them are here. We're up to 87%. They're telling us in essentially the center city, Milwaukee, there are a lot of precincts yet to come. We'll see that math when it comes in, but we're at 87% in the county. So when that math comes in, it has to be overwhelming to make up that. That's a big lead. So you want to do this through from an Electoral College perspective. Let's come up here. And again, this is, let me refresh this map just so we get it right. This is where we started the night with projected Hillary Clinton at 268, but Donald Trump has won Florida. Donald Trump has won North Carolina. Donald Trump keeps Ohio. And so where does that get Donald Trump right now? Virginia, we're leaning. Right now, we're not done in Virginia. We leaned it Democratic coming into the night, so just leave it there for now as we go through this. Let's assume.
Virginia, we called for her earlier.
Virginia, we called, so she keeps that. So let's assume for the sake of argument, when we get there, we'll see if these two stay where we think they're going to end up, and we're having a night where sometimes what we expected hasn't happened. So, that's
true. But
let's be candid. But the early returns suggest to us that that's going to happen. Let's see what happens. That has Clinton at 274 and at 259. This has always been the challenge for Donald Trump. Can you flip a big blue? Well, at the moment, he's leading.
Flip Wisconsin red. Let's see what happens.
You want to flip Wisconsin red. I was going to go with Michigan, but there you go. If you do that, 269, Trump, 264, with the state of New Hampshire still out there, where he leads right now. There's a lot of Democratic votes out, so let's just play it out both ways. If she wins it, 268, 268, with 2 congressional districts we have to bring into play. That's exactly how we thought the night was going to go. If he wins it, 273, assuming he wins the state of Wisconsin, that gives him Wisconsin. Michigan, 16, that one's 10. So if they split these, how they split them is hugely significant to the Electoral College count, because the 6 will make a big difference, especially now that we expect, and these 4. I said, if you get 10 here, 4 there, we're into interesting math. So let's go back as we play out all these scenarios. Let's just go back and take a look. And so what are we curious about? Number one, we're curious about this. We're up to 70%, and we're still waiting on the same. We're waiting on Center City, Milwaukee. Let's move next door. Michigan, we're up to 60%. And this one is in a closer state here. And so, Wolf, we have Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire still counting, and some others. We got a ways to go.
All right, we have another projection right now. And CNN projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Washington. Washington State and its 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton. She's ahead, you see, in the poll and the actual vote count in Washington State. We project all 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton in Washington State. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where it stands with her win in Washington State. Donald Trump still is ahead. He has 216 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 209 electorals. Very close, 216, 209. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. You see all those yellow states there. Those are still the states where we have not made projections. Too early to call in those states. We're counting the numbers, watching the numbers very, very closely in those states. This is a real nail-biter that's going on right now in this race for the White House. Let's go over to John King. Take a close, we have about 12 states to go, John, where we have not yet been able to make projections.
And so what I do sometimes when you walk away is to try to have a little just looking ahead. This is Maine's 2nd congressional district. It's the largest portion of the state, north of my little squiggly line. That's not exact, but I looked at the House district. If you look, see, this is the House district here. It's a Republican House district. Maine splits its electoral votes by congressional district. It's a Republican district. That doesn't mean it goes Republican for president, but That's the way we thought it was going to go. And so we're looking right now as the votes. We don't know yet. We still got a lot of votes to count up here.
58% of the vote is in, and she is ahead, 48.9% to 44%.
Statewide, but it's heavily Democratic in the smaller southern portion of the state. It's more conservative up here. That doesn't mean it'll go that way, but as we watch this one play out.
That's one electoral vote that's at stake in Maine, where they divide up their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Nebraska, there's one a congressional district that's still up in the air in Omaha, Nebraska right now.
Correct. And so this is where these are usually the quirks of the night, where you're saying somebody gets one, you're having a debate about if somebody get one more or somebody can get one less. They may not be quirks tonight. They may be absolutely essential. This is the Nebraska congressional district. It's essentially these two counties, Omaha, which is Democratic, which she's leading right now, and then just to the south in Sarpy County, where he's leading right now. And this is, so we'll have to do the math, and we have people out on our decision desk who are drawing. I drew a general line around the congressional district. We have people on our decision desk who are honing in on this very closely. If you just do the rough math of her leading here by, that's a little shy of 9,000 votes there. He's leading here by more than that. So if you're looking at it right now, ballpark, it looks like he's a little ahead in this district, but we're not there yet. So that's our decision desk people will be going deep into that. But this is where we are in this race. This race is now surprisingly tight, incredibly tight, where we could be looking at these congressional districts in the states that divvy up their electoral votes that way. We'll get to that. We're doing a little advanced work on that now. We'll get to that depending on what happens here. To clear this so the squiggly lines don't distract people, I'm going to start with the smaller one first. We're up to 66% now in New Hampshire. Donald Trump's lead has been holding steady, but that's not a huge lead. What do we got, 12,000 votes there? A little shy of 12,000 votes there. And again, if you've been with us all night, Rye, right along the ocean, it's beautiful if you've never been to that part of New Hampshire. Portsmouth, this is a bigger area here. It's a big Democratic area. Just to remind you, President Obama ran it up really big here. And so there are, if she gets them, and that's become a recurring theme, that's a Democratic area. I want to come over here. We also have nothing out of Nashua City, which is 6.6, close to 7% of the state population.
What did President Obama carry by?
This is another big area for President Obama, 56% of the vote. So when you look at the statewide vote total in New Hampshire, let's come back to 2016, there are places where there is more than enough room. We did get some Hanover. Hanover came in 100% of the vote. You see a place like that where she's getting 85% of the vote. President Obama got 75% of the vote. So if she performed how she had to perform up there. If she does that in these outstanding Democratic areas, now we still have a lot of small towns. You see there's a lot of small towns. Let's just go, but a lot of them are blue. See, you see all down here is empty right now. So there's a lot of Democrat on the map in New Hampshire if it performs like it did 4 years ago, and we've seen a problem for Secretary Clinton. So we'll watch this one, but you have a narrow Trump lead, but there's more than enough opportunity if she delivers for Clinton to get New Hampshire, and those four could become absolutely critical. Every time I pull back to the national map, I'm looking to see if one of these flips, because that is the story of the night. This tug-of-war we are in, this cliffhanger we are in, will be decided by whether or not one or both of these flips back to blue as we get closer in the count. So let's again go back to Michigan. And this is an inchworm here. We've gone from 57 to 60 in 35, 45 minutes. So we're inching up very slowly. That's still a substantial lead.
30,000 votes.
Still a substantial lead. So I'm going to go through from the smaller to the larger Democratic area. We're up to 96% here, so there's not much. There may be some votes there for Secretary Clinton to make up, but not a lot. Let's come over here. We still have some votes here. Again, not the most populous area, but there are some Democratic votes there. And then the biggest deciding factor will be here in Wayne County, where, again, we're up to 77% precincts reporting. What we are told by the Clinton campaign is that they believe what's yet to report is the heart of the Democratic base, the African-American base, the inner city, center city of Detroit. That's what they're telling us. We'll see when the votes come in. And we've been waiting a long time, and this is not atypical. Wayne County, we've been through this many nights, you and I, Wolf, and the rest of us. Wayne County is always, in Michigan, it's always late, if not last. And so you look up here again, the rest of the suburbs are starting to come in, 87%. In the Trump campaign, they're going to be very happy with this if it sticks, but we're up to nearly 40% of the vote in Macomb County. This is an area, 54-41. Again, when you go back in time, President Obama carried this. I mean, and this is in the history books, is where the birthplace of the Reagan Democrat. This has been studied. Back in the 80s, this is where all the political scientists, all the pollsters deeply studied this area for the Union union voters who became Democrats, who became Republicans, who defied their own union and party leadership, who told them to vote a Democrat and supported Ronald Reagan. Will there be Trump Democrats after this election? That'll be one of the conversations that we have. We're going to have that conversation anyway, because the map is changing. Even if these states flip back, they are remarkably competitive, and we're learning an important lesson tonight as we continue to watch this. So 60% in Michigan, still a narrow Trump lead. 72% now in Wisconsin, and a narrow Trump lead. 2 Rust Belt states, Wolf, they're going to keep us up late. Very competitive.
We have another projection to make right now, an important projection. And CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. 84% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump has a lead of more than 228,000 votes. Donald Trump wins Georgia. Donald Trump carries that important state. So let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. With the win in Georgia, Donald Trump is ahead. He moves closer to 270. He's got 232 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209, 270. Once again, the magic number. Donald Trump carries Georgia, an important win for him. You see all those red states. Those are states that Donald Trump has carried. The blue states are the states that Hillary Clinton has carried. The yellow states, no projection yet in those states. Very, very close contest. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. We talked about this being a historic night early on, and it is certainly turning out to be that in a lot of different ways. David Axelrod, what did everybody get wrong? I mean, the polls were just wrong.
Just the numbers. No, look, you look at the exit polls, whether they got the top line numbers right or not. What is clear is there was a hunger for change among a lot of Americans, and those who felt strongly about, those who were angered and disenchanted with government, overwhelmingly were supporting Donald Trump, notwithstanding the fact that 2/3 of them said that they didn't think that he had the temperament or the qualifications for it. This was a primal scream on the part of a lot of voters who are disenchanted with the status quo. And Hillary Clinton, I always say, and we don't know how this is going to turn out, so I'm not trying to impute things here that I don't want to, but my operative phrase as a consultant was, you're never as smart as you look when you win, and you're never as dumb as you look when you lose. You look back now at the things that Donald Trump has been doing with his time in terms of where he's campaigned and the hammering away relentlessly at the message of Hillary Clinton as 30 years, and it has found an audience, and that's what's made this race close. And you look at these rural areas, in all these states, in county after county, he is outperforming Mitt Romney dramatically, and she's underperforming President Obama.
And, I mean, in every interview with Kellyanne Conway, she talked about sort of hidden Trump voters.
Right.
A lot of Trump supporters were saying that. It seems like they were right all along.
That tonight, I've been talking to somebody who works on the Trump campaign, who's involved with their, digital operation and their polling. And they say that in some places in rural America, that they have 10% more turnout than they originally thought. That they were saying he was going to get more, but it's even more than that. And that when you look at the exit polls and you look at the white working class voters, who are about 4 in 10 voters, and you look at voters in this country, 39% were voting for change. And you see that half of the electorate in the state of Michigan felt that trade takes away jobs. And you say, as Dana was saying earlier, that Hillary Clinton didn't even visit the state of Wisconsin in the general. You put that all together, and what we see is a massive outpouring among voters who perhaps didn't vote before, who perhaps were hidden, and they came out tonight, particularly in rural areas of this country, and said, okay, we want somebody who's different.
But Michael Smerconish, I mean, the Democrats thought with all the star power of their surrogates, with the high popularity of President Obama, and President Obama out there on the stump, and Michelle Obama clearly did not do what they had hoped it would.
It's not only that it didn't do what they hoped it would do, but I can't help but sit here tonight and wonder if it didn't boomerang and have the complete opposite impact, because it reinforced who really represented the establishment in a year where you didn't.
Right, which is something Jeffrey Lord
candidate.
talked about even last night during that big star-studded event with all of them on the stage. Jeffrey and Kayleigh's interpretation of that image was a lot different than a lot of other people.
And remember, as he stood on that stage, Anderson, and he made light of the fact, Donald Trump did, that he was going it alone and he didn't need a piano and he didn't need a guitar. It probably ended up benefiting him. My one observation, having watched the night unfold thus far, with a big chapter still to go, is that it's very little about party tonight. It's much more about class. It's much more about income. It's much more about what separates us beyond our party affiliation. I think David's onto something when he talks about the rural versus urban and suburban divide.
Well, it also seemed like the Democrats were counting on, they had the unions, but it seems like maybe they had a lot of union leaders, but a lot of rank and file were going for Donald Trump.
And those, union folks, even, in states like Michigan, and we don't know what's going to happen there, a lot of those folks, those were Bernie Sanders supporters. And it looks like maybe those supporters went with Trump and that the Clinton folks were maybe over-relying on getting the band back together again, the Obama coalition. And even though they did see some surges in states like Florida, I mean, Florida was up in terms of the Latino vote. It was up in terms of the black vote, too, but it just wasn't enough for her to win that state.
And here's something interesting to me in these exit polls, and we'll be looking at them for a long time, I believe. But when voters were asked whether Donald Trump has the temperament to be president, it seems to me the Hillary Clinton message got through. 63% say he doesn't have the temperament. 61% say he is not qualified to be president. 52% say she is qualified. And yet we see in state after state here, voters coming out and voting for change. And I think that was a real
Right.
motivator.
If change was what you wanted as a voter, I mean, it's clearly
Right.
they were going for Donald
And that
Trump.
trumped everything.
He was a very, very bright, incisive vehicle for their frustrations about the status quo. And, our friends over here have been talking about this for some time, and you can see the manifestation of it. We don't know how the story ends tonight, but this is clearly not the race people expect.
Well, I want to talk to Jeffrey and Kayleigh and our other partisans, but we've got another key race alert. Wolf?
All right, let's get another key race alert. Right now, it's a cliffhanger. All right, let's take a look at Michigan right now. Michigan is so critically important. 62% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump still maintains a lead of nearly 32,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. We're watching that so closely. Wisconsin, 73% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump has a bigger lead there. He's up almost 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin right now. In Arizona, 61% of the vote is in. Donald Trump there, too. He has a lead of some 57,000 over Hillary Clinton, 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 69% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 11,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. He is ahead in New Hampshire as well with its 4 electoral votes. There are more states we're looking at, including Iowa right now. 78% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has a healthy lead, 106,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton in Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. An impressive lead there. In Pennsylvania, 85% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by 40,000 votes, 48.6% to 47.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton ahead. In Nevada, 66% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a lead there, almost 40,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump with its 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. Hillary Clinton is ahead. And in Utah, 31% of the vote is in, a third almost of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the independent third-party candidate. So those are the latest information we're getting. Let's check in with Brianna Keeler. She's over at Clinton headquarters right now for us. So, Brianna, update us on what's going on over there.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were happy and relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying. We have seen people leaving the venue, including some who have been sitting on the risers behind the podium where Hillary Clinton is supposed to speak. There are people who are just in shock. I've seen mouths open as folks here in the audience are watching the results come in. Many of them with their arms crossed and a hand to their mouth. They are just stunned as they watch what is going on here. It's just been a complete reversal from what we saw a few hours ago. And what they are watching is various networks, as we're seeing these calls being made for different states. They've been monitoring, a lot of them, their iPhones, seeing certainly the projections for what is going to happen. And they are just stunned at the idea that they were completely sure they were coming to this event for what they thought would be even an early night to celebrate Hillary Clinton becoming the first female president, and now they are confronting the reality that they could be walking out of here either not knowing but perhaps expecting that Donald Trump is going to become president. I mean, you're seeing it here on these faces. They are just stunned. People who were talking and laughing before are standing there not talking to the folks that they came with.
It's not over with yet. Let's see what happens in the votes, but I clearly understand the sadness that's going on over there. Jim Acosta, you're only about a mile and a half away from the Javits Center. You're at the New York Hilton Hotel. There's the ballroom behind you. That's where Donald Trump will be appearing at some point, we assume. What's the mood over there?
Yeah. Well, the mood is the exact opposite of what Breonna Keeler just passed on a few moments ago. It is not over yet, you're right, Wolf, but it is starting to feel like a victory party here at Trump campaign headquarters. I can tell you that behind me, we're seeing a sea of red. Those are those red Make America Great Again hats. They're being passed out to all the supporters in the room here. And, Wolf, it's interesting, as these returns are coming in throughout the night, especially in these key battleground states of Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and so on, and Wisconsin, when that happened, the room exploded. Wolf, I will tell you that they started all sorts of chants. USA, USA, President Trump, drain the swamp. But, Wolf, one fairly disturbing chant broke out in this room, and that was "lock her up." They were starting to chant "lock her up." Of course, that is a chant referring to Hillary Clinton and her email investigation that the FBI says just recently they basically wrapped up. It's a common thing that we hear at those political rallies. But, Wolf, I have to tell you, covering this campaign for about a year now, going to these rallies and seeing the enthusiasm and these large numbers of crowds that you see turning out to see Donald Trump, you know, during the primaries, we saw that translate into success. We may be seeing that here tonight at Trump campaign headquarters. You talk to people inside the Trump campaign, they're using words like "we're dying," "we're freaking out." They are just over the moon tonight with these results. I think they've surprised themselves. Earlier today, I heard from a top official who said that it'll take a miracle for us to win. I got a text from somebody saying, "Do you believe in miracles?" Wolf.
Jim Acosta over at the New York Hilton, where Donald Trump's headquarters are tonight. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now, the all-important Electoral College map. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 232 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to become the president of the United States. He is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now, but there are still several of those yellow states that are outstanding right now, so we'll see what happens in those states. You saw the mood at those two respective campaign headquarters, Jake. It's a very different mood at both.
Yeah, her path is getting narrower and narrower, and he has many more options on the board, in complete contradiction to everything we've been saying up until today. Let's take another look at what's going on with Dow futures. The market is now down with Dow futures. It's down 4.32%. We should point out that after Brexit, which is an event that Donald Trump likes to invoke, talking about the unexpected nature of that vote and what was going to happen with his election. After Brexit, the Dow went down 3.4%. So if this holds, we don't know if it will, this will be the biggest loss since the day after, since the day that the trading resumed after 9/11. So this is a day that the markets are not particularly enjoying, unsure about the future of the U.S., unsure about the trade deals and the economy of the U.S.
That's when the people of the U.K. voted to leave the European Union. It was a stunning surprise to so many pollsters and others. Dana, it's still not over with yet. Let's not say it's over. You need 270. Neither of these candidates has it, and we're watching Wisconsin and Michigan, a bunch of other states, very closely.
Very, very closely. I'm getting texts from Democrats who have been working for months, even over a year for Hillary Clinton, though more and more pessimistic as they see the results coming in from Wisconsin, for example. The other thing that I'm hearing from Democrats, and I'm sure that there's going to be, no matter how this works out in the end, the fact that it is so tight right now, a lot of finger pointing back at the FBI director for the October surprise, saying that that the investigation was sort of kind of reopened into the email situation, and then closing it back up. However, it's hard to imagine that this kind of almost wave was because of the FBI director. I mean, there's something way more deep and clear going on in this country, and probably the whole idea that Hillary Clinton was potentially in trouble played into that, and it helped that. But I think it's a lot more than what Democrats are saying.
There's no doubt that there's a deep anger. Our early exit polls showed it. There's a deep anger in this country right now at the political establishment. So when Donald Trump keeps saying drain the swamp, he was really, Jake, reaching out to a whole bunch of people, including a lot of people probably who hadn't voted before.
A lot of anger at Washington, D.C., a lot of anger at institutions, and that was a big part of Donald Trump's campaign. I think it's also worth pointing out that white working class voters are the single biggest demographic in the United States. And while many policymakers in Washington, D.C., have turned a blind eye to these individuals, especially when it comes to their economic issues, as opposed to merely social issues that might appeal to them. You know, it makes sense that somebody who goes right after white working class voters in a way that I haven't seen a presidential nominee do in a long, long time would have some success. It's one of the reasons why a lot of Democrats argued Bernie Sanders would have been a better nominee, because he did appeal to many people in that demographic and was the same kind of outsider that Donald Trump was on that issue of trade and on the issue of Washington being broken.
He stunned the world by getting the Republican presidential nomination, and now look what's going on right now. John King, let's take a closer look and see what's going on. We're following these two battleground states. All of a sudden, Wisconsin and Michigan, the two battleground states that potentially could determine the next president.
If they keep going the way they're going, that Sanders-Warren primary may start tomorrow. Let's look at these states as we go through them. Wisconsin, again, this is not the way this was mapped out.
Trump is ahead by 85,000 votes.
85,000 votes. You're up to 77% of the vote counted. The question
now it's 89,000 votes.
Can she make it up? And so here's what we're told. I want to start down here in Milwaukee County. Here's what we are told. We are told it is now 12:04 here in the east, almost 12:05. We're told at the bottom of the hour we will have results, the rest of the results, Milwaukee County. We're told there are 11 wards that we haven't seen yet, plus 60,000 absentees. So 60,000, you said the lead was close to 90,000. So is there potentially a large swath of Democratic votes coming out of Milwaukee County? We're told to expect them around the bottom of the hour. Yes. And so you hold out the math, and you're going to be hyper cautious here for a good reason. And so you say, okay, maybe. And then this is what the Clinton campaign is telling us. We're going to get a lot more out of here. And they have reason to say they're going to get a lot more out of here because they're winning lopsided.
The home of the University of Wisconsin.
Right, 25% of the vote to go. So if they're correct and they're about to get a very large, substantial amount of votes out of Milwaukee in 30 minutes or so, there's more votes here for them. That's why you wait and you see. However, that's fine. We'll see what that math comes in. But you start going through some of these other places. That one's 100. But you start clicking through. That's 90. 94 over here. Come down here, 71. There are still a lot of counties that Donald Trump is running up the score pretty impressively that have votes out. They're not population centers like that. There aren't as many votes. But even if she picks up 10,000, 20,000 more than that out of Milwaukee, there's still some counting to do for Donald Trump as well. And so you have to say advantage Trump as we go to the wire here. The Clinton campaign is telling us they believe in Milwaukee County, Dane County, a few other places, they can make up these votes. Other Democrats who have experience in these states who are helping the Clinton campaign but not on the payroll for the Clinton campaign are voicing a lot more skepticism. But we'll count them as we go. To the point Jake was just making, I just want to show you this. This is Brown County. This is where Green Bay is. Mitt Romney won it last time, but look at the margin. But we're going to talk about this a lot, and this is what is going to be studied after this election. So 59.
Half the vote is in.
Half the vote in 59-36, 50-49. I mean, this is a swing battleground. Rock'em sock'em robots fight it out. Even if the Republicans win it, the Democrats win the state because they keep it close.
You know, I want to quickly go to Pennsylvania because Donald Trump has just moved ahead of Hillary Clinton in the state of Pennsylvania right now. Let's take a look at the actual vote. You see it right there. Donald Trump has 2,582,000 to 2,574,000. It's about, what, 7,000 votes. All of a sudden, Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 90% of the vote in.
And we talked about that earlier, that in all this great swath of red, it comes in late sometimes, and these are small and more rural communities. Now, we're at 100 here now. We're at 100 here now. Let's go around. And so this may be that most of the Trump vote is in, per se, as you go through, and that certainly looks to be the case. But as these smaller counties report, the Trump number has gone up. And so yet again, we're asking the same question in another state that has been blue for most of our adult lifetimes. Can she get it back? Well, this is a plus sign for Hillary Clinton, if you will. If you're in the Democratic war room, you only have 25% of the vote counted in Allegheny County, and you're winning by a pretty sizable margin. And that one, I think, is roughly consistent, 57 for President Obama, 56.5. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you're alarmed. Donald Trump is leading you in Michigan and Wisconsin. He just passed you in Pennsylvania. That is a recipe for a wipeout, and a surprising wipeout, but there are still some Democratic votes out here, Wolf, and we'll watch if Pennsylvania, like Florida, starts to seesaw a bit.
We have another major projection coming in right now. CNN projects Donald Trump will win the state of Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Iowa. He's ahead right now with 84% of the vote in by 136,000 votes right now. Iowa, 6 electoral votes goes to Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. With this win in Iowa, Donald Trump expands his lead over Hillary Clinton. He has now 238 electoral votes to her 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump inching closer and closer. Let's go back to John King as we watch that. Iowa all of a sudden is going to Donald Trump, but remember, that was not all that unexpected. It's Wisconsin and Michigan that are very unexpected.
Not all that unexpected, but to the point we've been having all night. Are we rewriting America's Electoral College map tonight? Is this a one-race rewriting of the map? We won't know the answer for some time, but significant that as President Obama prepares to move out of the White House, the state that launched his political career just voted for Donald Trump. Once a cheerleader for the birther movement, now the Republican nominee for president, and on the verge of being the president-elect of the United States if trendline continues. So you see that as we write the history books about this campaign, the fact that Iowa switched, there will be criticism of Hillary Clinton. It's a very competitive state. Why couldn't you have kept it in your camp there? This is one of the things we will go through. But let's go back to where we were just a minute ago, because Pennsylvania now has joined Wisconsin and Michigan on the watch list for Democrats, on the emergency room list for Democrats. You see that lead right there.
11,000 votes.
And again, as you go through all this, it is stunning when you see what is happening, and largely, as Jake was just talking about, in these white working-class areas. So you start right here, and you're in the vice president's hometown here. It's 50% for Hillary Clinton. This was blowout territory, right? Now you could say that's because Joe Biden was on the ballot, right? So then you go next door here, Luzerne County. It's a small county. It's not, it's not a huge population center. 58, 59% there for Donald Trump. The president won this with 52%. And you're finding these counties all across the country, even in states Clinton is winning. We find them in Virginia, a state that she narrowly won. You're finding this more and more. And so you're looking at the map right now. And so this is 4 years ago. It's a lot more red, right? I'm going to move it over a little bit so you can see it. Especially, look in here. Look right in here. You've got some blue here. You've got red tonight. And it's not just the red. When you look at this here, just coming to Reading, 53-42, 50-49. And so you have Trump is overperforming Romney, Clinton underperforming President Obama in a lot of these places that you would associate with blue-collar, white, working-class voters. We're not done here. When you come back to 2016, we're not done. And so there's still a chance for Clinton to come back here. But the fact, again, Pennsylvania, one of the solid states in that blue wall, the states Democrats have won in every presidential election since 1992, 242 electoral votes. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. And so the Democrats are having a conversation. The Democrats have been celebrating for years, since all during the Obama presidency, their ability to win in these Sun Belt states, to change states like Nevada, to change states like Colorado, to change states like Virginia. They've been celebrating that for 8 years. Well, They're having headaches tonight.
And take a look at this, John. The national vote, right. Donald Trump is ahead nationally by more than 1 million votes. He's got 48.3% to Hillary Clinton's 47.2%. So he's getting more votes nationally right now than Hillary Clinton is.
And I just want to check to see what the count is out here, because this is the key for Clinton in trying to come back in the popular vote. Now, the big California, we're at 27% of the vote there. We'll have to watch as that plays out. But Donald Trump is running it up. You could look at the national vote. You could look at these key Democratic states. I'm going to go back to tiny New Hampshire just to see where we are. 77%. Again, Hillary Clinton has narrowed the gap here. The question is, can she get it back? Last time we were here, Wolf, Nashua had not come in. Nashua is now in at 100%. Yes, she won it, 53-41. But again, you go to a Democratic area where this is, by New Hampshire standards, a major population center. She needs to run it up.
Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Let's screen it right now, see where the outstanding vote remains, because right now Trump is ahead, by about 5,000 votes.
He's ahead by about 5,000 votes. So let's go back. Let's just stop at 76%. So you're looking at what's left. Not much. Not much. You have some of these counties up here. We don't have any votes at all in some of these counties. So that potentially, there are a lot of smaller towns. You don't call them counties in New Hampshire by mistake. We're going through the counties. I should know that. I'm a neighbor from Boston. But you call all these towns as you go through. And so this one out here is Republican at 33%. So it's a slower count. If we come back to the full map, you can see it. So we have a ways to go. But again, remarkably competitive. You see a lot of the gray. We're still waiting for a lot of votes up in these places. We have nothing at all in some of these places here as we come through. Bring it back out. Shrink it. And so I just want to go back and take a look again. We are waiting for a lot of votes down here. And so if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you think there are a lot of Democratic areas yet to come in, and yet everyone we go to, it seems that she's underperforming the president. That is going to be the story of the night. You could say she's underperforming for president, or you could say Donald Trump is overperforming Governor Romney or Republicans in these states. And as we count, I just keep waiting to see if we get any updates here. Still 70%. We've been stuck at 70% in Michigan for quite some time, and this is a very close race. It's a very, very close race.
19,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton in Michigan.
19,000 votes, and you can have, with 82% in Detroit, you can have 19,000 votes.
All right, John, stand by. It's a cliffhanger in Michigan, a cliffhanger in Wisconsin. We're watching all of this very closely. We'll be right back.
It's been a journey to get where I am. And I didn't get here alone. There were people who listened along the way. People who gave me options, kept me on track. And through it all, my retirement never got left behind. So today, I'm prepared for anything we may want tomorrow to be.
Every someday needs a plan. Let's talk about your old 401k today.
The successful millionaire Howard Hughes.
Billionaire, not millionaire. And what the hell happened to the close-up of me in the cockpit?
From Academy Award-winning director Warren Beatty.
Hi, I'm Frank.
Hi.
If anybody working for me wants to strike up a relationship with one of our actresses, I have to fire her.
Warren Beatty, Lily Collins, Alden Ehrenreich, Annette Bening, Matthew Broderick, and Alec Baldwin.
You do know why Baptists think sex is bad? Because it might lead to dancing.
Rules don't apply. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 23rd.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-888-909-4332.
People ask me all the time, George, what do I do with my idea for a new product? I tell them, call my friends at InventHelp.
Call for free information.
10 everyday heroes doing extraordinary things. Vote now for the CNN Hero of the Year at CNNHeroes.com, on Twitter and Facebook Messenger.
Are you being audited, and do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, do not call the IRS alone. Call a tax doctor now.
I was on heroin.
I used crack cocaine. We both know you've seen and heard me talk about addiction too many times to mention. So why haven't you called? What are you waiting for? The call is free, and so is the consultation. If you have private insurance, your treatment could be covered with no out-of-pocket costs. So call now and get the help you need before it's too late. Don't be another statistic. Remember, call now.
Call 800-832-8116. Attention all users of the dangerous blood thinners Xarelto or Pradaxa. You may have been exposed to the serious risks caused by these medications. Call Guardian Legal Network now. There are time deadlines to file your claim. If we don't win, you pay nothing.
This is CNN.
Well, let's update you with a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan. Michigan, 70% of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains his lead. He's got a lead of 23,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 78% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there. 92,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes in the state of Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump has the lead. 63% of the vote is in. He's up by 50, almost 59,000. There he's gone over 59,000. Vote lead over Hillary Clinton. In the state of Arizona, there are 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 77% of the vote is now in, and Donald Trump maintains his lead of more than 5,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's close, but he's still got the lead. You see it to 47.9% to 47%. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. They could be critically important. Let's take a look at some of the other states right now. In Utah, Trump is ahead. A third of the vote is now in. He's ahead by more than 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and the third-party conservative Evan McMullin. Trump is looking pretty good with a third of the vote in the state of Utah. In Pennsylvania, 92% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. 48.2% to 48.2%. Hillary Clinton is down, though. Donald Trump is ahead by 2,800 votes. More than 5 million votes have been cast. He is ahead by 2,857 votes. In Nevada right now, Hillary Clinton is ahead with 71% of the vote. Hillary Clinton has 36,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. In Minnesota right now, Hillary Clinton has a pretty impressive lead of more than 116,000 votes over Donald Trump. 72% of the vote is in. She is ahead, looking comfortably in Minnesota. 10 electoral votes there. In Maine right now, 71% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a 15,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. Maine is one of 2 states where they divide their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Let's take a look at the electoral count where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. All those yellow states out there, too early to call those states. Those are the states we are not yet able to make projections. We're watching all of those states very, very closely. So he's got a lead in the popular vote, and he's got a lead in the much more important electoral college vote right now.
And he did it exactly, he's doing it exactly the way that Donald Trump and his team said they were going to, which is by, well, actually, I should add a caveat to that. He is winning all these states that traditionally Republicans would go for, Mitt Romney, John McCain, such as Florida and North Carolina, and Iowa and Ohio. Even though John McCain and Mitt Romney were not able to win all of those states. But he is also seemingly, at least giving a run for her money in the Rust Belt states that originally was what Donald Trump said he was going to do in order to win the presidency. So he's actually doing both. He's redrawing the map. He's taking the states that the Republicans traditionally pursue, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and giving her a run for her money in Pennsylvania. And also, on top of that, going after the Rust Belt states where there are all these voters who are convinced that trade has been horrible for their communities, and whether they liked the offensive things Donald Trump said or they didn't care about the things that Donald Trump said, they are with him when it comes to draining the swamp and getting Washington, D.C. to focus more on these communities and their jobs.
He's clearly doing now, Dana, what he did during the Republican primary, surprising a lot of folks.
That's absolutely right. And look, we started out this evening, so many hours ago, talking about what to expect. And I talked about whether or not the Trump candidacy would awake a sleeping giant in the Latino community. Well, as we're looking at these numbers, the sleeping giant that seems to be waking up are white working-class Americans.
Let me interrupt, Jake. Take a look at your home state of Pennsylvania right now. Look at Donald Trump has just gone ahead by 2,409 votes over Hillary Clinton with 92% of the vote in. They both have 48.2%, but he is now ahead by 2,400 plus votes over Hillary Clinton in your state. Or the Commonwealth, as we should call it.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And let me just, I don't know how many people remember this, but when I went to some of my old haunts in South Philadelphia, during the Democratic convention, which was in Philadelphia. That's how important they thought Pennsylvania was, how important they thought Philadelphia was. I asked the guy that owns Termini Brothers, which is a great Italian pastry shop, who are people voting for here? Are they voting for Trump? Are they voting for Hillary? He said, we have a lot of leaners. I said, leaners? And he said, yeah, they lean into you. And they say, yeah, I think I might vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And enough of those people, if the margins in Philly end up being that Hillary Clinton only wins 80%, that sounds like a lot, but that's not how you need to win Philadelphia if you're going to win Pennsylvania. You need to have margins way higher than that. Those people actually, those leaners actually voted that way.
And you know, Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump's campaign manager, has been talking, who's a pollster by trade, has been talking about the hidden Trump vote, that it's out there, that people don't feel comfortable telling their pollsters, never mind their friends and family, that they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, just based on the data that we saw going into tonight, both the polling and some of the modeling, particularly the Democrats' modeling, she was right.
Yeah, that there was a hidden Trump vote. Now, whether people weren't telling pollsters or whether pollsters were just not anticipating the turnout that we've seen.
Yep.
One of the other things that's interesting is there are obviously millions of Americans who voted for Barack Obama in 2012 and voted for Donald Trump today, which is a fascinating thing given that Donald Trump is running as the anti-Obama in almost every possible way.
He's ahead of the popular vote nationwide.
That's right. That's true, and you know, that would be a fascinating book to write on the Obama-Trump voter. But there is one common thread, and that is change. Obama was, hope and change. Donald Trump's change message is a little bit different than that.
Drain the swamp.
Yeah, but it's still. They just are so sick of this place where we are, Washington, D.C. It doesn't work. They're not wrong. It doesn't work for them. They're especially not wrong. And you know what? Donald Trump, with all of his, flaws, every candidate has flaws, he's not one of them, and he can do things differently. Now, as we talk about this, we're talking about just the states where he's won and has surprised people, never mind the states where he is giving Hillary Clinton a run for her money that she didn't expect, especially a place like Wisconsin, which has seen job loss, and a place that has not come back as rapidly as other states.
It's really
Michigan too.
And Michigan too.
It's just remarkable because, I mean, I don't think we can overstate this. Not only Democrats and the Clinton campaign, not only pollsters and the mainstream media, but Republicans did not anticipate that this night was going to be this way. Very, very few people, I'm sure Donald Trump and his immediate circle of family and friends thought this, but very, very few people who were actually running these races anticipated that this night was going to be so strong for Donald Trump.
We've been hearing from the Republican National Committee, Dana, that they really went out and did a lot of stuff to get the vote out for Donald Trump that wasn't highly publicized. But clearly, they must have done something right.
That's right. And I think the key is, and we talked about this a little bit before, it was to get the vote out for Donald Trump, but it was to get the ground game up and running in a way that would benefit any nominee, no matter who it was. And going into tonight, we thought maybe it wouldn't potentially be enough, but it was, and then some. So if you combine, frankly, the Trump, the RNC ground game with the Trump energy, which we know is huge, and, that made for the difference, clearly, in a lot of these states.
What also made the difference, at least in making it so close, and it is a real cliffhanger right now, in the last few weeks, Donald Trump was disciplined.
Yes.
He read his speeches from a teleprompter. He was barely tweeting except, go visit my rally or wherever it's going to be. He did what his advisors want him to do, and clearly, Jake, that paid off.
What's remarkable is that I think his fundamental core message, enough people just agreed with it, which is change is needed, Washington's broken, things are not working the way they need to be. And while a lot of people in the media and a lot of Democrats and a lot of voters didn't like a lot of other things he said, clearly many millions of voters did, and they agreed with the fundamental message. They want their borders protected. They want to be protected from terrorists. They want their trade deals to help them and not help Wall Street and corporate America. And they want Washington fixed.
It's an amazing story right now. Whatever happens, it is, Dana, a truly amazing story.
I mean, just when we think we've covered the latest unbelievable thing that happens in the
Hold
2016
on one moment.
race.
Take a look at this.
This is the
in
latest.
New Hampshire right now. Look at this. Hillary Clinton has taken the lead in New Hampshire with 79% of the vote in by 18 votes. In New Hampshire, 18 votes. Let's go over to John King and talk a little bit about this. John, still 21% of the votes. So the precinct's outstanding right now, but she is ahead by 18 votes.
Another seesaw state, and you know, again, this is going to depend mostly on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But if those states change some, then these four could come into play in the whole 265, 268, 269. Who could get to 270. At the moment, Donald Trump doesn't have that worry because of what's happening in the Midwest. But as we watch this play out, because we're not done yet, we're all dancing on this cliff together, she's ahead very narrowly. And so you keep looking and you say, what's missing? The reason she pulled ahead is I've been telling you all night, we're waiting for these votes out on the seacoast to come in. Portsmouth came in. They're all in. That's important to note. They're all in. But when they came in,
she's now ahead by 200 votes.
The race started to swing when those votes came in, and we're still waiting. It's 80% of the vote is in, but we got a lot of small towns still to report to us. And again, if you go back in time and look, watch how the map changes when I do this. What's missing is a lot of blue. If the state performs as it did in 2012. And we're not seeing that tonight in a lot of places. So this is a state the Clinton campaign knows very well. She has a history here. We'll see if in this state she can keep this very tiny lead that she has right now. And again, these four could become absolutely critical. The conversation a couple weeks ago was, could she win New Hampshire and add that to what people thought would be a convincing victory? Now, it is she, not Donald Trump, who is looking to draw.
Let's go to Nevada right now, see where it stands in Nevada, another important battleground state.
Nevada, 74% in. The map's filling in as you would expect in the sense that you have up here.
She's ahead, Hillary.
She's ahead out here right now. You go back and look, 47, underperforming the president, which has become a consistent thing all night. Another thing that we have a president of the United States, Wolf, who has a 55, 56, 57% approval rating, depending on what poll you look at, who campaigned furiously everywhere, including all of these key battleground states tonight, whose popularity does not seem to be transferable in the sense Hillary Clinton is the candidate on the ballot. I'm not trying to pin this on President Obama, but he worked so hard, and Michelle Obama worked so hard in North Carolina, in Florida, in these other swing states, and at the moment, it doesn't look like that was effective either, and that will be part of the Obama legacy. If this holds up, the former cheerleader of the birther movement could be about to win the presidency, could be at the White House on Thursday as the president-elect of the United States.
In New Hampshire right now, she's now 99 votes ahead, 99 votes ahead of Donald Trump.
She'll take it if that holds in the sense, but 80% of the vote to go. So we still got some ways to go.
80% is counted, 20% to go.
80% is counted. I want to look. All the Democratic votes are in Concord. You come down here in Nashua. I looked earlier. We had all the Democratic votes in. So now we're going through. These are small towns throughout New Hampshire. We'll see how this vote comes in. And again, most of this bottom left quarter is traditionally Democratic, but Donald Trump is more than holding his own across the state of New Hampshire. This one's going to be a seesaw. Could take us a long time to count them. I want to come back out.
He spent a lot of time in New Hampshire.
He sure did. And remember, that was his first big primary win. Yeah. He lost in Iowa, had the big in New Hampshire. Corey Lewandowski, his first campaign manager, is from New Hampshire. Donald Trump was there on the last night of the campaign and was there twice, I believe, in the last weekend. So Donald Trump has a history in New Hampshire. And that will be one of the stories of this campaign. In the states where he campaigned hard and had a personal relationship, he's doing well. This one, very, very close. It was closer a few minutes ago. Trump has stretched that lead a little bit, but we're within a percentage point. He just did it again. So it's a full 1-point lead now at 74%. And again, we've been at 83% roughly for a long time in Wayne County. This is the last best hope of the Clinton campaign, is that when the rest of Detroit comes in, it's a big, giant dump of Democratic votes. But when you get to 74% and you see a lead like that, it's doable. It's doable, but she now has to pull that off, come back from that and then come back here as well. And you see this lead is starting to stretch a little bit as we're up to 81% now. And again, we were told this would come right around now. We were told this would come at the bottom of the hour at 12:30 in the East, 11:30 local time. 60,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee County, 11 wards that we've been at 87% for well over an hour now in the Milwaukee County. So when these votes come, when we go up from 87% here, we will see if the Clinton campaign's math, they've been telling us that what's missing is not only Democratic votes, but a huge swath of Democratic votes. We'll see when those votes come in. And the main thing you could do right now is just sit back and watch those three. Pennsylvania, Michigan,
well, let's
Wisconsin.
go to Pennsylvania
right
now.
They stay red, Forget about it.
Trump's back on top in Pennsylvania, at least right now. 92% of the vote is in, and look at how slight that lead is. What 2,000 votes or so in Pennsylvania out of more than 5 million that have been cast.
48.2 to 48.2. Yeah. It also tells you something that, you know, in these very close states, somebody is going to wake up tomorrow with a giant governing challenge, or maybe the day after if we're counting some of these states past tomorrow. But again, this is just a fundamental rewriting of the map, Wolf. In our lifetime, Pennsylvania has been a Democratic state. George H.W. Bush, 1988, the last Republican to win that state. That also happens to be the last time a party that had a two-term presidency held office. That was part of Hillary Clinton.
We just saw on your map, New Hampshire went red again. That means Donald Trump has now taken the lead. He's up by, what, 15 votes? Yeah, 15 in votes. New Hampshire right now.
And again, we're laughing about this. The presidency could hinge on this. But you're going through a lot of these small towns where it's a very small, tiny amount of votes when they come in. We still have nothing in Sandwich, New Hampshire, for example. But you just pop up to the next one. You have these small towns. It's 150 to 99. So you'll see these swings when a town reports of 20, 30, 40, 50 votes. As we come up, we're at 81%, and we're going to count the rest of this one. And this is just stunning. It is stunning, and this is the most stunning. Again, a lot of people laughed at the Trump campaign when they said our path to the presidency was the Rust Belt, thinking that 1988, even longer than that. They made a run in Minnesota. Minnesota's going to hold for the Democrats, but a lot of people laughed at them. A lot of people even think, with the dysfunction, as Dana noted earlier, the governor of Ohio not on your side. 52% of the vote.
He needed to win Ohio. He won Ohio.
52% of the vote. He won Ohio. Now we're gonna wait on these ones. We're gonna wait on this one, and we are in exactly the opposite position that we thought a couple of weeks ago we were going to be in. We thought at Trump campaign headquarters they would be sitting there trying to draw to an inside straight, trying to literally lightning strike it. We're talking about Powerball odds. Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, look at that. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not done yet. But the fact that, let's just check it, 92%, 48.2 to 48.2. We're talking about a tiny amount of votes. Let's just look around a little bit here and see what we're missing. 62% of the vote here, so Hillary Clinton with a big lead. So potentially some Democratic votes here. Let's come back in. Center City, Philadelphia is mostly in, and so 98% of the vote is in here. So there's not much to get there. This is the biggest area. And mathematically, that's about the number they said they thought they needed.
450,000 plus.
But what they're seeing is, and she's actually, the story of Pennsylvania is almost always turnout in Philadelphia and then the collar counties. Hillary Clinton's not, percentage-wise, not doing that horribly. She's actually performing about right, if you will, for a Democratic model. But she is getting swamped out here in these rural counties where you have not only Donald Trump winning these counties, but winning them, and some of them won by Obama, some of them he's overperforming Romney, and substantially so, Wolf.
We have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Nevada. 74% of the vote is in. She's got a 32,000 plus vote lead. She carries Nevada. Take a look at the count for the electoral college map right now. Trump has 238 votes. Hillary Clinton has 215. You need 270. We're still waiting on the Rust Belt to come in. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by CA Technologies. Go to CNNPolitics.com for more about this momentous election and download the CNN Politics app from the App Store, built with CA Technologies.
Back in the good old days, things were just better.
I feel lucky I wasn't alive 40 years ago. It sounds awful.
The American dream was still alive.
People just got married and had kids and worked the same job for like forever.
We valued hard work.
Those old rules don't work for me.
Now, too many unreasonable expectations.
I don't believe in anyone telling me how I should live my life. Unless it's a way to pay off my student loan debt.
Skinny caramel macchiatos. What happened to coffee? Kale.
Back then, technology was a self-cleaning oven.
I like things the way they were, except my apps. Those I'd like to be cutting edge.
I do, however, believe in a world with really great apps. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dave. See my post?
Yeah, it's funny.
In the application economy, there's one thing everyone agrees on.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started. Where's the beer? Cheers. Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking, so you feel good as new. Gold Bond, ultimate lotion, ultimate skin.
This is me living with back pain. And this is me treating back pain with Icy Hot Smart Relief.
Smart Relief from Icy Hot starts blocking pain immediately at the nerve level.
I'm so jealous of me right now. Turn off pain with Icy Hot Smart Relief.
When you stole the throne, witch, you took away my strongest ally, my father. But you didn't know me. You never thought I'd fight back. You don't know me. But you will.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
This is Life with Lisa Lang. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Still waiting to make projections in 9 states, but let's take a look at this key race alert right now, where it stands. Michigan with its 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump continuing to maintain his lead of almost 34,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, with 75% of the vote in. Trump still ahead in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 83% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there, 86,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump is ahead by nearly 60,000 votes, with 64% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. Trump doing well in that state. In New Hampshire right now, it's a cliffhanger. Look at this. Trump is ahead by 864 votes. Let me repeat that. 864 votes. He's got 47.5%. She has 47.4%. 81% of the vote is in. Those 4 electoral votes could be critical in New Hampshire. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Utah, 29% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a pretty healthy lead of 81,000 votes over both Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the third-party conservative. In Pennsylvania, 93% of the vote is in, and Trump has a lead of more than 25,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. In Minnesota, 77% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of almost 90,000 votes over Donald Trump, 48.1% to 44%, 10 electoral votes in Minnesota right now. In Maine, 75% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of more than 17,000 votes over Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College map, where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to 215 for Hillary Clinton. You need 270 to win the White House. Those yellow states are states that we have not yet made projections. Still too early to call. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. Let's go to Jeffrey Lord, Kayleigh McEnany, both Trump supporters. I mean, all along, Jeffrey, from the beginning, we have talked about how Donald Trump, from the beginning, has rewritten the rules of politics. And there was a lot of question about whether Hillary Clinton, with all her big data, with all of her alleged ground game, would simply just swamp Donald Trump with his huge rallies, but apparently a lack of a ground game.
She was the Jeb Bush of the Democratic Party, and she was the face of the establishment. As I said last night, when we saw those folks on that stage in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, and everybody's remarking about, you know, his history and her history and all this sort of thing. And I said, look, if you're sitting there in Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, which is where I live, you're looking at these people and seeing there's a bunch of insiders there. And they're all scratching one another's backs, and they're making millions of dollars in the case of the Clintons, so alleged. And they're just sick of the whole, they're sick of the whole thing. One other thing, I have in front of me here a New York Times article from December 16th of 1976, in which Ronald Reagan...
I knew you were going to go back in history tonight.
Exactly.
I wanted you to.
I mean, because I keep trying to say that it's important that Ronald Reagan said after the defeat of Gerald Ford that he was going to rebuild the Republican Party by courting conservatives who now call themselves Democrats and independents. That is exactly what Donald Trump was about in this. And that's why that Rust Belt strategy, which is exactly what worked for Ronald Reagan.
And Kayleigh, I mean, all along, in the face of all these polls, which the pollsters seemed to be just wrong, certainly in the Electoral College path, you were saying that there were hidden Trump voters out there, that there was sort of this hidden enthusiasm for Trump beyond what we were seeing, the visible enthusiasm we were seeing. Democrats were saying there's going to be this huge outpouring of Latino vote. It's going to make up all the difference. But a lot of people voted for Donald Trump.
Yes, it's looking increasingly like we have a Brexit on our hands. And there were these voters out there that were afraid to talk to pollsters. And Anderson, I think the American people right now are sending a loud, clear, unmistakable message. They want their government back. This is supposed to be a government of, by, and for the people. It's increasingly become one of, by, and for the elite. This is the people rising up saying it's time to listen to us. It's time to listen to us in Michigan and Wisconsin and work for the people. It's not about personal enrichment. It's about public service. And that is what we were seeing. Donald Trump ran against Republicans. He ran against Democrats. He ran against the elite. He ran against the government. He ran against the media. But he was an unmistakable voice for the people.
Also, they put a lot of signs in their yards.
Right. You should start a sign company, because that was your poll, which in Pennsylvania, certainly your state. But there's been so much focus on probably among a lot of Democrats about what went wrong on the Democratic side. But you shouldn't take away from what Donald Trump has accomplished from the moment he entered this race. I mean, again, just redefining the way somebody runs.
I mean, one of the things that I thought was the sort of overweening arrogance of a lot of elites were the terribly off-base descriptions of Donald Trump, that he's a racist and a xenophobe and he's this and he's that. Here is a guy that I felt right from the get-go was a highly successful, highly accomplished businessman who knew how to relate to average people, to working-class Americans. And the problem is they believed their own message, and they were totally wrong.
Well, there's still a lot of people out there in the country tonight who still have that belief about Donald Trump, Van.
Well, look, first of all, congratulations. Both of you guys were...
We're not there yet.
Well, you're further than anybody said you would be. And I have enough class, and I was raised well enough to say when you outdo...
Yes, sir. Thank you.
When you outdo expectations, good for you. But there's another side to this. People have talked about a miracle. I'm hearing about a nightmare. It's hard to be a parent tonight for a lot of us. You tell your kids, don't be a bully. You tell your kids, don't be a bigot. You tell your kids, do your homework and be prepared. And then you have this outcome, and you have people putting children to bed tonight, and they're afraid of breakfast. They're afraid of, how do I explain this to my children? I have Muslim friends who are texting me tonight saying, should I leave the country? I have families of immigrants that are terrified tonight. This was many things. This was a rebellion against the elites. True, it was a complete reinvention of politics and polls, it's true. But it was also something else. We've talked about race. I mean, we've talked about everything but race tonight. We've talked about income. We've talked about class. We've talked about region. We haven't talked about race. This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes. And Donald Trump has a responsibility tonight to come out and reassure people that he is going to be the president of all the people who he insulted and offended and brushed aside. Yeah, when you say, you want to take your country back, you got a lot of people who feel that we're not represented well either. But we don't want to feel that someone has been elected by throwing away some of us to appeal more deeply to others. So this is a deeply painful moment tonight. I know it's not just about race. There's more going on than that. But race is here, too. We got to talk about it.
Well, and whoever wins tonight, I mean, there is such polarization in this country. Whoever wins is going to have a very hard time in convincing the other half of the country that they can be their president as well.
That's what I thought I knew yesterday, that I had no idea how deep the divisions are, how real the pain is. And let me say, echoing Van, Kayleigh and Jeffrey were right about that. You saw it in a way that I didn't see it in the data, and you deserve to have credit for that. And maybe Hillary hangs on and wins, maybe Mr. Trump wins, we still don't know. It's really in the balance. Right. But irrespective, the pain, and Van just gave beautiful poetic voice to the pain on our side, but Donald Trump was giving voice to some really spectacular pain on his side. And that's, I think, what's causing this. When Jeb Bush, who you mentioned, got trounced by Trump. He said, I don't do anger very well. Well, this is a time of anger. Of course, that anger comes from pain. And Trump saw that, and he gave voice to it.
He also reached across lines, though, that Republican candidates haven't reached across before. He made a direct appeal to the African-American community. He made a direct appeal to a whole group of voters, those in the inner cities who have been left behind, who haven't heard from candidates in decades on either sides of the aisle. And he took his message to them and said, I feel your pain, and I'm going to be there.
Listen, we're gonna have to hold hands now. This is gonna be tough. We'll have to look and see if those people heard it the way you heard it, and if they voted for him. The problem that we have is that there is real pain in the country. Look, Hillary Clinton had to put down a rebellion in her own party. There was a rebellion in her own party along these lines, the Bernie Sanders rebellion, and she put that rebellion down. And she was able to co-opt and pull some of it, but there was still heartburn and rug burn there. There's healing that has to happen in the Democratic Party. And there has to be a real conversation about what happened in that primary. And there's pain, economic pain in your party. But you do yourself a disservice, and I don't want either of you to be naive. There are people in your party for whom this was also a vote against political correctness, which for some of them means a vote against these others. And we're going to need your help to heal that. And if I can't acknowledge the elitism in my party, and you can't acknowledge some of the bigotry in your party, we're never going to get there.
Donald Trump's going to be a voice for all the people. He said that from day one.
He will make it his first objective to bring people together. I have not the slightest doubt about it. I mean, he said it, but I certainly believe him. I mean, I've seen that in him all along.
We're going to have to work together.
But let's bring in the other side as well.
I just want to talk about some of the things that we watched tonight. We saw lower African American turnout, Van. I mean, you were seeing that. We also saw that 65% of Latinos voted for Hillary Clinton, but 29% voted for Donald Trump. That is more than Mitt Romney got. So you have to think about that. You have to think about that.
And more than many Democratic Latinos certainly thought that Donald Trump
Young
could get.
voters, also, we've known Hillary Clinton has had a problem with young voters. She got a majority of young voters, but 37% of them, according to the exit polls we're looking at now, voted for Donald Trump. Now, when I've been talking to some Democratic strategists who are pro-Clinton this evening, they blamed what's going on this evening. And again, we don't know the result, but they blame the closeness of the race, let me put it that way, on two things. On the Comey interference a couple weeks ago, and on the third-party candidates. And I've been communicating with them saying that's not enough.
Isn't it
easy?
Isn't it easy to just blame Comey for changing the conversation?
David, as a Clinton person, let me say that's far too tactical.
Exactly.
There's something
That's what I said.
really big going on.
Right.
And there is an earthquake going on, and they're saying, well, it's a washing machine.
Right.
No,
so you
no, it's
combine
plate tectonic.
So you combine it with the race issues. You combine it with rural Americans who came out and voted, the sort of Brexit, hidden voters. You combine it with class issues, which were so important.
Well, there's a reason this is going on all over the world.
Right.
The fact is that there are convulsive, sort of revolutionary changes going on in our economy that are driven largely by technology and globalization that have benefited, that have grown economies and have benefited some people and have displaced others. And for not just a few years, but for several decades, politicians have been acknowledging this and saying, we're going to do something about it. And people don't feel as if that's happening. And meanwhile, all of these forces churn at a faster pace. So you see the same kinds of forces in Britain, in Germany, in France.
But it's so interesting. I mean, Michael Mercado, David was on the program the other night talking about how, well, the polling here is better than in England, where they didn't know what the Brexit result was going to be. Clearly, if this path continues that Donald Trump is on and he becomes the next president, and this is, to Kayleigh's point, a Brexit-like effect, the polling missed it.
Yeah. Can I amend my comment?
Yeah.
I've immersed myself in all of that data and have talked extensively about it here and on radio for weeks. The only poll that I'm aware of that nailed it, perhaps, I want to stay in my lane because it's not over yet, is that USC LA Times Dornsife survey, which, different than all the others, had the same sample group. They had 3,000 people, and instead of going to a new sample group each and every week, they went back to the same 3,000. Let me say one other point, if I might, to what Van has said. Whether it's tonight or whether it's tomorrow, whenever this wraps up, we are about to listen to the most consequential acceptance and speech of someone who lost an election, whoever may wear those crowns. And wow, is there a real need for leadership from those folks now to extend olive branches, whomever wins, and try and put this
Donald Trump early on during the primaries would say a lot in interviews that he can be presidential, he can change his tone. He, in Palm Beach, is a different person than he was elsewhere. And I think we're going to see as a country what, if in fact he takes the Oval Office, what that actually means.
Looks like. And we've seen some of that, right? In these last couple of weeks or so, he was teleprompter Trump. He was different. I mean, he was able to stay on schedule and stay on message, sometimes coaxing himself out loud to do that.
The question is Obamacare, the Supreme Court.
Listen, I think this is a very consequential event. All of those things now, I think, are in question. I mean, I believe on, I don't want to start a debate on this now. 20 million people have health care, and there are guarantees in our health law, such as prohibition against banning people with pre-existing conditions, that are important to Americans. It's going to be more complicated to unwind that than some believe. But there's no doubt the Supreme Court, this is a very consequential election. But I just want to say one thing about this, just having served in the White House, and I know, Paul, you've done that as well, Van, you spent some time there. The things that get you elected are not the things. There's a different requirement now. There's a huge responsibility. Every single day, every single hour, you're dealing with consequential questions that impact on people's lives, and you have to make those decisions in the best interest of the entire country. It's not about reading from a teleprompter. It's not about, handling this question or that question in a way that gets you the best political advantage. These are life and death, grave questions for people in this country and around the world. This is a big responsibility.
And if there is a Republican Senate and a Republican House and a Republican president, the question is, how will they work together? Because some of these senators will have ridden in on Donald Trump's coattails, which they never expected to do.
We've got a quick update on Wisconsin. I want to go to Wolf and John for that.
All right. Thanks very much, John. We're taking a very close look at Wisconsin right now. 85% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 15% of the vote outstanding.
90,000 votes, and we've been saying, and the Clinton campaign is telling us they expect a big basket of those votes to come from here in Milwaukee. Now, this is what we have right now, 87%. We've been stuck there for some time. We're waiting for the feed to come in here, but on the Secretary of State's website, they have updated the numbers in Wisconsin. Forgive me for coming across. I'm left-handed. One of the perils of being left-handed on a night like this, but here are the latest numbers. You see Clinton at 214 right there. The new numbers are 235. 247, and Donald Trump is at 117,450, and this is 99.58% of the vote. She made up a very tiny. This is what, if you look at the map here, this is now 117,000 vote difference in Milwaukee. If you look at it there, she didn't make up that many votes. We were looking for a huge basket of votes out of here for her to make it up. When you come back out and add that into the state total, it is nowhere near what she needed. Nowhere, and that's at 99.5% now. It's not even close. It'll make up some of that gap, but nowhere near. So the question then is, are there other Democratic votes out there somewhere? Got to turn the telestrator off to bring this out. The last place we're looking is Dane County is the last big one. We're at 82%, but it's not. It doesn't strike me as a big enough population center. We're still going to wait to count these as you look, but we'll wait till we get the official update to feed into the wall. We're still at 87%, but this is 99.58% in Milwaukee. And you simply do not, the question was, could she have this giant leap in the math out of Milwaukee County, in the spread out of Milwaukee County to make a big difference? And these numbers simply aren't enough to do that.
Basically the same ratio as before.
Right.
Not much difference.
Not much difference at all. Her ratio actually goes down a little bit to 62.5%. The main point is the math here, and it's just not enough. She makes up, in the vote count, she gains a little bit, but when you bring it out and you try to add it into that,
We'll see what happens in Madison. That's a liberal Democratic stronghold in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan.
Move over to Michigan. Still at 77% here, and it's a close race. And we're in the same calculation we've been in before. Again, when you talk to the Clinton War Room, they tell us, just relax. We're going to see some votes come out of here. We're still at 85%, so there's still more votes to come out of Detroit, Wayne County and Detroit, and she does have a huge lead there, obviously. So if it's a big chunk of votes, it'll affect the math. We've been waiting a long time. Not unusual that it comes in late. And this is close. This one is closer than the race in Wisconsin.
57,000 votes.
Right, closer than. So you look over here. Is it doable? Okay, but let's see them. And you're starting to see Ingham County now is up to 94%. Again, she'll get some more votes out of that. But you're looking at these leads for Donald Trump. They're relatively small, but they have been persistent and they have held. And the Wisconsin news, that Milwaukee news, to me is. We'll watch and see if the rest of this comes in. I'm just going to look 84%, but it's nowhere near the population center of Milwaukee. So you see these Democratic areas where you still have some votes, but can they swing it enough to change that? That's almost a 4-point race or a 3-point race. I don't see it at the moment. We'll see when the rest of these votes come in, but you don't see the math there in the state of Wisconsin as you go through.
So we've done Michigan, we've done Wisconsin. What about Pennsylvania?
So I was just going to touch New Hampshire, which has been rocketing back and forth, 47.5 to 47.4. One thing, I was just in touch with some Republicans up here. I just want to show you. Derry, New Hampshire, it's out. We have no votes there. This was a very big area for Mitt Romney 4 years ago. The Trump people are telling me they expect to get a big run-up of the vote here. You move down here to Salem, New Hampshire. These are the two big population centers left. Again, relatively small towns in New Hampshire, but 2.5% of the state population there was a big Romney area. 2% of the state population here. Also a big Romney area. The Trump people are very confident they're going to do very well in those two counties in New Hampshire. And so their expectation is that they can hold on. She's in the slight lead now. The Trump expectation is they can come back. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But again, another seesaw.
Got a lead of about 25 votes. It's not very much.
25. This is what we're going through in New Hampshire right now. And here we are again back here. And you start looking at this right now. And another incredibly close state. The challenge becomes...
She's losing by about 50,000 votes.
50,000 votes.
With 96% of the vote.
96%. You look at a giant state like Pennsylvania, you think, that's a pretty small lead, but you start looking, what's left? And we're at 100% here in a place she's winning. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but by nowhere near the margin she needed to win, which has been a consistent story throughout the night. Let's come out here. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but again, by a very narrow margin. And so you keep asking, are there Democratic votes out there? Allegheny County was not this high the last time we checked. Yes, she's winning by a healthy margin there, but there's nothing left, or not much left to count. And so you keep looking. You're looking at this map, and you're saying, are there any here in the population centers? 93%. Lehigh County, she's winning, but not by a lot. There's some math there, enough to make up that lead. We'll watch Bucks County here in the suburbs. This is more populous. There are some votes here, but look how close it is. So, as the rest of the results comes in, if the margins stay the same, 99% is in Montgomery County. 95% in Chester County. Let's move closer in toward the city. Delaware County is up to 98%. The city of Philadelphia is up to 98%. Wolf, if you're looking at this map and you're thinking, where can I squeeze some more Democratic votes to make that up? My answer is, I don't know. I don't see it.
Anderson, it's really a remarkable development, historic development, what's unfolding right now. It's not over yet. We're watching every state, every electoral vote.
Without a doubt, probably one of the most momentous nights in American political history, certainly modern American political history. I mean, first of all, Corey Lewandowski is joining us. Congratulations on what has been just an extraordinary night, whatever the end result is. To you, has anything surprised you tonight? Because all along you were saying there's a hidden vote that the polls aren't showing, that the whole notion of big data, Hillary Clinton's huge, highly expensive operation a la Jeb Bush, getting out the vote, that's the old model. Donald Trump is the new model, and it certainly seemed to work tonight.
Well, what we're not talking about is how many offices Donald Trump has in the state of Florida. I guess it's not relevant anymore. What we are talking about is why did the electorate do what they did tonight? And I think what we have said from day one is that Donald Trump represents a fundamental change to Washington, D.C. And for 30 years, elected officials, both Republicans and Democrats, have made promises that they haven't kept. They have brought us into a greater deficit where we've got almost $21 trillion in debt. We're leaving our country in a worse shape than our parents left it for us for the first time in the history of our country. And what people have said was, we don't want that anymore. We don't want people who make promises that have, the most extensive credentials ever to serve as the President of the United States. People don't want that. They want someone who's going to tell them the truth, that's going to go and do what they say they're going to do, to bring fundamental change, and let the people decide how the country is run. That's what we're seeing tonight, is the people have listened to what the media said. They've listened to the narrative of how great the other side was, how everybody is going to join and how the Hispanics are going to come out in record proportion, how Donald Trump is a misogynist and a bigot, and all the things that we've heard the mainstream media talk about, and they've stepped back and said, you don't understand. We are tired of Washington, D.C. We're tired of broken promises. We're tired of people going there and forgetting about us, and we want wholesale and fundamental change. That's what's taking place.
Well, Jeffrey, I mean, it also looks like he will have a Republican House, a Republican Senate. I mean,
Right.
the potential for him to affect his policies is great. But there are, of course, real divisions within the Republican Party. Right. I mean, some of the, you know,
and they will, and some of them will.
They're going to start to have to use his name.
Right. I mean, yes, they are. I'm looking for that.
Much
first,
more likely tomorrow, I think.
You know,
Right, I'm sure.
One of the things I remember attending as a White House staff meeting is the National Governors Association's meetings, and I think they're in February, and they come to the White House for a meeting and a glittery dinner. I'm just waiting to see Governor Kasich greet President Trump.
Well, I mean, the meeting, there's a traditional meeting between, it would be
It'll be on
between.
Thursday.
Right, on Thursday between President Obama and the President-elect.
Right.
I mean, to be a fly on the wall during that meeting.
Exactly. Well, I mean, change is at hand here. And I keep going back to Reagan for a purpose, because he was the last president, certainly on the Republican side, to bring that kind of change and face that kind of resistance, not only as he sought the nomination and ran for election, but once he got there.
I guess one of the questions, obviously, is how capable, I mean, a lot of promises are made during an election. Donald Trump has talked about things as a negotiation, and that, you know, some of the conservative criticism of him early on was that, you know, that too much is up for negotiation with him. Negotiation or compromise can be a dirty word in Washington. I mean, the wall of reversing Obamacare, the Supreme Court, how much can he actually do, and as quickly as he said?
Well, remember at one point, Paul Ryan met with Donald Trump and came out basically saying, or his aides basically said, you know, what Donald Trump said, just help me get elected, and then we'll use your agenda. Okay, we will use your agenda. I think Paul Ryan is going to hold him to that, and I think that I've just heard from a Republican who said that there could be a populist conservative governing coalition if they can all get on the same page. And I think the fact, again, as we were saying before, that Donald Trump had coattails, that he brought in some of these Republicans into Congress who are very worried about their jobs, that they now owe him something.
Right.
Look,
And that they will, the question is, what do they do to the Obama legacy? What do they do with Obamacare? What do they do about the premium increases, which Donald Trump has spoken about? What do they do about trade? Do they withdraw from the TPP right away? What do they do about the wall? You know, these are things that Republicans have disagreed on.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways to think about it. If you're kind of looking for now, what happens now? How do you think about this? I think if you're a progressive, there are three areas where you might try to figure out something positive. First of all, the fact that now Trump is going to own health care. He's going to own health care for at least 20 million people. And the Republicans can't just sort of, you know, stand back and let the bad parts of Obamacare go on unchecked just because they want to, you know, stick it on Obama. The Republicans are now going to have to really step up and do something. That could wind up being a positive. We just don't know. Secondly, he made a bunch of promises about urban investment and urban renewal and empowerment, et cetera. I think he should be held to those kinds of promises, and let's see if he's actually serious about those things. And then lastly, this whole question around trade. I think for the left wing of the Democratic Party, there's probably something there that can make some kind of sense. I think there are three things that are just irredeemably bad that we are going to have to resist this president on as progressives. One is all the stuff around immigration and the Muslim bashing. If that becomes a serious part of his presidency, there will be a big, big pushback from decent people in this country who do not want to see that type of rhetoric and agenda coming from Washington, D.C. Secondly, the Supreme Court is going to be a massive fight. And lastly, which we haven't talked about, is this whole question of climate and whether or not we're going to be able to make real progress on climate and climate change. The last thing I want to say, because I don't know if I get a chance to talk again, there are people around the world who are watching this. They are appalled, they are shocked, they are surprised. The markets are showing it, and there's some people who are laughing, and some of them are in the Kremlin. This is not just the first election in which you had a woman running and a business person running. This is the first election in which an enemy power deliberately and explicitly interfered in our election and got away with it. And they interfered in our election in a one-sided way. They didn't hack Democrats. They didn't hack Republicans. They hacked Democrats. And we're going to have to figure out now, what is our relationship to Russia going forward? And if Russia got away with it this time, what if the Chinese do it to the Republicans next time? We are now living in a completely different context from a national security point of view. That needs to be talked about.
Jeffrey, assuming Donald Trump becomes the president, do you think, and I mean, he's already talked about, and there's been some talk about who would be his attorney general, who would be his secretary of state. Do you see him reaching out to kind of a diverse group of Republicans or whomever to kind of form a cabinet? Where do you see?
Yes. I mean, again, the model for me, which was instantly clear to me as I got to know him, is his own company. I mean, he has a lot of people there, a lot of very different people who are very talented in A, B, or C areas that he brings in to accomplish tasks. That's what he will do. I mean, he's an executive. He has an executive's mind. I have no doubt whatsoever. Now, will he, as any president should, having won an election, want to steer the country in the direction that he promised he would steer it? Sure. Will he try to find people who will do that in these individual cabinet departments? And, the age-old problem in Washington is presidents appoint people to run departments, and then they wind up doing it the reverse. They wind up representing the department to the president instead of representing the president and the people to the department. But yes, I'm sure he will do this.
Paul? Yeah, that may well be, but I would point out, first off, the election's not over.
Right, well, right.
In play.
Exactly.
And it seems to me, just back of the envelope math, highly likely that Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote, irrespective of even if Mr. Trump can pull off this Rust Belt states. Only 24% of the vote in California is in. She's likely to win that overwhelmingly. Washington, Oregon. So you could very well be in a situation where we know, no matter who wins, that this country is deeply, deeply divided. And that has been the case for many years. We had, when Bill Clinton was sworn in, it was on the book of the prophet Isaiah, and thou shalt be called healer of the breach. Then the next president had 2 terms. He said, I want to be a uniter, not a divider. Then the next president had 2 terms, and he said, there are no red states, no blue states, there are only the United States. And yet still, despite 24 years of 3 very different presidents, all talking about that divide and trying to address it, it is deeper and more painful than ever. And yes, we'll have this on trade, we'll have this about Russia, but more fundamentally, the pain here is so spectacular that it's going to take a real miracle.
We've got another projection from Wolf.
All right, we do have another major projection right now. All right, Donald Trump, we project, will be the winner in the state of Utah. With its 6 electoral votes, Donald Trump carries another state. You see the popular vote there. Donald Trump ahead. He's got a 113,000 vote lead over both Evan McMullin, who looks like he's second place right now with 41% of the vote, in Hillary Clinton right now 82,000 votes in third place. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count where it stands right now with this Donald Trump win in Utah. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead, inching closer and closer to 270 electoral votes. He now has 244 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 215 electoral votes. Donald Trump doing very, very well tonight. It's 270, though. That's the magic number. Let's take a look in a key race alert at the numbers coming in right now. Remaining states. We'll start with Michigan right now. 80% of the vote is now in. Trump has an impressive lead of 77,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 16 electoral votes in Michigan. Trump ahead. In Wisconsin, 87% of the vote is in. Similarly, he has an impressive 84,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump again leading. 60,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton with 65% of the vote in. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, look at this, 97% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by almost 51,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Trump doing very well in Pennsylvania right now. Let's take a look at some more states where we have not made projections. In New Hampshire, Hillary Clinton is ahead, but by only 700 votes over Donald Trump, with 85% of the vote in, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Maine, 81% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of almost 17,000 votes over Donald Trump in the state of Maine. Finally, take a look at this in Minnesota. 84% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good 71,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 84% of the vote in. Minnesota has 10 electoral votes. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. The numbers clearly right now, Jake, are in Donald Trump's favor.
Absolutely. Hillary Clinton needs to win Michigan. She needs to win New Hampshire. She needs to win Pennsylvania. Right now, she's only ahead in one of those states with almost all of the vote in. It's really stunning. And Van has been talking about some of the dimensions of this race, some of the social dimensions that have people who supported Hillary Clinton very upset this evening. But let's take a moment and talk about the outsider nature of the campaign that Donald Trump waged and looks like he might win, having to do with how dissatisfied the American people are with Washington, D.C., with institutions that they think are failing them. Institutions, whether it is the Justice Department and the government of Washington, D.C., whether they're political or career individuals, and how they are not serving the purposes of the American people. That's one. And then a second one I think is very significant, and we haven't really talked about it at all, and that is the role of the United States in the world. You could make the argument that Donald Trump is somebody who has talked about how he thinks that we have been involved in too many entanglements in other countries, and Hillary Clinton has been defending that sort of thing. It's one of the reasons why a lot of veterans anecdotally supported Donald Trump, in addition to the fact that many of them are just conservative Republicans, and that is they agree with the idea that we shouldn't be involved in too many countries overseas. We should be focused more on the United States. There are a lot of policy dimensions to this. Van's touching on some of the social dimensions to this, but there are a lot of policy dimensions to this. And then, of course, there's trade and the idea that the trade deals that might be very, very lucrative to corporations and to Wall Street have not been as lucrative and successful for people in Ohio, for people in Michigan, for people in Pennsylvania, the states that today are really rising up and saying, not so fast, Washington, D.C.
And Dan, I know you're in touch with the folks in the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Well, a little bit of news that I'm told that Donald Trump and his campaign did prepare 2 speeches, as we were told earlier by our Clinton team, that Hillary Clinton did, a victory speech and a concession speech, and he is preparing and hoping to give that victory speech. So what will be in it? I'm told that he will be gracious, that he will, to speak to what Van was talking about before, and also Michael and others about the tone of these speeches being so important. We'll talk about coming together, will reach out to those who didn't vote for him. So that is the tone that I'm told he will set in this speech, and we'll see what specific words he uses and, you know, how specific he gets, whether he says specifically Hillary Clinton's voters, please understand, I know you didn't support me, but come my way. But the overall tone is going to be that, and the other is gratitude.
That's what the victor...
Victory speech, yes.
But that's what the victors usually say. They reach out, they try to be gracious, they encourage the losing presidential candidate to be gracious as well.
It's true. This is anything but a usual campaign and campaign season, right down to the speeches. So it is, I think, noteworthy to hear, particularly given how incredibly divisive this has been, that if he does get that magic 270 tonight, if those Rust Belt states go his way, not to mention Pennsylvania, that is the theme and the tone and the tenor I'm told he will set.
And what's impressive, very impressive, not only is ahead in the Electoral College map, but popular vote. He is ahead in the popular vote. I think about 54 million Americans have voted for him, maybe 1 million more than voted for Hillary Clinton nationwide. That is so impressive right now.
It's big, but as you note, it's right now. We still have yet to see what happens in California and some of the western states. But just to touch on what Dan has said in terms of the speech, whoever wins this evening, there is a huge responsibility for that man or that woman to reach out not only to the people who voted for his or her opponent, but to the people who don't like him or her. If Donald Trump wins, I think there is going to be, in addition to his celebration and the victory lap that he has every right to take, there are people who were really bothered by things like when he made fun of that disabled reporter. And he really has an obligation, especially if he wants to be a successful president. And I know he wants to be a successful anything that he tries to do. He wants to succeed at. There is an opportunity now for the country to heal, for the country to come together, whether Hillary Clinton wins or Donald Trump wins. And I really hope that the victor does actually take that opportunity to try to unite the country after this extremely brutal election.
The onus is also on the person who doesn't win.
Absolutely.
To do that.
Absolutely.
And you know, we remember in 2008, John McCain's concession speech was probably one of the best speeches he ever gave in his life because it was so gracious in telling the people who supported him to please support the next president. And because, again, this has been so divisive, so tough, so intense, it is maybe even more important for the person giving the concession speech to give that message to their supporters.
We'll see what time the victory speech happens and the concession speech happens. We're going to be watching all of that so closely. It's still not over yet. They're still counting votes. Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. In terms of what happens in the coming weeks for whoever the president-elect is, in terms of a transition team, I mean, some of them have, I assume both sides, and certainly the Clinton side has already, you know, they have people in place. I know Donald Trump has named as well. What is the process for that?
Well, Chris Christie is running the transition for Donald Trump,
Yeah.
and that's a problem. And he also hasn't been particularly visible of late with Donald Trump because of the whole Bridgegate trial, et cetera. But they have been running a full-bore transition. I think in terms of Hillary Clinton, when you were dealing with an Obama administration who had been here, Democrats, the transition might have been a little smoother and a lot easier. Then if it is President Trump, then the Obama team would have dealing with the President Trump's team who wants to actually undo everything that President Obama has done in office.
It is interesting also when you have President Obama with the highest approval ratings I guess of his presidency, well, probably not of his presidency, but certainly for a president at this stage.
Yes. Up there with Reagan.
And certainly was out there on the campaign trail an awful lot. I mean, to not be able to, I mean, he was able to get himself elected, but he didn't have great coattails certainly for Hillary Clinton.
Well, obviously, I'm sure he's deeply disappointed tonight. I haven't spoken to him, but he campaigned very, very vigorously. He felt very strongly about it. But you know, my guess is that they will meet on Thursday because that is the obligation of the outgoing president to try and affect a transition to the next administration. We've done it for a couple of centuries, and I'm sure he'll feel a responsibility to do it. Let me just make a couple of points, though. One of the things that I'm going to be watching, you know, you talk about people were swept in on his coattails and so on. Some of them were incumbents who were reelected. There are many members, or there are more than a few members of Congress who didn't endorse him of his own party. Paul Ryan separated himself from Donald Trump and excoriated him in very, very sharp terms several times. They don't have the same agendas in many ways. The notion of, I mean, I'll be interested to see. I can't think of a time when you had a president who was so at odds with so much of his own base, because ultimately he ran against the Washington establishment, and Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan and some of those guys, they're part of the Washington establishment.
But now they're going to have to deal with them, and they're going to have to figure out what part of the Trump agenda works with what they want to do. I mean, as Donald Trump always says, he's a negotiator, even if he has to negotiate.
I just add to the list of, you know, we're in uncharted territory. Yeah. We seem to be assuming we're going to hear an acceptance speech from Donald Trump, perhaps, if this goes the way it's. You know what all the caveats are. Here's what I'm trying to say. You can put on that list trying to calm down the market because the Dow futures are down 800. I don't know what it is he says tonight or tomorrow, but he needs to the point of who will he surround himself with, make sure that he can instill some confidence in Wall Street sooner than later.
Yeah, and it'll also be interesting to see what Obama says, right? I mean, they have this meeting on Thursday or so. Obama has been very vocal that he didn't think that Donald Trump was qualified to be president. He didn't have the temperament. Donald Trump, if he becomes president, is a complete and utter repudiation of Obama. I mean, he ran as the anti-Obama. And if you look at all the things that the transition team has been saying, their goal is to undo Obama's legacy.
It is paradoxical because, as Anderson pointed out, the president's approval rating is quite high. But let me just say this. Part of what the president and others criticized Donald Trump for was suggesting that he might not accept the result of the election. I don't think you can do that and then not accept the result of the election. And I think there'll be people, and Van can speak to it, who are going to be in a resistant mood about this because they'll say Donald Trump didn't give Barack Obama a chance, so why should we give Donald Trump a chance? And the answer to that is we only have one president at a time, and you have to try and make it work.
We're going to have more with our panel, a lot more. Still looking, counting the votes, looking at the numbers state by state. We'll be right back.
Mr. Chief Justice, may it please the court. What is the danger to the state of Virginia of interracial marriage? What is the state of danger to the people of interracial marriage? Marriage is a fundamental right.
You think you'll lose?
We may lose the small battles, but win the big war.
Loving, based on a true story. Rated PG-13.
Looks like we're about to start anew. Who better to start it with than you, dear? See you next year.
This season, start a new tradition. Experience the power of Infinity now with leases starting at $319 a month. Infinity. Empower the drive.
I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me.
The winner plots one step ahead of the opposition.
You're fighting the richest group on the hill.
So who's with me?
How the hell did she manage that? Start an inquisition. Get ready to be crucified.
Who's controlling you?
You are blackmailing a United States senator.
You crossed the line. We're not gonna lose.
You're a piece of work, Elizabeth.
I was hired to win, and there will only ever be one winner.
Miss Sloan, rated R.
Now we have a key race alert. Let's update you on all the outstanding votes right now. Let's start in the key, let's call it the battleground state of Michigan right now. 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a pretty good lead, 72,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. Wisconsin, he's got an 87,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton right now with 88% of the vote in. That's another 10 electoral votes right there. Let's see what happens in Wisconsin. In Arizona, he also has a pretty good lead of 64,000 votes over Hillary Clinton with 65% of the vote in Arizona, 11 electoral votes at stake there. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintains his lead. Almost 59,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton with 97% of the vote in. Trump still ahead in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes right there. Impressive leads in all of those states. Let's move on to New Hampshire right now. 87% of the vote in. Hillary Clinton has expanded her lead. She is now up by 3,500 votes over Donald Trump. Once again, 4 electoral votes in the state of New Hampshire. Hillary Clinton does have a lead also in the state of Maine. She's up by 17,000 votes over Donald Trump. 84% of the vote is in. 4 electoral votes in Maine. In Minnesota, Hillary Clinton has a lead there, 60 66,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 85% of the vote is in the state of Minnesota, where there's 10 electoral votes. And in Alaska, the Donald Trump is building up a lead with 28% of the vote in, 13,500 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. There are 3 electoral votes at stake in Alaska. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 244 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 215 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Trump is getting closer and closer and closer in this improbable run. Very impressive run for Donald Trump. Jonathan, let's take a look and see where we stand in these remaining states.
And we're not done yet in these remaining states up here, but at the moment, 6 states that President Obama carried 4 years ago have flipped. We're not done completely, but including Florida, and at the moment we're looking at Pennsylvania, Ohio, which is done, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. Stunning as you look at it. So let's go back and look and see the ones we're still waiting on. 88% now of the vote, 49 to 46 here. This has been steady, and we did this by hand a short time ago. Now it has fed in. 99% in the vote now in Milwaukee. This is where the Democrats were telling us earlier, just wait, we're going to get a lot of votes out of Milwaukee. They did get more votes, but nowhere near enough to close the statewide gap. You pull out of the thing, you're still at 49 to 46, and you see the margin there. So let's look around. At the blue areas, are there places where we can get more Democratic votes? Well, we're 100% here. See, 100% is in. We're 100% here. You come up here, Dane County. It's a big county. It's almost 9% of the state population. This is the University of Wisconsin-Madison. We can expect that the votes still out here are going to go lopsided for Secretary Clinton. The question is, are there that many out there? Because it's the only place left where you have a large population center, relatively, Democratic area with the votes still out. And I'm very skeptical that there are anywhere near enough votes there to make that up. So you look at some other blue areas. We're at 91% here again. We're not talking about a lot of votes here. It's a smaller area of the state. You pull out. Let's come over here to Eau Claire. We're at 87% here, but again, it's 1.7% of the state population. So this is what's happening in the Clinton War Room. They are desperately going county by county and calling their people and saying, is there anything missing? What's missing? So every now and then, a number comes in, and then you see it drop. They realize they've missed something. But if you look at this right now, we're going to count them to the end. But this has been, it's a relatively small lead, but it has been a steady, we call it a stubborn lead, in the sense that as more of the votes come in, it's holding up in the state of Wisconsin. It's 10. And a very important 10. Then you move over to Michigan, which is 16. And again, we've been stuck here for a while. 81%. You see the lead right here, 48 to 47 if you round that up. About
70,000 votes.
Right, about 70,000 votes if you round that up. It just moved a little bit on you again there. And so what are we waiting for? Number one, we're still waiting, and this will be the bulk of what we're missing, is right here in Wayne County. Again, it's a place where Hillary Clinton is winning quite big, but the Milwaukee example told us, the Clinton campaign tells us, just wait, they're going to come. Maybe it will be different here, but it was not in Wisconsin. We waited, Milwaukee came in, it gave them a boost, but nowhere near what they needed. They need a miracle here out of Wayne County to make up some big numbers, translate when you get back out here. And you look through the state, earlier in the night, this was red, Marquette was red most of the night. Hillary Clinton came back, but we're at 100% now, and so there's no votes to be made up there. And so you're looking in the middle part of the state. Well, if you're trying to find areas, Genesee County, this is Flint. It's 4.3% of the state population. There's more for her. She's winning by a sizable margin. But again, you see 62-46. When the rest of that vote comes in, it's not going to. You're not going to get 30. You're not going to make up 30 or 50,000 votes there. You might make up some, but it doesn't look big enough. And that is the issue now as you go through these states. Oakland County's at 99%. You pop down. We're still waiting most of all on this Wayne County vote. Again, mathematically impossible? No. You're starting to look here and here, and the word improbable, unlikely, comes into your head. But we'll count them. We'll keep counting them. We've seen strange shifts before. This one switched late. Pennsylvania was coming in blue most of the night. It switched late. It is still a one-point race. It's very close. Inside the Trump campaign, they think they have this. They've been checking around with their people. They think it's done. And you ask the Democrats where the vote's going to come from. There's a little bit left here. There's a little bit left here.
Not much.
Yeah, you're mostly in. This is the biggest, basket of Democratic votes of all. There's a little bit left there. But you look at this again. We'll wait. We'll keep counting. We want to be cautious about this. But again, it's a small lead.
60,000 vote lead.
60,000 in a giant state like Pennsylvania. That's normally, not a huge lead. But again, it has been steady and stubborn and persistent.
Pittsburgh's still open?
The Allegheny, last time I checked, it was mostly in at 98%. So again, this is an area where it's 10% of the state population. She held the lead there, but the numbers, one of the issues, even in places where she's performing by percentage, the turnout, you see issues with turnout. That was why the Democrats were saying wait on Milwaukee. Her percentages were about what a Democrat needs to do there, but the numbers weren't. It's not just your percentage. You got to turn people out, and that's a problem, especially when you have in places like this. We talked about this earlier. 50% for Hillary Clinton to 47% for Donald Trump. Well, you're not going to win. You're not going to win in a state that has, so much conservative territory. These are smaller, less populated areas, but the Democrats just in the fewer counties in Pennsylvania that are blue, the Democrats know the challenge. Not only win, but win big and run it up and do well in the suburbs. And she's just underperforming across. One that has come back, you look to the Northeast, New Hampshire has come back. Let's go back up here to 2016. But look at that. I mean, we're talking about 4,000 votes there, a little less than that.
Yeah.
A little less than that if you look at this right now. We're going to watch this come in. I mentioned earlier that the Trump people were very confident that when these votes came in down here, they would get more of them. We're still waiting on Derry. Londonderry next door has come in at a pretty good lead for Donald Trump there. So, again, we're going to keep counting in New Hampshire. We're up to 87%, and this one is incredibly close seesaw. When you add it all up, Wolf, and you pull out here from an electoral college perspective, at least 2 out of 3 of these need to change for Hillary Clinton to have a hope. Probably all 3 of them. We still got some business to do out in the western part of the country. Some of these states aren't completely called yet, but the 2 big ones, Pennsylvania and Michigan, if they don't change, math doesn't work.
He's got 244 electoral votes.
Right.
By our projection, he doesn't need all that many more in order to get to 270.
That would get you 64, 74, 80, 280 right there.
Anderson, back to you.
What we have seen tonight certainly is a revolution in American politics, and I'm wondering, Trump supporters Corey Lewandowski and Jeffrey Lord, I mean, we used to talk a lot about the autopsy of the Republican Party done in 2012. There's certainly going to be one done among a lot of Democrats and probably even among some Republicans. But what does this mean? Jake Tapper made the point earlier about, the polls were all wrong. What does this mean for the whole polling industry? What does this mean for how elections are run in the future? Or is Donald Trump such a unique candidate because of the force of his personality that it's...
I'd say, and Corey probably knows infinitely more about this than I do, but, politics is about people. It's about human beings. And one of the things I think we have a problem with in the political world is that everybody is so obsessed with data, and there are human faces behind these things, and they don't listen. They don't pay attention. I mean, I've told you before about my, being at home in Pennsylvania and beginning to pick up the Donald Trump thing, even before Donald Trump announced for president, because of the way people were talking about issues that had nothing to do with Donald Trump at that point. That's what this is about altogether. And when you abandon that and you just, you're just going to sit in a room full of data, you're going to lose that.
Corey, when you signed on to be campaign manager, I mean, did you honestly, in your heart, believe this night, as it appears to be going right now, was going to turn out the way it did? Did you honestly believe...
I don't think in January of 2015, when I signed on to become Donald Trump's campaign manager, to lay the foundation that anybody thought at that time Donald Trump was going to be elected president of the United States tonight. That's what is going to happen. It is unequivocal. The numbers are there. He's going to be the president of the United States. Now, how does that come to be? What we saw, against all of the pundits who said this would never happen, he would never run, never file his taxes, and all the other things you're aware of, what we saw was the American people didn't care about those things, and what they wanted and what they want is someone who tells them the truth, that isn't stuck in a Washington mentality. And what he did and what we did many, many times and was criticized infinitely by the mainstream media was he would have a rally, but this doesn't translate to votes, and the Democrats understand precisely what Mary had for breakfast today, and she had breakfast and she ate at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They knocked on her door and then they called her again. That's not how the American people function. That's not what the American people wanted. So what we do know is that connecting with people directly and having them buy into what you're doing, I think that's the big difference.
How much
people bought into Donald Trump?
How much did Donald, in your opinion, did Donald Trump, I mean, I've always thought Donald Trump has an extraordinary antenna, whether it's a political antenna or whatever it is, for sensing things in other people, whether it's in his company or in the crowds that he's talking to. He feeds off it. How much did Donald Trump, when he came down that escalator, do you think had in his mind what the mood of the electorate was? Or how much do you think was that he sensed, once he started going out, meeting crowds of people, talking to people, that he learned from them?
Look, I think, and the Washington Post has reported this, Bob Costa has said it, he is the greatest raw political talent of a lifetime. The greatest, because he understands people fundamentally. And what you have in Donald Trump and what the blue collar sees in Donald Trump is Donald Trump is worth billions of dollars, has created an amazing company, employed tens of thousands of people. But you know what he does? He stops at McDonald's and eats there. And you know what he does? He walks a construction site and he talks to everybody with respect and dignity and doesn't think anybody is better than anybody else. And I've seen it firsthand on so many occasions. And when you go with him to a construction site, and I witnessed it here in Washington when he was building the old post office, he would stop and talk to every person there working and ask them, oh, is this the right way? And he would notice small things, taking pride in everything that he does at his properties, giving pride back to the people who are doing the work, making sure that they understand that he appreciates it. The American people see that, and it was real, and it is real, and that's what the American people respect.
I know Van and Paul.
Three things. First of all, let's just try to be clinical about it. When there is a revolution in media, when there's a new media form, a new master usually comes along and shocks everybody. Radio with FDR. People totally wrote FDR off, and then he understood radio better than everybody else, and he broke through. JFK, totally written off, but he understood television better than everybody else, and he broke through. Obama, totally written off, but he understood the internet, that you could raise money, small donation dollars, viral videos, and he was able to break through. Donald Trump understands social media and reality television better than anybody else. And that's the era that we're in. And so things that you do in social media, like being outrageous, insulting people, doesn't get you fewer followers on social media. It gets you more. The idea of being the villain actually is the star in a reality TV show. And he kind of understood that. He kind of played up the villain kind of thing. I was saying all along, as you guys will remember, that this guy was a major threat. I used to call him Trumpzilla. And every Democrat told me I was wrong. When Brexit came out, I did a Facebook video, and it was called Freak the F Out, because I said this could happen here. Every Democrat told me that I was wrong. Part of it is understanding the media environment. The other part is understanding, I said over and over again, quoting Lord of the Rings, where will the hammer fall? And I said the hammer will fall in the Rust Belt. And people said, no way, it's going to be blue forever. There is a problem with the Democratic establishment not understanding the media environment that we're in, not understanding where the pain is in the country, and taking a lot of stuff for granted. So you guys were able to take advantage of that. That said, it's not as rosy as you say.
Paul, just want to get you in, and then we got to go to break.
Well, we have to understand the political environment as well, right? Donald Trump did. He gave voice to this spectacular anger. But at the same time, 69 out of 99 state legislative chambers are controlled by the Republicans, the highest since 1920. 34 of 51 governors, the highest, third highest since the Second World War. 54 senators, the highest since 1928. 274 House members, the highest since 1928. In other words, there's a huge constituency for Republicans out there. This is a Republican country. Okay, President Obama, he cut through that. Right. But to try to win a third term has never been done by the Democratic Party.
We got to take a quick break. We'll have more. We'll continue to count the votes, continue to look at the states. We'll be right back.
Election night in America is brought to you by the well-equipped 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander.
Mind making a run?
I got it.
The 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, with available all-wheel control and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, starting at $19,795.
Hey, almost home.
It's ready for any adventure you can imagine. Get up to $3,000 cash back on select models during the Mitsubishi Motors Holiday Sales Event.
You're in the middle of the world, man.
Critics are calling Moonlight the best film of the year. It's a game changer and a flat-out masterpiece.
You can blame me, try to shame me, and still I'll care for you.
If you see one movie this year, make it Moonlight. Moonlight, rated R. Now playing in select theaters.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-888-909-4332.
People ask me all the time, George, what do I do with my idea for a new product? I tell them, call my friends at InventHelp.
Call for free information.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A sushi legend is taking Tony where it all started.
Man,
Where's a beer?
Cheers.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
I was on heroin.
I used crack cocaine.
We are the Addiction Network. And if you have a problem with drugs or alcohol, you need to call the number on your screen now. Addiction is a disease, and you can't go it alone. The call is free, and so is the consultation. If you have private insurance, your treatment could be covered with no out-of-pocket costs. So call the Addiction Network now.
Call 800-850-1427.
Now available on Dish Cinema.
This is Life with Lisa Ling. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
We have another projection right now. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Alaska. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Alaska. Another win for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. With this win, these 3 electoral votes, Donald Trump has moved closer and closer to this magic number of 270 needed to win the White House. He now has 247 votes. Hillary Clinton has 215 votes. He is getting closer and closer to that number of 270. Let's do a key race alert right now. All right, let's start off with the states that are still outstanding. We'll start off in Michigan, where 84% of the vote is now in. Trump has a nearly 80,000 vote lead in the state of Michigan, which right there has 16 electoral votes. Michigan, we're waiting for more votes. Wisconsin, 89% of the vote is in. Trump also has a pretty impressive lead, 86,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. There's another 10 electoral votes right there. Arizona, 66% of the vote is in. Trump has a 62,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. He is ahead. In Pennsylvania, he is ahead as well. 97% of the vote is in. That's a healthy number. He is ahead by almost 77,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. Pennsylvania alone has 20 electoral votes. Trump is ahead at this late stage right there. Let's take a look at the remaining outstanding states. New Hampshire, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, about 3,700 vote lead over Donald Trump, with 4 electoral votes at stake in New Hampshire. In Maine, another 4 electoral votes at stake there. Hillary Clinton is up there as well. She has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 86% of the vote is in. And in Minnesota, Hillary Clinton is ahead by almost 57,000 votes over Donald Trump. 87% of the vote is in the state of Minnesota right there. So you see Donald Trump is doing well. Once again, let's take a look at the electoral map. You can see 270 needed to win, 247 for Trump, 215 for Hillary Clinton. You see those yellow states, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states remaining outstanding. Jake, Donald Trump in the biggest of those states right now is ahead.
And can I just say, we've been talking for months about what the effect of Donald Trump and comments he made would be on the Latino vote and on the vote of white college-educated women. And the truth of the matter is that, according to exit polls, the effect was not as strong as anybody would have predicted. Anybody did predict, except for maybe Mr. Trump. Donald Trump only lost white college-educated women by 6 points, according to exit poll data I saw. That's not the huge gender gap chasm that we thought we were going to see. But perhaps even more surprisingly, I'm looking at exit poll data comparing the percentage of the Latino vote that Romney got versus the percentage of the Latino vote that Trump got in 4 states. In Florida, Trump got a smaller percentage than Romney got. But in Nevada, in New Mexico, and in North Carolina, Donald Trump did better with Latino voters than Mitt Romney did. I mean, tell me who had that on their bingo card.
Yeah, nobody. Nobody. But that speaks to sort of taking it up to 10,000 feet here. Going back to June 16th, 2015, when Donald Trump announced, I see Corey over there, he was there, he remembers, every step of the way. He announced nobody thought he really meant it. He wasn't going to give his financial records. He did. I remember vividly a top aide to one of the early frontrunners on the Republican primary contenders saying, "Why are you guys talking about Donald Trump? There's no way he will ever be Republican nominee." And then fast forward to all of these ups and downs that he had, and he was completely resilient for the reasons that you were just talking about. Because it all comes down to an economic message that he, no matter what else he veered off in, and he veered off in a lot of directions that his campaign did not appreciate, but he had the fundamental appeal to people who felt and feel left behind. And that was something that was impenetrable for these voters. And that is why he was Teflon Trump. And so along the way, I mean, we can chronicle it. We could sit here for 20 minutes and chronicle all of the zigs and zags of the Trump campaign, but he kept coming back because it was that fundamental.
And when you look at, this is traditionally a night where we'll talk about what the winner did right, and not necessarily what the person who doesn't win, the loser, does wrong. But when you look at the campaign of Bill Clinton talking to working class voters in 1992 versus the campaign of Hillary Clinton talking to voters in 2016. I don't think you got the "it's the economy, stupid" message from Hillary Clinton that Bill Clinton and James Carville and Paul Begala and others drove home. It was a very different message, and apparently enough people in union households and in white working class households in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Iowa thought, she's not talking to me. She's not telling me what she's going to do to make my life better, and Donald Trump is, which seems obvious now, but at the time, I think probably a lot of Democrats were frustrated.
And Dan, as you remember, all of us remember a lot of those Trump supporters, and there are millions of them. I think about 55 million already have voted for him tonight. So many of them were angry at Hillary Clinton when she used that word deplorables in describing Donald Trump supporters. And they said, "We're Americans. We love this country. We are not deplorable."
No question. You know, it didn't turn out to be the Mitt Romney 47% moment that that kind of, sort of played on a loop. But there's no question that the deplorable concept was something that the Trump supporters embraced. I mean, how many times did we go to a Trump rally and people were wearing T-shirts saying, "I'm a proud deplorable, adorable deplorable"? I mean, they embraced it because they thought it was so ridiculous, because they thought that their voices, and they think that their voices, should be heard too, and that Trump supporters were misunderstood. And some of them were, and some of them weren't. But that's a story for down the road. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, is that he surprised constantly throughout the entire Republican primary season, and then he clearly seems to have continued to do that through the general election.
And you know what else, Jake, he did? He showed during the Republican primary contest when he beat 16 or 17 Republican senators and governors. So many of them had a lot more money in paid commercial advertising than he did. He had relatively little during the primaries, but he was on television clearly all of the time. And in the general election, Hillary Clinton, her campaign spent so much more money on negative ads against him, yet look at how well he has done today.
At the end of the day, it's not necessarily the richest candidate, as Jeb Bush showed us earlier. It's not necessarily the candidate that is flashier necessarily. It's the candidate that has a message that appeals to the plurality or majority of voters. And he apparently, we haven't called this race yet, but he apparently had that. That message of jobs, border, terrorism, Washington's broken, saying it over and over and over again, that was appealing. People think Washington is broken. They think they have lost their faith in American institutions, including Republican leaders and Democratic leaders in Congress, including law enforcement, including counterterrorism officials, including the mainstream media. They have lost their faith. And he was giving voice to them.
And Dan, he stuck by his basic message from day one. He said, we're going to build a wall. Mexico is going to pay for it. He still says that. In the past few days, he continues to say that. He's going to repeal and replace Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. He still says that. He's been saying that since day one. He's stuck to those messages, and it seems to have worked.
It's true, and as you're saying that, I'm thinking of Kellyanne Conway, his campaign manager's kind of her mantra. She said it to me, and she said it to both of you as well in interviews, which is her sort of diplomatic way of saying that she didn't think that Donald Trump did well when he hurt himself by getting distracted by other issues, but he did the best when he was talking about the issues. On that note, let me just tell you what she said in the "Told You So" tweet. Kind of very well constructed from Kellyanne Conway. Things that were true: undercover Trump vote, at Mike Pence for VP, Hillary's floor and ceiling are the same, rally crowds matter, we expanded the map.
All right, everybody stand by. It's a cliffhanger race right now. We're watching the final electoral votes come in. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
It's a beautiful movie about a guy who has to come back to the town where he's from in order to take care of his nephew.
Well, I can't be his guardian.
Patrick's a 15-year-old boy. He's got a whole life in Manchester.
You actually have sex with these girls?
Strictly basement business. The problem is, Lee has got to face the greatest tragedy of his life.
My heart was broken, and I know yours is broken too.
It feels like real life, and I think the movie's incredible.
Manchester by the Sea, rated R.
Let's face it, not all of your friends are created equal. Imagine traveling with a group of them. You have the night owl, there's the early bird, the lone wolf, and even the sloth. Of course, you wouldn't put them in the same room together. With one search, Trivago makes it easy for you to look for multiple rooms. Simply select the number of rooms and the number of people staying in them. So, same hotel, separate rooms, single search. Hotel, Trivago.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-888-909-4332.
People ask me all the time, George, what do I do with my idea for a new product? I tell them, call my friends at InventHelp.
Call for free information.
Can cops still fight crime while under the lens?
This is our third eye.
Get a police. Things you see on TV, it's half the story.
This is life.
New episode, Sunday night at 10 on CNN.
Dry mouth can really affect how your mouth feels and how you feel. Discover Act Dry Mouth, specially formulated to soothe and moisturize your mouth, even freshen breath, so nothing holds you back. Act Dry Mouth, relief when you need it.
Delilah won't go without a fight. She outfoxed me and I never saw it coming. But I was Corvo before I was the royal protector. I don't know what grand scheme you got underway, Delilah. But I'm coming to put you in your grave.
So it begins.
Rated M for mature.
When your skin is feeling dry and crinkly, time for Gold Bond Healing Lotion. A modern formula packed with 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. Leaves skin nourished, healed, healthy looking, so you feel good as new. Gold Bond. Ultimate Lotion, Ultimate Skin.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown. New episodes Sundays at 9 on CNN.
Well, let's update you now with a key race alert. Let's take a look at the remaining states where there are votes outstanding. In Michigan right now, 16 electoral votes, 85% of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead, more than 70,000 vote lead. You just saw it increase right there over Hillary Clinton. Michigan, Donald Trump is ahead. Wisconsin, he's ahead even more impressively. He's got an 85,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 90% of the vote is in Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes at stake in that state. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead with 97% of the vote in. He's ahead by almost 75,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, he's ahead as well. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. He's ahead by more than 67,000 votes in the state of Arizona over Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump doing well in all of those states. We're watching them very, very closely. There are more states we're watching. In New Hampshire right now, Hillary Clinton has expanded her lead. She's got a lead of almost 3,500 votes over Donald Trump right now with 87% of the vote in. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Hillary Clinton on top. She's also on top in the state of Maine. Another 4 electoral votes votes. She's up by almost 20,000 votes over Donald Trump. 88% of the vote is in Maine. In Minnesota, she's up by 44,000 votes. 40,000 votes, if you see right there, it just changed. 88% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is leading Donald Trump in Minnesota with 10 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. It's all important. Donald Trump has 247 Electoral College votes. Hillary Clinton has 215. You need 270. He's inching closer and closer to that. You see 247. You need 270. Let's go over to Jeff Zeleny right now. He's joining us from Clinton headquarters over there at the Javits Center in Manhattan. I still see a crowd behind you. What are you hearing over there, Jeff?
Wolf, there is still a crowd behind me here at the Javits Center. As you can see, there's a little bit more activity right now, and they have turned off the election coverage really for the last several hours. This crowd here has been watching our coverage and others. Really a somber mood here. But I am told that campaign chairman John Podesta is on his way here to the Javits Center from the Peninsula Hotel where he has been with the Clintons. He is on his way here, Wolf, and he's going to be giving some type of an announcement, a message. I am told Secretary Clinton is not going to be coming here, at least not now at this moment. The Clinton campaign is still watching this handful of states that remain out there, Wolf, but I can tell you, optimism among all Democrats here, supporters here, has essentially faded. Top advisors across the board, top donors, top strategists, all are recognizing that Hillary Clinton is not likely to be the next president. So John Podesta is coming here to make some kind of a statement. We do not know exactly what that will be, but we will bring that to you when he does it.
Well, it's approaching 2 a.m. Here on the East Coast. Jeff Zeleny, thanks very much. Let's go over to John King. You're taking a closer look at these handful of states that are outstanding that will determine who the next president is.
And you know, we currently have Donald Trump at 247. Pennsylvania would be 20. That would get him to 267. And so you're looking at the math right here, and you're trying to find, with 97% of the vote in, is there some way for Secretary Clinton to make that up? And I'll tell you, Wolf, this is just, you know, you want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and you keep going through here, 100% of the votes counted. You move out here to Allegheny County, 98% of the vote is counted. You're looking for places where, is it possible there could be some miracle comeback, or there's some big pile of votes that we yet to count? You know, this is more populated out here, the suburbs of Philadelphia, but that's, you know, 99%, 98% in Bucks County. Look how close it is. So even if you make up a little bit with what's left, and a lot of times you get to 99% and you don't get to 100 till the next day if there's just one precinct out or one issue somewhere. And so you're looking at that, and I just can't find them. I mean, I've been looking for hours trying to find more votes to see, is there any math out there? And if you go through the Trump vote in these counties, they're most of them at 100%. You might find a couple as you go through. There was one or two we found at 98 earlier when I was going through, but they're all coming in at 100% now. So you assume most of the Trump vote is counted, but guess what? So is most of the Clinton vote. And so you're looking at Pennsylvania.
75,000 votes. It's a lot of votes to overcome at this very late stage.
Exactly, especially where the places you're looking where votes are out. Yes, they're Democratic areas, but like as I said when I was in the suburbs here earlier, 99%. You know, she's winning big, but there's not that many votes left. Over here, she's not winning by as much. It's very close here in Bucks County. So if there are more votes come in, they're likely to be relatively evenly split, you know, if they keep with the trend of the night. When you get to 99%, it's hard to see something come in late that's going to defy what you've been seeing for the rest of the night. Happens sometimes, but it's less likely to happen. So you're looking at Pennsylvania. If you're the Clinton war room, again, they're calling all their people all around the state, and they're not there to be found. That doesn't mean maybe they're fine.
Doesn't look good for her there. Let's take a look at Michigan.
You come to Michigan here, you're in the same boat here, except we have more votes out. 14% of the vote yet to be counted. But again, you've got a pretty healthy lead there. Modest lead, but a healthy lead, and it's been stubborn and persistent. So let's just start. Earlier tonight, I told you if this was going to happen, the most likely source of it was here, Detroit, Wayne County. Well, we're up to 96% now in Wayne County. Yes, a very big, healthy lead for Hillary Clinton when it comes to the percentages, but no more votes. Oakland County, no more votes. Genesee County, last time you were here, was a little above 47%, I think it was last time. Now they're up to 84%. And again, those are votes for Secretary Clinton. But, you know, even if she gets another 5,000 or 8,000 more out of there, it doesn't match up when you come to this. So it's getting very hard to find these votes. And let's just go next over to Wisconsin. We're in the same boat here. We're at 90% now. That's even
85,000 vote lead that Trump has.
It's a healthier lead there. So you're looking. Milwaukee's now up to 99%. This would have been your biggest chance to get votes, and we went from 87 to 99, and she made up a tiny bit, but not enough. The Clinton campaign has been telling us throughout the night,
watch Dane County. Now, there are still 16% of the vote out here. It is conceivable when you get that, 16% of the precinct, so you could get a giant stack of votes, and she's winning this one overwhelmingly. So if you're looking at this map, you're thinking, okay, there it is, but you're placing a giant bet on one county, essentially, because when you go through the rest of this, most of it's in. 91% here, but again, look at the percentage of the population. You're talking about much fewer votes here. So if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you're hoping against hope, you're hoping against math, really, at the moment, in the sense that when you pull back out here, with Donald Trump at 247, Hillary Clinton has to block him. She's leading in New Hampshire right now. But Donald Trump, if he gets 2 of those 3, it's game over.
It's over. Let's go to Jim Acosta. He's over at Trump headquarters at the New York Hilton Hotel. What are you seeing over there, Jim? What are you hearing?
Yeah, Wolf, I just talked to a senior Trump advisor just a few moments ago who said that if Donald Trump is declared the winner, and they do believe that that is going to happen very, very soon, that he will deliver a speech that calls on the country to come together. He will obviously talk about this as being a very big upset win, that he's going to praise the movement that brought him to the White House. That is, of course, if everything goes the way it seems to be going right now. But, Wolf, as for this issue of bringing the country together, you can just hear the chants behind me. The crowd here at Trump campaign headquarters is chanting "Lock her up" once again. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult for Donald Trump to bring the country together, given that kind of rhetoric, the rhetoric that he's used out on the campaign trail, talking about Mexican immigrants, talking about Muslims immigrating into the United States, talking about women, the kind of language that just infuriated female voters. But, Wolf, I'm also told that this work of building a Trump administration has been actually happening as part of this transition team that was being led by New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Alabama Senator Jeff Sessions, who is expected to be an instrumental part of an potentially upcoming Trump administration. He is here on the floor tonight. Just saw him here a few moments ago. So, Wolf, they're very excited here. They're breaking out into chants of all sorts of things that we've heard out on the campaign trail. There are lots of red hats in this room. I suspect we're going to be seeing a lot of those red hats in the days and weeks to come, Wolf.
I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot more about making America great again. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. Jeffrey Lord, Corey, in terms of, we heard that chant, "Lock her up." I mean, is that something you think Donald Trump pursues as president of the United States? Or, again, for the idea of reaching out, of sort of being presidential?
I'm sure, you can do both here. I mean, number one, you can make the gracious concession, acceptance speech and reach out, et cetera. But number two, she really does have some serious problems here. I mean, I seem to recall Senator Al Franken telling, I think it was Jake the other day, that he wants, as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, he wants an investigation of the FBI.
Sorry, here's John Podesta. Let's listen in at the Hillary Clinton event.
Thank you. Well, folks, I know you've been here a long time, and it's been a long night, and it's been a long campaign. But I could say we can wait a little longer, can't we? They're still counting votes, and every vote should count. Several states are too close to call, so we're not going to have anything more to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
John Podesta speaking to a group of Hillary Clinton supporters at what was, in the opinion of many of the people in that room, supposed to be a victory party for Hillary Clinton. Certainly does not to be turning out that way. Does it surprise you that we're not going to be hearing from Hillary Clinton tonight?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can see wanting to wait and see what happens. I don't know what her state of mind is right now, and they don't know how long it'll be before.
Do you think Donald Trump still comes out if it starts to get called by networks?
I suspect if the media organizations call it, that he may speak tonight. I would ask the Secretary of State and the Attorney General.
Supreme Court Justice, if you didn't see the interview, thank you very much.
Do you think Trump would come out?
First and foremost, Hillary Clinton is going to lose tonight. She should call Donald Trump immediately and say, you've run a great race, thank you very much. Secondly, she owes it to the American people to make a speech. If this was Donald Trump sending out the chairman of his campaign saying, we're not going to address this tonight because all the votes aren't counted. It's, 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. We have 99.9% of these ballots counted. We're waiting for a small fraction in Pennsylvania, a small fraction in Wisconsin, which will not materially change the outcome of this election. I think this is, exactly to Van's point, not bringing the country together. This is saying you will hear something moving forward, but it won't be from us. And look, John Podesta could have just emailed everyone yesterday, and we would have got this from WikiLeaks, as opposed to just coming out tonight and doing this. This is absurd.
I don't think Van thinks you were making exactly his point.
This is so egregious that if this was Donald Trump, the hypocrisy would be so outrageous that, you know what someone in this panel would call him? The George Costanza of this election. That's what he would be called right now.
Corey. You won.
So where is the conciliatory note to say, I want my people to support one president? Where's that message?
It's got to start with you, man.
No, it has to start with the president who ran. It has to start with Hillary Clinton, who ran. Look, I didn't run for president. John Podesta didn't run for president.
See, this is the fear. Here it is. You see it. You won.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
You won.
That's right. And Hillary Clinton should say that to the American people and say, support Donald Trump because there's one president.
This is it. Let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not done. Look, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. She'll talk in the morning.
Will she?
Let him finish.
Corey, you're being a horrible person right now. Let me finish.
If this was Donald Trump, the hypocrisy would be so outrageous right now.
I want every parent at home.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
I want every parent at home who's up right now, who's trying to figure out. Yeah, who are up right now trying to figure out how are we going to get through this, right? Where's the grace going to come from? Where's the understanding? Where's the empathy going to come from? It's going to have to come from ordinary people. Tomorrow at work, when we go and look at people who we don't agree with, this can't be the interaction. It's going to have to be ordinary people reaching out to each other. I'm going to say one more thing before I let a smarter person talk about smarter things. When they were beating up on Melania Trump this past week, I stuck up for her because I thought it was inhuman and disgusting for somebody who never signed up to be a political wife to go out there and do her best and actually ask for the bullying to stop and then be bullied herself. Because you got to treat people like human beings. Tonight, Hillary Clinton's a human being. I think we give her a break, let her come out tomorrow and do a good job. And I'm telling you what, if we can't begin to treat each other in a more human way, this thing is going to go from bad to horrible.
Hold on.
Ron is just joining us.
Yeah, to bring up Melania Trump, who I happen to know and respect immensely, I heard so many people sit on this network.
Not me.
And not you, you're right. So many people criticized her for saying that her priority was going to be anti-bullying because of what her husband has said on Twitter. Criticized her. Multiple people, all the time. And tonight, to say that one of two people who's going to be elected president of the United States is not going to come out and say we should unite behind the person who is the... No, excuse me, you had your chance. It's not my turn.
You're saying the same thing 4 times in a row.
No, what Van is saying is we have to get the respect from the people at home to come out and support Donald Trump. No. They put their faith in Hillary Clinton, and she received tens of millions of votes today and won a series of states. And she's the leader of the Democratic Party. And for her not to walk... Is it too late?
Right. Yeah. You're saying she should definitely come out
and say support Donald Trump?
I think, look, as we've just seen, this is an election that has deeply, deeply divided the country. I mean, the polling, we can look, we'll probably get the polling overnight, but the polling going in was that 90% of Clinton voters were strongly unfavorable to Trump. 90% of Trump voters were strongly unfavorable to Clinton. It is still entirely possible that Hillary Clinton will win the popular vote, given the West Coast states. states of California, Washington, and Oregon, and Donald Trump will win the presidency by dominating in the Rust Belt. But the divisions in the country, the urban, non-urban, he won working-class white voters, non-college white voters, by more than Ronald Reagan did. But the gap between the way they voted and the way the college-educated white voters was the biggest ever. So there are a lot of divides that are left after this election, and it is going, I agree, I think Hillary Clinton, if she is, you know, and it looks like a very kind of thin, you know, road, if she is the loser, she has to make a gesture to reach out. And I think what Donald Trump does as well, you've got to recognize we are in a very unique situation where essentially half the country is not only disappointed, they are frightened by the outcome either way, and that is just under half the country, and that is a big development going forward.
Do you know how many times we heard, will Donald Trump concede this race? Will he call into question? You know what we're seeing tonight? We're seeing Hillary Clinton, who refuses to concede. She has lost this election. Whether it has been called or not, the race is over. And we heard for weeks that Donald Trump will call into question the legitimacy of this election. He will not concede. What will his people do? Will there be an outrage? Where is the outrage tonight that Hillary Clinton refuses to call and concede the election? The race is over.
I mean, this is such a basic thing to do. And Van, to your point, and you certainly don't remember this, I do, in one of Nixon's losing races, either for president or governor of California, he did exactly some version of this and waited until the next day and wouldn't do it. And you know what they said? He's got no class. I remember this vividly. And here we are, and Hillary Clinton does this, and everybody says, oh, well, maybe she's tired. I don't think so.
Guys, the race hasn't even been called yet.
Well, then stay up and wait for it to be called.
We are running for leader of the
fact of the matter is, we've gone through races. John Kerry conceded on the day after the election. This is not that extraordinary. But I think the advice that Van was trying to give you is good advice, and I'm just giving it to you as someone who's been on the winning side of elections, which is you can either use this as an occasion to sort of strut and pay for strutting and payback, or you rise to the occasion and say, we have now won, we've got to bring the country together. And since you are the leader, if your guy's going to be the leader of the country and really the leader of the free world, then there's an onus on him to do that. And the fact that his opponent is waiting for the votes to be counted shouldn't be the occasion for you to replay everything that bothers you about what's been said over the course of the campaign. You've won, so act like you've won.
I think Donald Trump is going to go on tonight. I think he's waiting for Hillary Clinton to call him and concede this race, and then he's going to make a very gracious speech which says, I want to be the president of the entire United States. I want to bring everyone together. I don't think it's outrageous for him to wait.
I don't think anybody here tonight has argued that he should not come out and he should not deliver that.
Well, if we don't have the election results, why would he come out?
My assumption would be he would wait till somebody calls it and then come out, and so he could have whether she calls him or not. Yeah, whether she calls him or not, and then maybe it makes her look even worse, but he at least gets his due tonight, which is certainly well deserved given the incredible victory.
It's not as if because she's gone home, this process is about to end. This process is continuing as we speak, and when the race gets declared, I think it's entirely appropriate.
But I do think, to Corey's point, I mean, I think Corey raised an interesting point. There was a lot of criticism of Donald Trump. Yes. What would he do on election night if the roles were reversed and Donald Trump wasn't, conceding tonight?
No. The question was he was asked whether he would accept the result of the election, and he wouldn't say. There's no indication here that she's not going to accept the result of the election. The result of the election hasn't been officially declared yet. So go ahead.
And if the roles were reversed, and you might not know the answer to this, would Donald Trump want to wait for every vote to be counted?
I think he would respect
All I'm
saying is this goes to one of the things that drove this entire election is this belief, this passionate belief that there is a double standard, one standard for elites and the other standard for the regular folks. Donald Trump being the representative of the regular folks here. And to Corey's point, exactly, if this were reversed, you can only imagine the criticism that Donald Trump would have if he had sent Kellyanne out there to say, go home and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
You're right, but there's the difference isn't just that your guy is the blue-collar billionaire and Hillary Clinton's the elite. The difference would be that your guy said he wasn't sure if he would accept it. And she has never said that. And so that's why you are correct. If Donald Trump were being hesitant, it would trigger those old memories. But she didn't go down the road your guy went down, and that's why she would be treated
but the fact is, even if Donald Trump hadn't come out, as Gloria, I think, was pointing out, Hillary Clinton would have come out. I mean, he can still come out and say, I've won once that verdict is kind of, reached by the networks, by all of us.
Why is it so much about the timing? I understand it. But it's also about what they say, and that's, I think, was your point. And I think Hillary Clinton needs to be gracious about the stunning victory that Donald Trump has had. Number one, he won, and he reset the map. He blew it up. His supporters came out where we didn't think they were. Polling was wrong. We were wrong. Everything was wrong. I mean, his own analytics people had him winning in Wisconsin, but they didn't believe their own analytics. That's how stunning this was.
I think back to the end of the second debate, and the last question that was asked by somebody in the audience, which was say something nice about the other person. Hillary Clinton said, "You're Donald Trump's kids," which is, that's an easy one. I thought his answer was, I thought it was a great answer, but I also thought it really showed kind of the charm of Donald Trump that his supporters see and like, and that people who know him well say they see one-on-one and see in meetings and know socially, which was him saying something which, he attacked her in campaign commercials for, but said, she doesn't give up. She's got grit. And I thought that answer, I was like, wow, that's a side of Donald Trump that is something that everybody can kind of like. And I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of that Donald Trump in whatever speech he makes
tonight. That may be what you're seeing tonight with her. She's not giving up till the last vote is counted.
Can I unless we want to beat this around a while longer, but I don't want to invite you to do it. Let me just say this. You said earlier, and I think you're right, that part of the frustration that people were expressing tonight.
By the way, this is Donald Trump arriving at campaign headquarters, where we believe he will be speaking. You can hear the response. Let's just listen in some of the votes of the people outside the street, cheering him there. And that's a hat in a box that has been there. I'm guessing he's going to take it out of the box. I don't know. But that is Donald Trump arriving. We assume he will be speaking tonight. Sorry, but continue, David.
No, what I was going to say is Corey said earlier, and he's right, that people have heard Bill Clinton ran for president, saying he wanted to run for the forgotten middle class, and every president subsequently has said we're going to address some of these big economic problems that our economy and other economies have faced that have particularly been visited upon working class manufacturing sector workers and so on. Donald Trump ran for, you said Donald Trump ran for office speaking the truth. He's going to have to now carry through on those things. That's going to be very difficult. And if he doesn't, he's going to have the same reaction visited on him that other politicians.
We just saw Chris Christie. We also saw former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's entourage, his supporters, his family heading. I haven't gotten a glimpse of the candidate himself, but we anticipate seeing him shortly. There's a lot of folks waiting. What started out, it was really interesting when you think back to 5 o'clock this afternoon, 6 o'clock. Kellyanne Conway earlier in the day on another network had given an interview sort of saying that they hadn't gotten as much support from the RNC, from Republican establishment as they liked. A lot of people online kind of interpret that as, well, they're trying to set the stage for a disappointing night. That is certainly not, whatever the mood might have been internally early on, it is certainly
Anderson, it's beyond
changed.
that. There was a story that broke many moons ago, the afternoon yesterday, that said that John Kasich had scheduled a speech Thursday afternoon in Washington, and that the purpose was to reclaim the direction of the Republican Party. I assume he won't be delivering at least that speech on Thursday.
He didn't need the RNC. He didn't need Kasich. He didn't need any of those folks who abandoned him in some ways, the Bush family. You saw Paul Ryan sort of flip-flop on him, seeming to, back him, then saying he wouldn't, but then ultimately endorsing him. You wonder what happens to Paul Ryan. You wonder what happens to that whole class of folks who thought they were going to be the future of the Republican Party.
Because they are all still here. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, this was an incredible uprising by, in particular, one segment of the population. There's a couple numbers. numbers. Hillary Clinton's vote among non-college whites compared to Barack Obama, down 13 in Michigan, 8 in Pennsylvania, 10 in Wisconsin, 12 in New Hampshire, 6 in Florida, 5 in Ohio. Nationally, only 28%, less than Walter Mondale got against Ronald Reagan. He had a bigger margin among non-college whites than Reagan did against Mondale. But that included an agenda that a lot of those people you just mentioned really are not part of on any point. Right. You know, backing away from trade, very restrictive on immigration, no cuts in entitlements, an infrastructure program twice as big, he said, as Hillary Clinton's. I asked Paul Ryan about that at a forum we did a couple weeks ago. He said, that's not in the Better Way program. I mean, so and there is Tom Donahue and the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, there are many aspects of the Trump agenda that are fine, that overlap with what Republicans want to do, repeal Obamacare, cut regulation, cut taxes. But there's a whole other half, and maybe the more important half in terms of building the coalition that won, that really collides with a lot of the existing interests in the party, and how that shakes out. You know, I asked a Republican senator this summer at the convention, how many Republican senators would go along with Donald Trump if he wants to withdraw from NAFTA? And he said less than 5. But yet, that is an important part of what happened in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
I think you're going to
how does that play out?
see the Better Get Out of the Way program now.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's going to change because a lot of these guys owe their reelection now to Donald Trump. You know, when you think about it, he got, what, 1 newspaper endorsement? Is that right? He had a terrible video that came out. He divided the Republican Party, and there was this uprising, as you put it, a revolution of the people, no matter what all of these things were, because there were people who feel disenfranchised, and they wanted to change election, and he gave them change. So Congress, if he has control of both houses, and it looks like he might, if he has control of both houses, the message is going to be to incumbents that the voters want to change.
That's right. That's right. What?
I was going to say, it's not just the Republicans. I will ensure you Donald Trump won in Democrat House districts across this country tonight.
Right.
And what that means for those incumbents is we better listen if we have a president who has set an agenda and won in a district where they weren't supposed to win.
Exactly
so as Donald Trump is going and talking about what his agenda is for the American people, you won't just see Republicans as part of that. He will build a broad coalition, as he always does when he tries to get something done. And he will go to those Democrats, and he will say, this is what happened in Michigan, this is what happened in Pennsylvania, this is what happened in Ohio, and if you want to get reelected, and you don't want me campaigning against you in those districts where I won overwhelmingly,
won't have to do that,
let's get our agenda
Cory,
done.
I'm going to tell you right now, for the left wing of our party, if he wants to do something on trade, he won't have to threaten anybody because you got the left wing of the Democratic Party is closer to him than on trade. I know you've been trying to get in. I want to talk after you.
Well, all I'm trying to say here is I think that the period after Reagan left office until tonight, the Republican establishment came back into their own, and they took control of this party. And from my perspective, as nice as so many of these people are on a personal level, they steered the party off the tracks. They could not understand for the life of them why they couldn't get Mitt Romney elected. I mean, they assured everybody, well, he's the guy. This is what's going to happen. He'll win. Ditto John McCain. I mean, this was their mentality here. And they have finally been stopped in their tracks by Donald Trump, who is going to rewrite this whole script here. Because they
So what happens to all those people that you named? How is he going to deal with John McCain and these others?
The same way Ronald Reagan dealt with them. That you mount the political troops to get their support, or you go around them.
Jeffrey, will it matter in terms of his leverage if he doesn't win the popular vote? If he loses the national popular vote?
No, the President of the United States is the President of the United States.
But in terms of claiming the mandate and influencing people who may not want to vote for him.
George W. Bush
had
those, lost the popular vote. He was a pretty powerful president.
Let me make a criticism.
A lot of polarization.
Let me make a criticism of the Democrats, though, because you're criticizing your party. Let me just make a few observations. People are saying, what happened with the Latino vote? You start talking to people. You know, there was not actually a big investment. A lot of the Latino organizations, you talk to Voto Latino and other groups, they felt like there actually was not a big enough investment in them. You can find complaints, going back several months saying, listen, we have people who want to sign up, who want to be registered to vote. Some of those efforts actually ran out of money before they ran out of voters because there was an assumption that the Latino community was going to be able to kind of self-organize and do stuff. You're going to go back, you're going to see that there are certain parts of this coalition that are going to have a lot to say about feeling taken for granted, not invested in properly, et cetera. And I think that those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to go back and talk about.
So do you think it was a failure of organization or a failure of the candidate?
I think. Listen, I think that for this Latino surge that materialized, but only barely, could have been much bigger if there had been money from the very beginning saying we're going to have to invest and build real capacity in the Latino community. You're going to go back and look and talk to people on the ground in Nevada, in Colorado, in Florida, and the great online organizers like Voto Latino. Ask them how much money they got. Ask them how much support they got. They're going to tell you very, very little.
Well, you also wonder what Joe Biden is thinking tonight. I mean, as he looks at this, as he looks at the results in Scranton,
he looks at Scranton,
right?
And also a next generation of Democrats. What are they thinking tonight? Maybe, Van, you can talk about that.
Is there a next generation?
Is there a next generation of Democrats? Because everybody was banking on
Party identification and affiliation is at an all-time low in the modern era. I think so many individuals voted today without any regard for their identification by party. Instead, it was a vote that they were making along class lines, along income lines.
There's one star. There's one star who hasn't been talked about tonight who is going to be talked about a lot, and her name is Kamala Harris. She just became the senator from, I would imagine, or she hasn't been declared. She will be declared the senator. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get in no trouble, but I bet that she will get declared the senator.
She might be declared.
She might get declared. The senator from California. She is sharp as a whip. She is smart as a tack. She is an amazing force on her own, and she's going to wind up being a big deal.
The question, Ron, the question for you is: do you think that this is, given as disruptive a force as this, as Donald Trump has been, is there an opportunity for a realignment? Is there an independent or third-party candidate?
I don't know, but we've been heading. Look, Trump accelerated the trends that we had. I mean, I wrote today. I thought that the nightmare scenario for Clinton was that Trump batters down her defenses in the Rust Belt before they have advanced far enough in the Sun Belt to replace those losses. I mean, so basically they were caught in between. They didn't get far enough there wasn't like a counter mobilization enough among minority voters, although the Latino thing will be disputed about whether they as well as right. In particular, yes, she did better than President Obama did among college whites, but not nearly as well as the polling suggested. She was up 3 relative to President Obama among college whites, down, what was it among non-college whites, down 8. I mean, that's sort of the story. And, you know, it was clear that Trump was going to run better in Ohio, Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin than Republicans usually do. It wasn't clear he was going to win all of them. And then she fell short. You know, she did take Nevada, she did take Colorado, she did take Virginia, but there were enough of these blue-collar and non-urban whites in Florida and North Carolina to hold that, in Arizona to hold that. Georgia didn't really get off the launch pad again with just an overwhelming white vote. So the Democratic Party, I think, you know, this was the nightmare scenario. He forced them to kind of accelerate demographic changes that might have taken a decade, move their base from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt. They weren't strong enough in the Sun Belt, and then he knocked down the doors.
Corey, let me just add, Corey, just on a personal level, as somebody who's there from the get-go and went through an awful lot with this man, this candidate, who you're still very obviously close to, what is it like to see this tonight? What is it actually like to see those flags there, to see that crowd with their hats, and knowing the candidates, you know, about to come out? I mean, it just got to be an extraordinary feeling.
Look, it's amazing to have been a small part of American history. And, you know, there's very, very few people who have had the privilege of serving as a president of the United States. It's such an honor. It's such a high privilege.
But to have so many people doubt also.
You know, but look, I don't know Robbie, who ran the Clinton campaign. I guarantee that guy put in 20 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last year and a half, and his family suffered, and his relatives, and the abuse he took online. I respect it. These guys put the uniform on. I put the uniform on. I was fired halfway through the season, but that's baseball, right? But it's so amazing of the small team we had, and we had such a small team. We still have a small team, relatively speaking, compared to the Clinton campaign. But I take nothing away from those guys who dedicate their lives, and this is truly a life calling. 2 years to go and do, and then Robbie wakes up today thinking he's going to win, and they lose. Yeah. And I've been on the other side. I've lost those races, and it's so devastating. You don't recognize it tonight, you will tomorrow. And I'm fortunate that tonight I'm on this side. But I give those guys a lot of credit because they play to win.
I want to talk about the small team, but we do have a projection. I want to go back to Wolf.
All right, we have a major projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of Wisconsin. He will win Wisconsin with its 10 electoral votes. He's cracked the so-called blue wall that Hillary Clinton had tried to create. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. Take a look at this. 92% of the vote is in. He's up by 75,000 votes plus 10 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the winner in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now with that win in Wisconsin. Look at how close he is. Right now, he has 257 electoral votes. He needs 13 more, 270, to be elected president of the United States. Hillary Clinton remains at 215. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. He is getting incredibly, incredibly close, Jake.
And the wall comes tumbling down. This is the blue wall that Hillary Clinton had talked about. This is a state that Hillary Clinton hasn't even visited since the Democratic convention over the summer. And it's stunning. Look, the last time it was close, I believe, was in 2000. But since then, Democrats have won the state. This is a state that voted for Mike Dukakis over George H.W. Bush. I mean, this is a reliably Democratic state. It is amazing to me, and this is not an original observation, but the idea that the Clinton campaign could see white working class voters going to Trump in places like Iowa and Ohio and not see that Wisconsin was also potentially in jeopardy. That's remarkable. I mean, this is truly the beginning of the end for Hillary Clinton's campaign.
The Clinton campaign simply took Wisconsin for granted.
No question. And let's take a second to look at where we are now with CNN projecting Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Two more states that we're going to be watching to see when we can project: Michigan and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump just needs one of those to clear that 270 mark to formally be the president-elect of the United States of America. Two states, you mentioned 1984 for Wisconsin, Michigan and Pennsylvania, they haven't gone Republican since 1988. So these are more bricks in that blue wall.
And can I say one other point?
Yeah.
Just to
in both of those states, by the way, if you take a look, Trump is ahead in both of those. In Pennsylvania, he's ahead by 75,000 votes, and in Michigan, he's ahead by 59,000 votes.
Yeah, we are one call away from the presidency being determined, and Donald Trump is leading in both of those states. Corey Lewandowski is right. There was a lot of talk over the last month and a question at a presidential debate just for Donald Trump, not for Hillary Clinton, about whether or not he would accept the results of this election. And the idea that we are being told by one of the campaigns they're not going to have a comment when we are just one state projection away from there being a president-elect declared by the media is remarkable. And I agree with those who are saying, if the tables were turned, if it were reversed, there would be a lot of outcry by people in the media and others about Donald Trump's behavior. I recognize that these are difficult moments for individuals. I don't mean to make light of that or belittle that at all, but this is also a moment for the entire nation, for the entire United States. If Donald Trump ends up winning, which certainly could happen, the idea that the other candidate is not going to concede before, I mean, after that happens, while we're all still awake, it's only 2:30 in the morning, that's remarkable. And I have to say, there is a nation going on here. It's not just one candidate and her supporters. There is an entire United States of America.
David Chalian, our political director, you're looking very closely at these remaining numbers, these outstanding numbers out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, when you look across the board of why this blue wall seems to be teetering on a complete collapse here, you can see it in the trade issue. You can see it at the anger and dissatisfaction with government. You can see it on the white working class. This all came together in that region of the country where his message resonated and his voter profile showed up. This notion that America was on this inexorable fast path demographically away from where it was did not materialize.
And this notion of the first woman president, David Chalian, of the United States, so many people thought that was almost certain, but the polls indicated that it probably didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen, and there will be a lot of going back and looking at the polls in this race and polling in general. There's no doubt about that. But to Jake's point about how the Clinton campaign saw these states, I can't stress enough. Wisconsin and Michigan, they were never considered battlegrounds by the Clinton campaign, ever. throughout this entire process until the final couple of days in Michigan. They considered that. That was on a different list for them. So this is clearly coming as a big surprise to them as well.
A major blunder on the part of the Clinton campaign, Dana.
No question. And to be fair, the Republicans didn't even realize how big of a wave they had on their hands. One that it seems, and we'll talk about this later, that Donald Trump seems to have coattails in the U.S. Senate and in the House of Representatives. Republicans are just, winning across the board and doing quite well. But I just want to concur with what you said, Jake, about the whole question of John Podesta coming out and saying, never mind, go home. We'll talk to you in the morning. I mean, that's just not how, I get she's human, just like you said. I completely understand. But I agree that if the tables were turned and if Donald Trump were waiting for one more state and he said, never mind, I'm not going to come out, or suggested that the phone call wouldn't be made to say, congratulations, Madam President-elect, if the tables were turned, it would be, the Democrats would be screaming from the rooftops.
And this is different than 2000. You remember in 2004, it all came down to Ohio, and John Kerry did not come out and speak that night. But the entire election was hanging on that one state.
Right.
There are enough states out here to put Donald Trump over 270 that it is surprising to me that they are not waiting that out, because it's not like the entire election is hanging on one state that just doesn't look like it will get projected.
Outstanding. We have New Hampshire, we have Maine, we have Pennsylvania, we have Wisconsin, we have Michigan, we have Arizona. I mean, he needs one of them, right? Yep. I mean, not including New Hampshire, which is only 4 electoral votes, but I mean, he needs one of those bigger states. I mean, this thing's almost...
And he's leading in several of them.
This thing's almost done.
Yeah, I want to go to Sarah Murray over at Trump headquarters of the New York Hilton Hotel in New York. I take it the Trump and his entourage, they are there, and they're going to be, Donald Trump will be speaking fairly soon, is that right?
That's right, they are here. We are expecting Donald Trump to speak fairly soon, although I have to tell you, Wolf, for aides who have been in this room, this race has been over for a while. They have been here celebrating. They have restocked the bar for Donald Trump supporters who are not going anywhere, by the way. They just continue to cheer, continue to wait for Donald Trump and Mike Pence to show up. And, of course, we know his plan going into this was to deliver a victory speech, to be gracious, to talk about bringing the country together. It'll be interesting to see if that tone changes at all in the wake of the fact that Hillary Clinton is not conceding. And speaking to some of Donald Trump's aides and seeing what they're putting out there on social media, they do seem surprised that we're not going to be hearing from his Democratic rival tonight. But there actually are a number of Donald Trump supporters that are right by a curtain to my left. We have heard them cheering over and over again, and they are just waiting to make their entrance. So should be any moment now, Wolf.
I'm sure Donald Trump will be speaking fairly soon, Sarah. Sarah Murray's over there at Trump headquarters in New York City, over at the Hilton Hotel there in the huge ballroom. Jake, this is the moment that Donald Trump predicted would happen. A lot of the strategy he used in defeating 16 or 17 Republican candidates, senators, congressmen, certainly governors, worked. Crooked Hillary. He used to call his opponents in the Republican primary by a name as well. That seemed to have resonated with a lot of folks.
It worked, and I don't know how much of Donald Trump's success is because of that behavior or despite that behavior, and I'm sure that there will be many studies and lots of research and data about this. There are probably, without question, there are people who found that appealing, his most ardent, diehard supporters who yell things like...
Little Marco, low energy Jeb,
right.
All of that.
I also think that there are a number of people who look past that at the message he's delivering. And, of course, there are a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters and supporters of Gary Johnson and Evan McMullin and Jill Stein who couldn't look past it and found things that he said incredibly offensive. And this news that we're getting tonight is bothering them and hurting them. Yeah. I guess we'll see whether Donald Trump as president, as opposed to a candidate, how he's going to behave and whether or not he's still going to use that kind of language.
Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, it's almost over, I think it's fair to say.
Well, and to the point that everyone was making earlier about the 2004 comparison. That was one state, the state of Ohio, and we did, I think it was 11-something the next morning when that election was finally called. If you're looking at this right now, to the point, there are a lot of Democrats, Wolf. My inbox is filled with a lot of Democrats asking the very question they were just asking. These Democrats are doing it privately in email, private email saying, you know, how dare she essentially leave with so much still in play. But if you look at this again, let's go Pennsylvania, 97%.
Hold on one second. I want to go back to Dana right now. Dana, what are you learning?
You know, Wolf, I have a little bit of information, but I just want to be sure that I have it right before I report it to you. So go back and talk to John.
All right, go ahead,
we'll
John.
get back to you.
So we just go through this. As you go through these, again, you go through the outstanding states. Wisconsin, you see the lead. You're looking for to try to find the Democratic votes, and the math's just not there. And that, you know, again, if it was one state, you'd say, okay, they're going to be extra careful about one last state. You come back to Michigan, it's very hard for the math. And I just want to pop this up, Wolf. It is not inconceivable that Donald Trump catches up in Minnesota. Minnesota, the one state Walter Mondale won in the Reagan sweep. Now, it's, you know, the math is hard still. It's a close race there, but this is a sweep.
Dana, you wanted to be precise, so go ahead.
That's right. CNN can report that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race. She has called Donald Trump to say that she will not be president, and I'm not sure the exact words, but probably to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump. So that has happened in the last few moments.
President-elect Donald Trump, if Hillary Clinton has conceded, that is dramatic. That is a dramatic development, Dana. And to hear the words President-elect, we haven't yet projected that, but Hillary Clinton, what you're saying, has now made a formal telephone call to Donald Trump to concede. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm talking to a source who was there for it and telling me that conversation did happen. Our Sam Feist is also hearing from a different source that conversation did happen. So Hillary Clinton has made it very clear to her opponent that she believes that he will be the next president of the United States and not her.
And you're also hearing she is still not going to speak tonight. Donald Trump, momentarily, we assume he will be speaking, addressing that very enthusiastic crowd there, but she won't.
We don't have any indication that the plans that John Podesta, her campaign chairman, announced publicly are going to change, but it's pretty clear that phone call gave a green light to Donald Trump to make his speech.
So if her aides, Jake, are telling her it's over, and she makes that phone call to Donald Trump congratulating him on winning the presidency, they've given up at this point, and Hillary Clinton has done what she thinks is the right thing.
Well, they can look at the map and see the facts and the math. And the fact is that, as John King has been saying now for some time, if you look at Pennsylvania, there just are not the votes there for Hillary Clinton. It's impossible to think that she's going to win that state. And if Donald Trump wins that state, that's the enchilada. That's the whole ballgame.
You know, it's at a moment that we want to make another major projection right now. And CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins Arizona. 68% of the vote is in. He's got a nearly 80,000 vote lead. Donald Trump will carry Arizona. So let's take a look at the electoral map right now. You see Donald Trump. He has 268 electoral votes. He needs 2 more to become president of the United States, president-elect of the United States. She has 215. Take a look at that, 268 electoral votes, 268 votes for Donald Trump. Jim Acosta, you're over there at Donald Trump headquarters of the New York Hilton Hotel in New York. They're pretty excited right now.
Wolf, it certainly feels like a victory party now. They are just jubilant here at Trump campaign headquarters. I just talked to a Trump campaign official a few moments ago and asked whether or not Donald Trump will address what John Podesta said over at the Javits Center here in Midtown Manhattan earlier this evening. And this official said, no, Donald Trump will address the American people. So we are waiting for that to happen any moment now. We understand he's in the building. And from talking to a number of Trump campaign officials, they are all responding with basically the same reaction. They're just as shocked as everybody else. Now, you'll probably talk to some people high up in the inner circle who will say, oh, no, we knew this all along. But I've talked to a number of senior Trump campaign officials down to the advanced staffers that we see out on the campaign trail on an everyday basis. They are shocked they themselves cannot believe the upset that we're all witnessing, which is obviously one of the most stunning political upsets in recent American history. Now, as for what Donald Trump is going to say during this speech, Wolf, we do expect Donald Trump, as the 45th president-elect of the United States, to try to bring the country together, to try to say something to the American people that will begin this process of healing. They're going up in cheers one more time, Wolf, because the word is spreading throughout this room. It's up on the screens that Donald Trump is about to become the next president-elect of the United States. But in addition to trying to bring the country together, he's going to be thanking the people who made this movement happen. You know, there were a lot of doubters from all stripes, Democrats and Republicans, who didn't think this moment would happen, but it's happening, Wolf.
268 electoral votes. That's what we have projected so far. You need 270. You see Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, and his wife. They're walking in. I'm sure Donald Trump's family will be walking in, and then, of course, Donald Trump himself will be walking in. He's going to be addressing this very enthusiastic crowd over at the New York Hilton Hotel in Manhattan. Hillary Clinton has announced through John Podesta that she will not be speaking tonight, although we have now learned that Hillary Clinton did phone Donald Trump and congratulated him on what she said would be his victory. There's Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, with his family. Very, very excited. A very enthusiastic crowd over there. There's Mike Pence. Let's talk. Let's get Sarah Murray. Sarah Murray, you're over there as well. This crowd, clearly, it's a very excited. Pence. Well, hold on a second, because looks like Mike Pence is going to speak first. Presumably, will introduce Donald Trump. Let's listen in to Mike Pence, the governor of Indiana, the vice presidential running mate.
Hey, come go this side. Come go side. This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your vice president of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for his amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife, Karen, our son, Michael, and his fiancée, Sarah, our daughter, Audrey, far away, and our daughter, Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our president-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Right now, a historic moment. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. CNN projects Donald Trump wins the presidency. The business tycoon and TV personality capping his improbable political journey with an astounding upset victory. Donald J. Trump will become the 45th president of the United States, defeating Hillary Clinton in a campaign unlike anything we've seen in our lifetime. Donald Trump wins the presidency of the United States. He is now going to be called President-elect Donald Trump. He's walking up right now. You see him right there. He's going to be speaking momentarily. He's got his wife there. History has been made. Jake, this is a moment a lot of people are going to remember.
Well, the first time in the history of this country that somebody who has never held any job in government or the military being elected to the presidency. He is going to be moving from Fifth Avenue to Pennsylvania Avenue. I think it's a moment that a lot of people in his inner circle did not even think would ever happen, but it was a decisive win. There are still outstanding states that we haven't even called yet, but because his win was so overwhelming, we're calling it right now.
He's there with his wife Melania, his son Barron. He's going up to the microphones. He's going to be having a victory speech. I assume he'll mention the phone call he received just a little while ago from Hillary Clinton, in which she conceded. She congratulated him on becoming president-elect of the United States. Dana, this is a moment few anticipated.
Except if your name is Donald J. Trump, who said Brexit plus plus, and we'll analyze the results, but that looks like that's exactly what this is right now. So many things to look at and think about in what the new Trump-led world here in Washington is going to be like. A Donald Trump governing, a Donald Trump taking over the institutions that he called rigged so many times.
And here he comes to the microphone. Donald Trump is going to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. Time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans. We've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. They will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great relationships. No dream is too big, no challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother, Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don, and Ivanka, and Eric, and Tiffany, and Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that We have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. He traveled with us, and he went through meetings. And see that, Rudy? Never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who is that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign, and they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. A very special person who believed me, and you know, I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said Reince, and I know it. I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My God. Well, say a few words. Oh, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people. sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event. But to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you worked so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you will be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations, Mr. President. Congratulations.
An amazing moment in American history. Donald J. Trump with his family there after thanking all of his supporters, all of his key staff, his family members, having a very gracious speech thanking Hillary Clinton for calling him a little while ago to congratulate him on becoming president-elect of the United States. He thanked her. He thanked her for her service. He was very gracious toward her. There you see him kissing his daughter and his family members over there. Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States. What an historic moment. This is what an improbable moment. You see Chris Christie there. You saw Rudy Giuliani. You saw all of his top aides, including Reince Priebus, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, who worked very, very hard. Steve Bannon is there. All of his supporters are there. Omarosa from his days in reality TV, Jake. This is, how improbable is this, what we're seeing right now, that Donald Trump has defeated Hillary Clinton to become president-elect of the United States?
There has never been anyone elected to the presidency of this country who had not at least served in government or the military before. He is as much of an outsider as possible, using those as the parameters. It's quite remarkable, and it really says something very different about the world that we're in now and what at least a plurality of Americans want. It was on this day in 1989 that the Berlin Wall started to come down, and now in 2016 the U.S. has just elected somebody who one of his policy proposals, perhaps his main policy proposal, is building a wall so many years after that Berlin Wall came down. It is a time when the United States seems to be saying to its leaders, we want more attention paid to what's going on here at home.
And you see him walking into that crowd. It's after 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. He's in New York City. Didn't carry his home state of New York, but he got more than enough electoral votes, Dana, to become the president-elect of the United States. And he pledged to work with Democrats. He said even those who didn't support him, he said there were a few, he said he pledged to work with them going forward.
And we should take a moment to talk about the beginning of that speech, because I was told by a Trump advisor it was going to be gracious, and it was. It was. He hit all of the notes and all of the tone, broad tone, that a winner is supposed to hit. First of all, calling out Hillary Clinton by name, saying that she ran a good race, reaching out to her supporters, and saying that he is going to try to bring this country together. That is precisely what he should do. And it was, sort of a little bit jarring for people who went to his rallies and listened to him throughout the campaign, because his speeches then were quite different. Now, he actually got what he wanted, to play on the song that we're listening to, and he realizes that he does have to succeed. His whole life is about succeeding. He succeeded in winning. Now he's got to actually do the job. And that's a whole different ballgame.
Now he's got to become, after being president-elect, president of the United States. John, and you and I spent a lot of time at that magic wall. He did it impressively, cracking her so-called blue wall.
It is stunning what he has done. When you look at that map, you look at whether it's temporary or permanent, a major realignment of the electoral map, the way we have elected presidents, coming after two very convincing Democratic wins. Both of the Obama victories were not just wins, they were huge wins when it comes to electoral college perspective. Guess what? As we have a couple more states to count, Donald Trump is going to pass 300, and he's going to get close to where President Obama was when he won 4 years ago. And that's stunning because he flipped a Florida, he flipped an Ohio, he flipped a Wisconsin. It looks like he's going to flip Michigan and Pennsylvania. That is stunning. You just look at that, you look at how we have elected presidents the last 20 years. That is, now, this is a man very few people gave any chance of being the Republican nominee. Then in the last several weeks, very few people gave any chance of being the President of the United States. His biggest challenge just started. This country is ripped apart by this campaign, and he is going to have to now, in 2 months, put together a government. And he's going to meet in the next 48 hours with a president of the United States that he spent several years saying was illegitimate. This is just a remarkable moment. This is history, and give the man his due, and give his team their due. The real challenge starts now, uniting this country. But the speech, remember, he was saying days ago he would appoint a special prosecutor. He was very conciliatory about Hillary Clinton at the top of that speech. We'll see if this carries on and what his supporters demand from him.
And we're talking about the challenges he faces. If you look at the exit polls, I don't want to spend too much time on this because he just won, but if you look at the exit polls, voters, a majority of voters, including voters who voted for him, still have very serious concerns about him. They don't think Hillary Clinton was honest and trustworthy. They also don't think he's honest and trustworthy. They don't think he's qualified. They don't think he has the temperament to be president. And they are concerned about what's going to happen now. So obviously the qualities he has were considered superior to the qualities that Hillary Clinton has, but he still has work to do.
David Chalian, this is a very impressive win. Not just a win, not a narrow win. This is a very impressive win.
He has acquired, we're not even done counting potentially his electoral vote total, he's acquired more electoral votes than George W. Bush did in either one of his victories in 2000 or 2004. He's also going to inherit an entirely Republican Washington, a Republican House, a Republican Senate. He's going to name Antonin Scalia's replacement to the Supreme Court. This is going to be a town that is completely molded now. Donald Trump will have the wind at his back, huge victory, and have all the components of government. And Jake, I just want to put some numbers onto what you're saying because I think it is so important. 61% of voters today said that he's not qualified to be president. 63% said he doesn't have the temperament to be president. His work is monumental, the task ahead of him. He will do it. He channeled the anger, the frustration. He gave voice to the need to change things in Washington. And he's been the vehicle for it, and he just soared to victory with it. And now he really does have this monumental task of piecing together, even as you noted, Jake, his own supporters who have doubts about him.
And can I just say something a little bit perhaps counterintuitive? And I was just texting with a Republican strategist here who said that maybe the Freedom Caucus or the Tea Partiers, the Republicans in the House of Representatives that made it so difficult for the speaker, then Speaker John Boehner, and now even Paul Ryan to do deals across the aisle, that they're kind of irrelevant now because they are part of the broader Republican Party. And so because of that, maybe if Donald Trump has it in him to do the deals, to negotiate across the aisle, as he says he's going to do, he has the kind of moral authority with those Republicans who wouldn't let their leaders before do it to actually get things done.
There's going to be a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. And Donald Trump says on day one, he will remove all those executive orders that President Obama signed. He will begin the process of replacing and repealing Obamacare. He's got a